Alright, what is going on everyone? It's Ripping Gaming here and welcome back, and today we are going to start reading all of these books that we have collected over the past, 122 episodes, plus 2 bonus episodes, so 124 technically, blah blah blah, whatever. Today we are going to try to get through as many as I can in one session with minimal flubs and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know how exactly I'm going to break this up on YouTube, but ideally it's all going to be one giant part. And after this, not sure if I'm going to do it today, but we are probably then also going to go through and try to rank all of the books. So right now I have the UESP pulled up so that way I can have the list of the books and kind of like the general what they are. So they start off with biographies, and first one is Biography of the Wolf Queen. Alright. Biography of the Wolf Queen by Qatar Araphanes. Few historic figures are viewed as unambiguously evil, but Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, surely qualifies for that dishonor. Born to the imperial family in the 67th year of the Third Era, Potema was immediately presented to her grandfather, the Emperor Uriel Septim II, famously kind-hearted man, who viewed the solemn, intense babe and whispered, "She looks like a she-wolf about ready to pounce." Potema's childhood in the imperial city was certainly difficult from the start. Her father, Prince Pelagius Septim, and her mother, Kizara, showed little affection for their brood. Her eldest brother, Antiochus, 16 at Potema's birth, was already a drunkard and womanizer, infamous in the Empire. Her younger brothers, Sepphoris and Magnus, were born much later, so for many years she was the only child in the imperial court. By the age of 14, Potema was a famous beauty with many suitors, but she was married to cement relations with King Mantiarco of the Nordic Kingdom of Solitude. She entered the court, it was said, as a pawn, but she quickly became a queen. The elderly King Mantiarco loved her and allowed her all the power she wished, which was total. For Uriel Septim II died the following year, or when Uriel Septim II died the following year, her father was made emperor, and he faced a greatly depleted treasury thanks to his father's poor management. Pelagius II dismissed the court elder council, forcing them to buy back their positions. In the Third Era, year 97, after many miscarriages, the Queen of Solitude gave birth to a son, who she named Uriel after her grandfather. Mantiarco quickly made Uriel his heir, but the queen had much larger ambitions for her child. 2 years later, Pelagius II died, many say poisoned by a vengeful former council member, and his son, Potema's brother Antiochus, took the throne. At age 48, it could be said that Antiochus's wild seeds had yet to be sown, and the history books are nearly pornographic in their depictions of life at the imperial court during the years of his reign. Potema, whose passion for power was not fornication, was scandalized every time she visited the imperial city. Mantiarco, King of Solitude, died the springtide after Pelagius II. Uriel ascended to the throne, ruling jointly with his mother. Doubtless, Uriel had the right and would have preferred to rule alone, but Potema convinced him that his position was only temporary. He would have the empire, not merely the kingdom. In Castle Solitude, she entertained dozens of diplomats from other kingdoms of Skyrim, sowing seeds of discontent. Her guest list over the years expanded to include kings and queens of High Rock and Morrowind as well. For 13 years, Antiochus ruled Tamriel and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. Several historians pointed to proof that Potema cast the spell that ended her brother's life, but evidence one way or another is lost in the sands of time. In any event, both she and her son Uriel were visiting the imperial court in the Third Era, year 112, when Antiochus died and immediately challenged the rule of his daughter and heir, Kintira. Potema's speech to the elder council was perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and self-abasement. "My most august and wise friends, members of the elder council, I am but a provincial queen, and I can only assume to bring to issue what you yourselves must have already pondered." She continued on to praise the late emperor, who was a popular ruler in spite of his flaws. He was a true septim and a great warrior, destroying, with your counsel, the near-invincible armada of Piandonia. Some of these words are hard. But the little time was wasted before she came to her point. "The Empress Magna unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirits. In fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on more beds than she. Had she attended her duties in the imperial bedchamber more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the empire, not the half-wit milksop bastards who call themselves the emperor's children. The girl named Kintira is popularly believed to be the daughter of Magna and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Magna and the boy who cleans the cistern. We can never know for certain, not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son Uriel, the last of the Septim dynasty. Despite Potema's eloquence, the Elder Council allowed Kintira to assume the throne as the Empress Kintira II. Potema and Uriel angrily returned to Skyrim and began assembling the rebellion. Details of the War of the Red Diamond are included in other histories. We need not recount the Empress Kintira II's capture and eventual execution in High Rock in the year Third Era, year 114, nor the ascension of Potema's son Uriel III 7 years later. Her surviving brothers, Sepphoris and Magnus, fought the Emperor and his mother for years, tearing the Empire apart in a civil war. When Uriel III fought his uncle Sepphoris in Hammerfell at the Battle of Ikkedag in the Third Era, year 127, Potema was fighting her other brother, Uriel's uncle Magnus in Skyrim at the Battle of Falkenstar. She received word of her son's defeat and capture just as she was preparing to mount an attack on Magnus's weakest flank. The 61-year-old Wolf Queen flew into a rage and led the assault herself. It was a success, and Magnus and his army fled. In the midst of the victory celebration, Potema heard the news that her son, the Emperor, had been killed by an angry mob before he even made it for the trial in the Imperial City. He had been burned to death within his carriage. When Sepphoris was proclaimed Emperor, Potema's fury was terrible to behold. She summoned Daedra to fight for her, had her necromancers resurrect her fallen enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of the Emperor Sepphoris I. Her allies began leaving her as her madness grew, and her only companions were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years. The Kingdom of Solitude became a land of death. Stories of the ancient Wolf Queen being waited on by rotting skeletal chambermaids and holding war plans with vampiric generals terrified her subjects. Potema died after a month-long siege on her castle in the year Third Era 137. Third Era year 137, at the age of 90. While she lived, she had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II, wife of King Metiarco, aunt of the Empress Kintira II, mother of Emperor Uriel III, and sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Sepphoris. 3 years after her death, Antiochus died, and Potema's brother Magnus took the throne. Her death has hardly diminished her notoriety. Though there is little direct evidence of this, some theologians maintain that her spirit was so strong she became a Daedra after her death, inspiring mortals to mad ambition and treason. It's also said that her madness so infused Castle Solitude that infected the next king to rule there. Ironically, that was her 18-year-old nephew, Pelagius, the son of Magnus. Whatever the truth of the legend, it's undeniable that when Pelagius left Solitude in the Third Era, year 145, to assume the title of Emperor Pelagius III, he quickly became known as Pelagius the Mad. It is even widely rumored that he murdered his father Magnus. The Wolf Queen must surely have had the last laugh. Okay. I actually like that one. Okay. Biography of Queen Barenziah. Do we not have just the straight... Oh no, this was broken up into 3 parts. Biography of Queen Barenziah by Stern Gambog, Imperial Scribe. Late in the Second Era, a girl child Barenziah was born to the rulers of the Kingdom of Mournhold in what is now the Imperial Province of Morrowind. She was reared in all the luxury and security befitting a royal dark elven child until she reached 5 years of age. At that time, His Excellency Tiber Septim the first Emperor of Tamriel, demanded that the decadent rulers of Morrowind yield to him and institute imperial reforms. Trusting to their vaunted magic, the Dark Elves impudently refused until Tiber Septim's army was on the borders. An armistice was hastily signed by the now eager Dunmer, but not before there were several battles, one of which laid waste to Mournhold, now called Almalexia. Oh, I didn't realize they renamed Mournhold. Okay. Little Princess Barenziah and her nurse were found amongst the wreckage. The Imperial General Symmachus, himself a Dark Elf, suggested to Tiber Septim that the child might someday be valuable, and she was therefore placed with a loyal supporter who had recently retired from the Imperial Army. Sven Advinson had been granted the title of Count upon his retirement. His fiefdom, Darkmoor, was a small town in central Skyrim. Count Sven and his wife reared the princess as their own daughters, seeing to it that she was educated appropriately, and more importantly, that the imperial virtues of obedience, discretion, loyalty, and piety were installed in the child. In short, she She was made fit to take her place as a member of the new ruling class of Morrowind. The girl Baron Zaya grew in beauty, grace, and intelligence. She was sweet-tempered, a joy to her adoptive parents and their 5 young sons, who loved her as their elder sister. Other than her appearance, she differed from young girls of class only in that she was had a strong empathy for the woods and fields, and was wont to escape her household duties to wander there at times. Baron Zaya was happy and content to tell her 16th year, when a wicked orphan stable boy whom she had befriended out of pity told her he had overheard a conspiracy between her guardian, Count Sven, and a Redguard visitor to sell her as a concubine in Riyadh, as no Order Breton would marry her on account of her black skin. No Dark Elf would have her because of her foreign upbringing. "Whatever shall I do?" the poor girl said, weeping and trembling, for she had been brought up in innocence and trust, and it never occurred to her that the friend stable boy would lie to her. The wicked boy, who was called Straw, said that she must run away if she valued her virtue, that he would come with her as her protector. Sorrowfully, Baron Zaya agreed to the plan, and that very night she disguised herself as a boy, and the pair escaped to the nearby city of Whiterun. After a few days there, they managed to get jobs as guards for a disreputable merchant caravan. The caravan was heading east by side roads in a mendacious attempt to elude the lawful tolls charged on the Imperial highways. Thus the pair eluded pursuit until they reached the city of Riften, where they ceased their travels for a time. They felt safe in Riften. I just noticed they spelt Riften weird. Close as it was to the Morrowind border, so that Dark Elves were enough of a common sight. Biography of Queen Baron Zaya, Volume 2, by Stern Gambog, Imperial Scribe. The first volume of this series told the story of Baron Zaya's origin, heirs to the throne of Mournhold until her father rebelled against His Excellency Tiber Septim I and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Thanks largely to the benevolence of the Emperor, the child Baron Zaya was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by Count Sven of Darkmoor, a loyal Imperial trustee. She grew up in a beautiful and pious child, trustful of her guardian's care. This trust, however, was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Count Sven's estate, who with lies and fabrications tricked her into fleeing Darkmoor with him when she turned 16. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city near the Morrowind borders. The stable boy, Straw, was not altogether evil. He loved Baron Zaya in his own selfish fashion, and deception was the only way he could think that would cement possession of her. She, of course, felt only friendship toward him, but he was hopeful that she would gradually change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down into a comfortable marriage, but at the time his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in with a bold, villainous Khajiit thief named Theris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house in the central part of the city. Theris said that he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for any information they could gather there. Baron Zaya happened to overhear this find and was appalled. She stole away from their rooms and walked the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between her loyalty to the Empire and her love for her friends. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over personal friendship. She approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. He was none other than General Symmachus, who had been scouring the countryside in search for her since her disappearance, and had just arrived in Riften, hot in pursuit. Took her into his custody and informed her that, far from being sent away to be sold, she was to be reinstated as the Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Till that time, she was to live with the Septim family in the newly built Imperial City, where she would learn something of government and be presented at the Imperial Court. At the Imperial City, Baron Zaya befriended the Emperor Tiber Septim during the middle years of his reign. Tiber's children, particularly his eldest son and heir Pelagius, came to love her as a sister. Ballads of the day praised her beauty, chastity, wit, and learning. On her 18th birthday, the entire Imperial City turned out to watch her farewell procession preliminary to her return to her native land. Sorrowful as they were at her departure, all knew that she was ready for her glorious destiny as sovereign of the Kingdom of Morrowind. Biography of Queen Baron Zaya, Volume 3, by Stern Gambog, Imperial Scribe. In the second volume of this series, it was told how Baron Zaya was kindly welcomed to the newly constructed Imperial City by the Emperor Tiber Septim and his family, who treated her like a long-lost daughter during her almost one-year stay. After several happy months there learning her duties as vassal queen under the Empire, the Imperial General Symmachus escorted her to Mournhold, where she took up her duties as queen of her people under his wise guidance. Gradually, they came to love one another and were married and crowned in a splendid ceremony at which the Emperor himself officiated. After several hundred years of marriage, a son, Helseth, was born in the royal couple amid celebration and joyous prayer. Although it was not publicly known at the time, it was shortly before this blessed event that the Staff of Chaos had been stolen from its hiding place deep in the Morrowind mines by a clever, enigmatic bard known only as the Nightingale. Oh. 8 years after Helseth's birth, Barenziah bore a daughter, Morgaya, named after Symmachus's mother, and the royal couple's joy seemed complete. Alas, shortly after that, their relations with the Empire mysteriously deteriorated, leading to much civil unrest in Mournhold. After fruitless investigations and attempts at reconciliation, in despair, Barenziah took her young children and traveled to the Imperial City herself to seek the ear of then Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Symmachus remained in Mournhold to deal with the grumbling peasants and annoyed nobility, and do what he could to stave off an impending insurrection. During her audience with the Emperor, Barenziah through her magical arts, came to realize to her horror and dismay that the so-called Emperor was an impostor, none other than the bard Nightingale who had stolen the Staff of Chaos. Exercising great self-control, she concealed this realization from him. That evening, news came that Symmachus had fallen in battle with the revolting peasants of Mournhold, and that the kingdom had been taken over by the rebels. Barenziah at this point did not know where to seek help, or from whom. The gods that fateful night were evidently looking out for her as in redress of her loss. King Edwire of High Rock, an old friend of Uriel Septim and Symmachus, came by on a social call. He comforted her, pledged his friendship, and furthermore, confirmed her suspicions that the Emperor was indeed a fraud and none other than Yeagar Tharn, the Imperial Battle Mage, and one of the Nightingale's many alter egos. Tharn had supposedly retired into seclusion from public work and installed his assistant, Riel Silmain, in his stead. The hapless assistant was later put to death under mysterious circumstances. Supposedly, a plot implicated her had been uncovered. She had been summarily executed. However, her ghost had appeared to Edwire in a dream and revealed to him that the true Emperor had been kidnapped by Tharn and imprisoned in an alternate dimension. Tharn had then used the Staff of Chaos to kill her when she attempted to warn the Elder Council of his nefarious plot. Together, Edwire and Barenziah plotted to gain the false Emperor's confidence. Meanwhile, another friend of Rhea's, known only as the Champion, who apparently possessed great, albeit then untapped, potential, was incarcerated at the Imperial dungeons. However, she had access to his dreams, and she had told him to bide his time, until she could devise a plan that would effect his escape. Then he could begin on his mission to unmask the imposter. Barenziah continued to charm and eventually befriended the Erstez Emperor. By contriving to read his secret diary, she learned that he had broken the Staff of Chaos into 8 pieces and hidden them in far-flung locations scattered across Tamriel. She managed to obtain a copy of the key to Rhea's friend's cell and bribed a guard to leave it there as if by accident. Their champion, whose name was unknown even to Barenziah and Edwire, made his escape through a shift gate Rhea had opened in an obscure corner of the Imperial dungeons, using her already failing powers. The champion was free at last and almost immediately went to work. It took Barenziah several more months to learn the hiding places of all 8 staff pieces through snatches of overheard conversation and rare glances at Tharn's diary. Once she had the vital information, however, which she communicated to Rhea forthwith, who in turn passed it on to the champion, she and Edwire lost no time. They fled to Wayrest, his ancestral kingdom in the province of High Rock, where they managed to fend off the sporadic efforts of Tharn's henchmen to haul them back to the Imperial City, or at the very least obtain revenge. Tharn, whatever else might be said of him, was no one's fool, save perhaps Barenziah's. He concentrated most of his efforts towards tracking down and destroying the champion. As all now know, the courageous, indefatigable, and forever nameless champion was successful in reuniting the 8 sundered pieces of the Staff of Chaos. With it, he destroyed Tharn and rescued the true Emperor, Uriel Septim VII. Following what had come to be known as the Restoration, a grand state memorial service was held for Symmachus at the Imperial City, befitting the man who had served the Septim dynasty for so long and so well. Barenziah and good King Edwire had come to care deeply for one another during their trials and adventures, and were married in the same year shortly after their flight from the Imperial City. Her 2 children from a previous marriage with Symmachus remained with her, and a regent was appointed to rule Mournhold in her absence. Up to present time, Queen Barenziah has been in Wayrest with Prince Helseth and Princess Morgaya. She plans to return to Mournhold after Edwire's death. Since he was already elderly when they wed, she knows that the event, alas, could not be far off, as the elves reckon time. Till then, she shares in the government of the kingdom of Weyras with her husband and seems glad and content with her finally quiet and happily unremarkable life. So, pretty much, for those of you who are unaware, they're talking about Yeager Tharn, the Sealing of the Staff of Chaos, the Champion, Rhea, most of what this is, up through, like, the end of page 8, beginning of page 9, pretty much just details, talks about the events of Elder Scrolls 1 Arena. Not a whole lot actually majorly happens in there. It's a good read, but... I've tried to watch it, I've tried to play it. It's not bad, it's just hard to get into. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick drink. Galarian the Mystic, by Asgrim Kolskreg. During the early bloody years of the Second Era, Vanus Galarian was born under the name Trectus, a serf on the estate of a minor nobleman, Lord Gyrnaeus of Solakich on Kur. Trectus's father and mother were common laborers, but his father had secretly, against the law of Lord Gyrnaeus, taught himself and then Trectus to read. Lord Gyrnaeus had been advised that literate serfs were an abomination of nature and dangerous to themselves and their lords, and enclosed all bookstalls within Solakh-Shankar. All booksellers, poets, and teachers were forbidden, except within Gyrnaeus' keep. Nevertheless, a small-scale smuggling operation kept a number of books and scrolls in circulation right under Gyrnaeus' shadow. When Trectus was 8, the smugglers were found and imprisoned. Some said that Trectus' mother, an ignorant and religious woman, fearful of her husband, was the betrayer of the smugglers, but there were other rumors as well. The trial of the smugglers was non-existent and the punishment swift. The body of Trectus' father was kept hanging for weeks during the hottest summer Solakich on Kur had seen in centuries. 3 months later, Trectus ran away from Lord Gyrnaeus' estate. He made it as far as Alinor, halfway across Somerset Isle. A band of troubadours found him nearly dead, curled up in a ditch by the side of the road. They nursed him to health and employed him as an errand boy in return for food and shelter. One of the troubadours, a soothsayer named Heliand, began testing Trectus' mind and found the boy, though shy, to be preternaturally intelligent and sophisticated given his circumstances. Heliand recognized in the boy a commonality, for Heliand had been trained on the Isle of Artaeum as a mystic. When the troop was performing in the village of Potenza on the far eastern end of Somerset, Heliand took Trectus, then a boy of 11, to the Isle of Artaeum. The magister of the isle, Iacasis, recognized potential in Trectus and took him on as a pupil, giving him the name of Vanus Galarian. Vanus trained his mind on the Isle of Artaeum as well as his body. Thus was the first Archmagister of the Magus Guild trained. From the Sigics of the Isle of Artaeum, he received his training. From his childhood of want and injustice, he received his philosophy of sharing knowledge. Okay. For those of you who are unaware, you actually do meet Vanus in ESO. So it's actually nice to actually see a little bit about that. Alright. At the top, we're looking for a life. Here we go. Another long read. Biographies are always going to be long. It's going to be understandable. Okay. A Short Life of Ariel Septim VII by Rufus Hain. Third Era, year 369 to 389. Strategist and Constellator. The early decades of earlier Septim's life were marked by aggressive expansion and consolidation of imperial influence throughout the Empire, but especially in the east, in Morrowind and Blackmarsh, where the Empire's power was limited. Imperial culture was weak and native customs and traditions were strong, staunchly opposed to assimilation. During this period, Ariel greatly benefited from the arcane support and shrewd counsel of his close advisor, the Imperial battle mage Yeager Tharn. The story of Uriel's marriage to the Princess Calavoria was a less happy tale, though she was a beautiful and charming woman. Greatly loved and admired by the people, the Empress was a deeply unpleasant, arrogant, ambitious, grasping woman. She snared Uriel Septim with her feminine wiles, but Uriel Septim thereafter soon regretted his mistake and was repelled by her. They heartily detested one another and went out their ways to hurt one another. Their children were the victims of this unhappy marriage. With his agile mind and vaunting ambition, Uriel soon outstripped his master in the balanced skill of threat and diplomacy. Uriel's success in co-opting House Lalu as an advanced guard of imperial culture and economic development in Morrowind is a noteworthy example. However, Uriel also grew in pride and self-assurance. Yeager Tharn fed Uriel's pride, and hiding behind the mask of an outpaced former master counselor, Tharn purchased the complete trust that finally led to Uriel's betrayal and imprisonment in Oblivion and Tharn's secret usurpation of the imperial throne. Third Era, 389 to 399, betrayed and imprisoned. Little is known of Uriel's experience while trapped in Oblivion. He says he remembers nothing but an endless sequence of waking and sleeping nightmares. He says he believed himself to be dreaming and had no notion of passage of time. Publicly, he long claimed to have no memory of the dreams and nightmares of his imprisonment, but from time to time during the interviews with the Emperor that formed the basis of this biography, he would relate details of nightmares he had and would describe them as similar to the nightmares he had when he was imprisoned in Oblivion. He seemed not so much unwilling as incapable of describing the experience, but it was clear that the experience changed him. In Third Era, year 389, he was a young man, full of pride, energy, and ambition. During the Restoration, after his rescue and return to the throne, he was an old man, grave, patient, and cautious. He also became conservative and pessimistic, where the policies of his early life were markedly bold, even rash. Uriel accounts for this change as a reaction to and revulsion for the early teachings and counsel of Yeager Tharn. However, Uriel's exile in Oblivion also clearly drained and wasted him in body and spirit, though his mind retained the shrewd cunning and flexibility of his youth. The story of Tharn's magical impersonation of the Emperor, the unmasking of Tharn's imposture by Queen Baronzaya, and the roles played by King Edwire via Silmain and her champion in assembling the Staff of the Chaos, defeating the renegade Imperial battle mage Yeager Tharn, and restoring Uriel to the throne, is treated at length in Stern Gambler's excellent 3-volume biography of Baronzaya. We just finished reading that. There is no reason to recount that narrative here. Summarized briefly, Yeager Tharn's neglect and mismanagement of imperial affairs resulted in a steady decline in the Empire's economic prosperity, allowing many petty lords and kings to challenge the authority of the Empire, permitted strong local rulers in the east and west to indulge in open warfare over lands and sovereign rights. Third Era, year 399 to 415. Restoration, the Miracle of Peace, and Vardenfell. During the Restoration, Uriel Septim turned from the aggressive campaign of military intimidation and diplomatic accommodation of his earlier years and relied instead on clandestine manipulation of affairs behind the scenes, primarily through the agencies of the various branches of the Blades. Complete assessment of the methods and objectives of this period must wait until after the Emperor's death, when the voluminous diaries archived at his country estate may be open to the public, and when the Blades no longer need to maintain secrecy to protect the identities of its agents. Two signal achievements of this period point to the efficacy of Uriel's settled policies. The Miracle of Peace, also popularly known as the Warp in the West, that transformed the Iliac Bay region from an unruly assortment of warring petty kingdoms into the well-ordered and peaceful modern counties of Hammerfell, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Orsinium, and the colonization of Vardenfell, presided over by the skillful machinations of King Helseth of Morrowind and Lady Baronzaya, the Queen Mother, which brought Morrowind more closely into the sphere of imperial influence. Again, we read a little bit more about that also in Baronzaya. We'll read about the Warp in the West later. That's all the game of Daggerfall as well. Third Era, 415 to 430. The Golden Peace, King Helseth's Court, and the Nine in the East. Following the Miracle of Peace, best described in Peter Betterson's Daggerfall: A Modern History, the Empire entered a period of peace and prosperity comparable to the early years of Uriel's reign. With the Imperial heartland and West solidly reintegrated into the Empire, Uriel was able to turn his attention to the East, to Morrowind. Exploiting conflicts at the heart of Morrowind's monolithic tribunal religion and the long-established Great House system of government, and taking advantage of the terrible threat that the corrupted divine beings at the heart of the tribunal religion presented to the growing colonies on Vardenfell, Uriel worked through shadowy agents of the Blades and through the court of King Helseth and Mournhold to shift the center of political power in Morrowind from the Great House councils to Helseth's court, took advantage of the collapse of the Orthodox tribunal cults to establish the Nine Divines as the dominant faiths in Hlaalu and Vardenfell districts. Hasfet Anabolis's treatment of the establishment of the Nine in the East in his 4-volume Life and Times of the Nerevarine is comprehensive. However, he fails to resolve the central mystery of this period. How much did Uriel know about the prophecies of the Nerevarine? How did he learn of their significance? The definitive resolution of this and other mysteries await the future release of the Emperor's private papers, or a relenting of the Blade's strict policies of secrecy concerning their agents. Basically, yeah, the events of Morrowind was that last section. So it's actually nice to see how they actually break that all up, and are like, because yeah, Uriel Septim is literally in the first, second, third game. I didn't see them talk about Battlespire. I don't know if they really consider. Okay. Anyways, let's go to the Madness. We have 2 of them. 12 pages. Okay, they're the same book. Go with this one. I like how this one is stylized better. Madness of Pelagius by Sosthenes. The man who would be Emperor of all Tamriel was born Thoris Pelagius Septim, a prince of the royal family in Wayrest in 3rd Era year 119 at the end of the glorious reign of his uncle, Antiochus I. Wayrest has been showered by much preference during the years before Pelagius' birth, for King Magnus was Antiochus' favorite brother. It is hard to say when Pelagius' madness first manifested itself, for in truth, the first 10 years of his life were marked by much insanity in the land itself. When Pelagius was just over a year old, Antiochus died, and a daughter, Kintira, assumed the throne to the acclaim of all. Kintira II was Pelagius' cousin and an accomplished mystic and sorceress. If she had sufficient means to peer into the future, she would have surely fled the palace. The story of the War of the Red Diamond has been told in many other scholarly journals, but as most historians agree, Kintira II's reign was usurped by her and Pelagius' cousin Uriel by the power of his mother Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. The year after her coronation, Kintira was trapped in Glen Point and imprisoned in the Imperial dungeons there. All of Tamriel exploded into warfare as Prince Uriel took the throne as Uriel III, and High Rock, because of the imprisoned Empress's presence there, was the location of some of the bloodiest battles. Pelagius' father, King Magnus, allied himself with his brother Sepphoris against the usurper emperor and brought the wrath of Uriel III and Queen Potema down on Wayrest. Pelagius, his brothers and sisters, and his mother Euthelia fled to the Isle of Balfiera. I think that's in Morrowind. Euthelia was of the line of Durrani, yep, okay, and her family manse is still located on the ancient isle even to this day. There is thankfully much written record of Pelagius' childhood in Balfiera, recorded by nurses and visitors. All who met him described him as a handsome, personable boy, interested in sport, magic, and music. Even assuming Diplomat's lack of candor, Pelagius seemed, if anything, a blessing to the future of the Septim dynasty. When Pelagius was 8, Sepphoris slew Uriel III at the Battle of Ikadag and proclaimed himself Emperor Sepphoris I. For the next 10 years of his reign, Sepphoris battled Potema. Pelagius' first battle was the Siege of Solitude, which ended with Potema's death and the final end of the war. In gratitude, Sepphoris placed Pelagius on the throne of Solitude. As King of Solitude, Pelagius' eccentricities of behavior began to be noticeable. As a favorite nephew of the Emperor, few diplomats to Solitude made critical commentary about Pelagius. For the first 2 years of his reign, Pelagius was at the very least noted for his alarming shifts in weight. 4 months after taking the throne, a diplomat from Ebonheart called Pelagius a hale and hearty soul with a heart so big it widens his waist. 5 months after that, the visiting princess of Firsthold wrote her brother that the kings gripped my hand and it felt like I was being clutched by a skeleton. Pelagius is greatly emaciated indeed. Sepphoris never married and died childless 3 years after the Siege of Solitude. As the only surviving sibling, Pelagius' father Magnus left the throne of Wayrest and took residence at the imperial city as the Emperor Magnus I. Magnus was elderly and Pelagius was his oldest living child, so the intention of Tamriel focused on Sentinel. By this time, Pelagius' eccentricities were becoming infamous. There are many legends about his acts as king of Sentinel, but few well-documented cases exist. It is known that Pelagius locked the young princes and princesses of Sylvanar in his room with him, only releasing them when an unsigned declaration of war was slipped under the door. When he tore off his clothes during a speech he was giving at a local festival, his advisors apparently decided to watch him more carefully. On the orders of Magnus, Pelagius was married to the beautiful heiress of an ancient dark elf noble family, Catariah Ra'atham. Ooh, we know a Catariah. I wonder if it's the same one. Nordic kings who married dark elves seldom improve their popularity. There are 2 reasons most scholars give for the union. Magnus was trying to cement relations with Ebonheart, where Ra'atham clan hailed. Ebonheart's neighbor, Mournhold, had been a historical ally of the Empire since the very beginning, and the royal consort of Queen Berensai had won many battles in the War of the Red Diamond. Ebonheart had a poorly kept secret of aiding Uriel III and Potema. The other reason for the marriage was more personal. Kataraya was as shrewd a diplomat as she was beautiful. If any creature was capable of fighting Pelagius' madness, it was she. On the 8th of Second Era, Third Era, year 145, Magnus I died quietly in his sleep. Jalaith, Pelagius' sister, took over the throne of Solitude, and Pelagius and Kataraya rode to the imperial city to be crowned Emperor and Empress of Tamriel. It was said that Pelagius fainted when the crown was placed on his head, but Kataraya held him up so only those closest to the throne could see what had happened. Like so many Pelagius stories, this cannot be verified. I like that. I would love the idea of he's not actually a madman. This is all just written down and pretended to be like he's insane. Pelagius III never truly ruled Tamriel. Kataraya and the Elder Council made all the decisions and only tried to keep Pelagius from embarrassing all. Still, stories of Pelagius III's reign exist. It said that when the Argonian ambassador from Blackrose came to court, Pelagius insisted on speaking in all grunts and squeaks, as that was the Argonians' natural language. It is known that Pelagius was obsessed with cleanliness, and many guests reported waking to the noise of an early morning scrub down of the imperial palace. The legend of Pelagius, while inspecting the servants' work, suddenly defecating on the floor to give them something to do, is probably apocryphal. When Pelagius began actually biting and attacking visitors to the imperial palace, it was decided to send him to a private asylum. Kataraya was proclaimed regent 2 years after Pelagius took the throne. For the next 6 years, the emperor stayed in a series of institutions and asylums. Traders to the empire have many lies spread about this period. Whispered stories of hideous experiments and tortures performed on Pelagius have almost become accepted as fact. The noble lady Kataraya became pregnant shortly after the emperor was sent away, and rumors of infidelity and even more absurd conspiracies to keep the same emperor locked away ran amok. As Kataraya proved, her pregnancy came about after a visit to her husband's cell. With no other evidence as loyal subjects, we are bound to accept the Empress's word on the matter. Her second child, who would reign for many years as Ariel IV, was the child of her union with her consort Lariat, and publicly acknowledged as such. Oh! On a warm night in Sun's Dawn, in his 34th year, Pelagius III died after a brief fever in a cell at the Temple of Kinnereth in the Isle of Brittany. Kataraya I reigned for another 46 years before passing the scepter on to the only child she had with Pelagius, Cassander. Pelagius' wild behavior had made him perversely dear to the province of his birth and death. The second of Sun's Dawn, which may or may not be the anniversary of his death, records are not very clear, is celebrated as Mad Pelagius, a time when foolishness of all sorts is encouraged. And so, one of the least desirable emperors in the history of Septim Dynasty has become one of the most famous ones. I love that. Okay. Now we get to read the real Baron Zaya. Making sure, yep, it is 5 books. Oh! Oh, no. 37 pages. 42? Oh my god. Dude, the real Baron's Eye is gonna be terrible to read. Okay. Taking a drink. We might have to stop a lot. That's okay. Alright. The Real Baron Zaya, Part 1. Anonymous. 500 years ago in Mournhold, City of Gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him, a common laborer in the mine of the Lord of Mournhold. For his ability in magicka was small. The work was honorable, but paid poorly. His mother made and sold comberry cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof leaked only when it rained. But Timakis would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours, he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends and gambling with them at cards. He also drew the eyes and size of more than one pretty elven lass, although none held his interest for long. He was a typical dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It was rumored that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Timakis' 30th year, there was a great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sing, a queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. When the time came round for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed and Timakis dashed home to bathe and dress in his best. I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it, he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been ailing, and besides, there would be a great crush of people as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event, and being blind, she would be unable to see anything anyway. My son, she said, afore you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return. Symmachus crossed to her pallet at once and noted anxiously that her forehead was very hot and her breathing shallow. Tried to loose a slat of wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and owe the rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying in the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred. Closed for the ceremony are the signs. Symmachus elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. As a right brother, the priest said, if you have gold, I shall gladly attend your mother. My lord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him. My mother is desperately ill, Symmachus pled. Surely my lord will not miss one lowly priest. True, but the archcanon will, the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus' desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmachus tried other priests and even a few mages, but with no better result. Armored guards marched through the street and pushed him aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, my lord, my mother's dying! I forbid her to do so on this glorious night, the lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared slit-eyed at Symmachus, nostrils flared in disdain. Guard, she cried, remove this oaf! Her rough hand seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from the top of a hill. You could see the brown-robed cleric and blue-robed mages gathered near the high-born folk far below. Baron Zaya. The name came dimly to Symmachus' ears as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and proffered her to the twin moons on either side of the horizon, Joan rising, Jode setting. Behold, the Lady Baron Zaya, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings in thy counsel, ye kind gods, and she may never rule well. And may she ever rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its wheel, its kith and its ilk. Bless her, all the people intoned, along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone, and in silence he swore a mighty oath that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Baron Zaya, he should have her for his own bride, that his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule over Mournhold. Oh, that's dark. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he first spoke, and the man came gladly enough now in return for the gold Symmachus had, and a promise of more afterward. They found his mother dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. I'm sorry, brother, it's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There's naught I can do here, likely. Give me back my money, Symmachus snarled. You've done naught to earn it. He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Symmachus struck him across the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Symmachus snatched up the gold and fled the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over like a sorcerer's chant. Baron Zaya, he said. Baron Zaya, Baron Zaya. Baron Zaya stood on one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where the soldiers milled, dazzling in their armor. Presently, they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as their parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad from head to toe in ebony armor, long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned, shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates and turned to salute her. Baron Zaya, they cried. Baron Zaya, our beloved, farewell! The little girl blinked back tears and waved one hand bravely. Her favorite stuffed animal, a gray wolf cub she called Woofin, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before and had no idea what it meant, save that there was war in the west, and the name Tiber Septim was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. Baron Zaya, the soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake until the courtyard was nearly emptied. Sometime after came a day when Baron Zaya was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly and borne from the palace. All she could remember of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes filling the sky. What? Huge? Okay. She was passed from hand to hand. Foreign soldiers appeared, disappeared, and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks, of travel. One morning, she awoke to step out of the coach into a cold place with a large gray stone castle amid empty, endless gray-green hills covered patchily with gray-white snow. She clutched Wuffen to her breast in both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the gray dawn, feeling very small and very dark in all of this endless space, this endless gray-white space. She and Hana, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid who had been traveling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large gray-white woman with icy gray-golden hair was standing by a hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Baron's with dreadful, bright blue eyes. "She's very black, isn't she?" the woman remarked to Hana. "Never seen a dark elf before." "I don't know much about them myself, milady," Hana said, "but this one's got red hair and a temper to match. I can tell you that. Take care. She bites, and worse." "I'll soon train her out of that," the other woman sniffed. "And what's that filthy thing she's got?" "Ugh." The woman snatched Wuffen away and threw him into the blazing hearth. Baron's shrieked and would have flung herself after him, was held back despite her attempts to bite and claw her captors. Poor Wuffen was reduced to a tiny heap of charred ash. Baron's grew like a weed transplanted to a Skyrim garden, a ward of Count Sven and his wife, the Lady Igna. Outwardly, that is, she thrived, but always there was a cold and empty place within. "I've raised her as my own daughter," Lady Igna was wont to sigh as she sat gossiping with neighboring ladies come to visit, "but she's a dark elf. What can you expect?" Baron's was not meant to overhear these words, at least she thought she was not. Her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic hosts. Other less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, and a little misplaced magic. So just a small fire spell here and a little levitation spell there. As she grew older, keen interest in boys and men could provide very pleasant sensations, and to her astonishment, gifts as well. Igna disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Baron's so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. "She's wonderful with the children," Igna added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Baron's I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm. A tutor had been hired when Joni was 6 and Baron's 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea scandalized Court Sven and Lady Igna. So Baron's was given a small bow and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folk were about, knew she was good as or better than they. "She's very proud, though, isn't she?" one of the ladies would whisper to Igna, and Baron's pretending not to hear, would not silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the Count and his lady. There was something about them that provoked contempt. Afterwards, she came to learn about that Sven and Igna were distant cousins of Darkmoor Keep's last titled residents, and she finally understood. They were posers, imposters, not rulers at all. At least, they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them, a good clean hatred quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repellent insects who could be despised but never feared. Once a month, a courier came from the Emperor, bringing a small bag of gold for Sven and Igna and a large bag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Baron's her favorite treat. On these occasions, she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as a skinny dark elf could be made to look in Igna's eyes before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all of them looked her over in much the same way a farmer would look over a hog he's readying for market. In the spring of her 16th year, Baron's thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. The stable boy, Straw, a big, muscular blonde lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Baron's stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, disguised himself as a boy in one of Joni's old tunics and a pair of his cast-off breeches, and on one fine spring night, she and Straw took the 2 best horses from the stable and rode hard through the night toward Whiterun, near city of any importance, in the place where Straw wanted to be. But Mournhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Baron's as a lodestone draws iron. In the morning, they abandoned the horses at Baron's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down, and she hoped to throw off any pursuers. They continued on foot until late afternoon, keeping to side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gates just before dawn. Baron's had prepared a pass of sorts for Straw, makeshift document stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. She had reasoned correctly, as it turned out, that by now the gate guards would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy traveling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Straw were a common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely that he would draw attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Sven's estate, which was his birthplace. Together, they made their way to a rundown inn in the poor quarters of Whiterun. Gloved and cloaked and hooded against the morning chill, Baronziah's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to them. They entered the inn separately. Straw paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle, an immense meal, 2 jugs of ale. Baronziah sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, and made love vigorously on that narrow cot. Afterward, they fell into an exhausted, dreamless sleep. They stayed for a week at Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Baronziah burgled a few houses that night. She continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black to further the disguise, and kept out of sight as much as possible. They were few dark elves in Whiterun. One day, Straw got them work as temporary guards for a merchant caravan traveling east. One armed sergeant looked her over dubiously. Heh, he chuckled. Dark elf, ain't ya? Like setting a wolf to guard the sheep, that is. Still, I need arms, and we ain't going near enough Morrowind so ye can betray us to your folk. Our homegrown bandits would as fain cut your throat as mine. The sergeant turned to give Straw an appraising look, then he spun back abruptly toward Baronziah, whipping out his short sword. But she had her dagger out in the twinkling of an eye and was in a defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled around to the man's rear. Sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with yon bow, Dark Elf? Baronziah demonstrated her prowess briefly. Aye, not bad at all. And you'll be keen of eye by night, boy, and of hearing tall times. A trusty Dark Elf makes a fighting man as any could ask for. I know. I served under Symmachus himself before I lost this arm and got invalided out of the Emperor's armory. We could betray them. I know folk who'd pay well, Strauss said later as they bedded down for their last night at the Ramshackle Lodge, or rob them ourselves. They're very rich, these merchants are, Barry. Baronziah laughed. Whatever would we do with so much money? And besides, we need their protection for traveling quite as much as they need ours. Goodbye, a little farm, you and me, Barry. Settle down all nice-like. Peasant. Baronziah thought scornfully. Straw was a peasant and harbored nothing but peasant dreams. But all she said was, not here, Straw. We're too close to Darkmoor still. We still have other chances farther east. The caravan went only as far east as Sungard. The Emperor Tiber Septim I had done much in the way of building relatively safe and regularly patrolled highways, but the tolls were steep, and this particular caravan kept to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hazards of wayside robbers, both human and orcish, and roving brigand bands of various races, but such were the perils of trade and profit. They had 2 such encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Baronziah's keen ears warned them of, and plenty of time for them to circle around and surprise the lurkers, and a night attack by a mixed band of Khajiit, humans, and wood elves. Later were a skilled band, and even Baronziah did not hear them sneaking up in time to give much warning. This time the fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Straw got a nasty cut on his side before he and Baronziah managed to gash his Khajiit assailant's throat. Baronziah rather enjoyed the life. The garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evenings sitting around the campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with the Tiber Septim and General Symmachus. This Symmachus had been made general after Mournhold fell, the sergeant said. He's a fine soldier, boy, Symmachus is, but there was more in soldiery involved in that Morrowind business, if you take my meaning. But well, you know all about that, I suspect. No, I don't remember, Baronziah said, trying to sound nonchalant. I lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man. They're both dead, though. Me, what happened to the Lord and Lady... Tell me what happened to the Lord and Lady of Mournhold. The sergeant shrugged. I never heard. Dead, I suspect. 'Twas a lot of fighting before the armistice got signed. It's pretty quiet now. Maybe too quiet, like a calm before a storm. Say, boy, you going back there? Maybe, Baronziah said. The truth was that she was drawn irresistibly to Morrowind and Mournhold, like a moth to a burning house. Straw sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy anyway, since they could not bed together, as she was supposed to be a boy. Baronziah rather missed it too, but not as much as Straw did, seemingly. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave them the bonus nonetheless when they turned the offer down in parchments of recommendation. Straw wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard, but Baronziah insisted on continuing their travels east. I'm the Queen of Mournhold by rights, she said, unsure whether it was true, or was it just a daydream she had made up as a lost, bewildered child. I want to go home. I need to go home. That at least was true. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter, they were at Riften and nearing the Morrowind border, but the weather had grown severe in the days past. As the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth till mid-spring. Bairnsaya stood on top of the city walls and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall guarding Morrowind beyond. Barry, Straw said gently, Mournhold's a long way off yet. Nearly as far as we've come already. And the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for spring. There's Silgrad Tower, Barry said, referring to the Dark Elven township that had grown up around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. The bridge guards won't let me across, Barry. They're crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you go alone. I won't try and stop you, but what will you do? Silgrad Tower is full of Imperial soldiers. Will you become a washing woman for them, or a camp follower? No, Bairnsaya said slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure that she could earn a modest living by sleeping with the soldiers. She had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim when she dressed as a woman and slipped away from Straw. She'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Straw was sweet but dull. She'd been startled, but extremely pleased when the men she picked up offered her money afterward. Straw had been unhappy about it, though, and would shout for a while, then sulk for days afterward if he caught her at it. He was quite jealous. He even threatened to leave her. Not that he ever did, or could. But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts, and Bairnsaya had heard some very ugly stories during their treks. The ugliest of them by far had come from the lips of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and were proudly recounted. They'd been trying to shock her and Straw, she realized, but she also comprehended that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk and hated it more that she had to hear it. But there was a part of him that was fascinated nonetheless. Bairnsaya sensed this and had encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but he said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly she didn't feel that way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. Then why do you go with other men? Straw asked on one occasion. I don't know. Straw sighed. They say Dark Elven women are like that. Bairnsaya smiled and shrugged. I don't know. Or maybe I do. Yes, I do know. She turned and kissed him affectionately. Guess that's all the explanation there is. That was 37 pages. Alright. Real Bairnsaya Part 2. Bairnsaya and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Bairnsaya wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in a bar room, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bold young Khajiit named Theris. She offered to bet him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed. Said she'd still have to pass an initiation. What sort of initiation? Ah, Theris said. Pay up for his sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. I forget, there is a book somewhere. It's mentioned in, what is it? In one of the real Bairnsayas, I think in Skyrim. And it talks about, oh yeah, barbed penises of Khajiit. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Theris too. One Tamil had possessed her to do such a thing. She cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it'd be a while or never before Straw found out. Theris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had met yet. He not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her in them himself, or else introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, and was perfectly ordinary and respectable. Except that she was very fond of cats, in biological inference. Their humanoid counterparts, the Khajiit, had a talent for certain kinds of magic and cultivated rather odd friends. She taught Bairnsaya an invisibility spell and schooled her in the other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Theris in a motherly sort of way. Bairnsaya warmed to her as she never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks she told Katisha all about herself. She brought Straw there too sometimes. Straw approved of Katisha, but not of Theris. Theris found Straw interesting and suggested to Bairnsaya that they arrange what was called a threesome. Absolutely not, Bairnsaya said firmly, grateful that Theris had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it. Theris smiled his charming triangular feline face and sprawled lazily on his chair, stretching his limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Pairing is so boring. Bairnsaya answered him with a glare. Or maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She had passed her initiation. She found Theris useful but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored of him, too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with men, or what she thought of her as her problems with men. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex. that she'd know the right man when she found him, that neither Straw nor Theris was the right one for her. Baronzaya cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are something? Prostitutes, she said? Although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous. Although some do become prostitutes, I suppose. Katisha said as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they're young, but you'll outgrow it. Perhaps you're beginning to already, she added hopefully. She liked Baronzaya, had grown to be quite fond of her. You ought to meet some nice elven boy, though. If you go on keeping company with Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Baronzaya smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think, but it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble, and I haven't even my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you're a year or two before you're fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that, even, so you'll be alright if you stick with them. Baronzaya remembered something else. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday. Yes, someday. But not if I can't be queen. Not just any queen, the Queen of Mournhold, she said. She said this determinedly, almost stubbornly, as if to drown out any doubt. Katisha chose to ignore that last comment. She was amused at the girl's hyperactive imagination, took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Straw will be a very old man before someday comes, Barry. Elves live for a long time. Katisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look of human scout when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves had been granted by the gods. True, few ever actually lived that long as disease and violence took their respective tolls, but they could. One or two of them actually did. I like old men, too, Barry said. Katisha laughed. Baronzaya fidgeted impatiently while Theris sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a noble... Oh, that's weird. There's no, like, ... Okay. They'd broken into a nobleman's household, leaving Straw to hover outside as a lookout. Theris said it was a simple job, but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Barry and Straw, but no one else. Tell me what you're looking for and I'll find it, Barry whispered urgently. Theris's night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want her to magic up even a small orb of light. Oh, is hers better? She had never been in such a luxurious place. Not even the Darkmoor castle of Count Sven and Lady Igna, where she had spent her childhood compared to it. She gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs rooms. But Theris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk and the small book-lined study on this upper floor. Sst! He hissed angrily. Someone's coming, Barry said, a moment before the door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. Theris gave her a violent shove towards them and sprang to the window. Baronzaya's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped after Theris. There were two quick, silent stabs of blue light, then Theris folded over in a still heap. Outside the study, the house had come alive with the hastening footsteps and voices calling out an alarm and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half-lifted, half-dragged Theris to the door and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to inspect Baronzaya, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed madly when she tried to. Open your shirt, Baronzaya, the elf said. Baronzaya gawked at him and clutched it closed. You're a girl, aren't you, Barry? He said softly. You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know. You're only drawing attention to yourself and calling yourself Barry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elven name, Baronzaya defended. The man shook his head sadly. Not among dark elves it isn't, my dear. But you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter, I shall try to remedy it. Who are you? Baronzaya demanded. Aye, so much for fame, the man shrugged, smiling wryly. I am Symmachus, milady Baronzaya, General Symmachus of His Awesome and Terrible Majesty Tiber Septim I's Imperial Army. And I must say, it's a merry chase you've led me throughout Tamriel, or this part of it anyway. Though I guess, and guess correctly, you'd head for Morrowind eventually. You had a bit of luck, a body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw's, so we stopped looking for the pair of you. That was careless of me, yet I'd not have thought you'd stay together this long. Where is he? Is he alright, she asked, in genuine trepidation. Oh, he's fine, for now. In custody, of course. He turned away. You care for him, then? He said, and suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity, out of red eyes that seemed strange to her except in her own seldom-seen reflection. He's my friend, Baronzaya said. The words came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmachus, a general of the Imperial Army no less, said to have friendship in the ears of Tiber Septim himself. You seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive me saying so, milady. Stop calling me that. She was irritated at the general's seeming sarcasm, but he only smiled. As they talked, the bustle and flurry in the house died away. Yeah, okay. Although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf perched himself on a corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Then it occurred to her, several unsuitable friends, had he said? This man knew all about her, or seemed to know enough, anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me? Ah, as you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say that it belongs to me. Baronzaya gasped and Symmachus looked up sharply. What, you didn't know? Tisk tisk. Why, you are rash, milady, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have, Baronzaya was trembling. This guild would never have attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose the Tiber Septim, at least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say it's unlikely that Theris had guild approval for this. In fact, I wonder. Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out the drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed a false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be the map of some sort. Baronzaya edged closer. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed, he glanced it over, then folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge, so I did. Suddenly he seemed to be in good humor. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one was about. Baronzaya's eyes darted toward the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Don't you want to hear first what my plans for you are? She thought that he sounded a bit hurt. Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Baronzaya, but it was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your place as rightful Queen of Mournhold. Symmachus explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along. Now Mournhold, which had been so under military rule for the dozen or so years since she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government, under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the Imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? Baronzaya asked, hardly believing anything she had just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Baronzaya shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household, but of course you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should be, and should have been, quite obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for, and what else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor for that matter of you. And I know this, Tiber Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Baronzaya chewed on that for a few moments. Strauss deserved well of me and has never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and he... Symmachus waved her impatiently to silence. I know all about Straw, he said, and about Theris. He stared at her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Straw wants a little farm. If I'm to be rich, then I would like for one to be given to him. Very well. He seemed astonished at this, and then pleased. Done. He shall have it. And Theris? He betrayed me, Baronzaya said coldly. Theris should have told her what risks the job entailed. Besides, he pushed her right into their enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded. Not, in fact, a man to be trusted. Yes, and... well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should said suffering take? Baronzaya balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat and claw at the Khajiit herself, but considering the turn events had taken, that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping. Would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want him to do any permanent injury, you understand. Just teach him a lesson. Aye, of course, Symmachus grinned at this. Then his features suddenly set and became serious. It shall be done, your highness, milady Queen Baronzaya of Mournhold. Then he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculous, wonderful bow. Baronzaya's heart leapt. She spent 2 days at Symmachus's apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Trilliance, who saw to her needs, although she did not exactly seem a servant since she took her meals with them, nor did she seem to be Symmachus's wife or lover. Drellian looked amused when Baronzaya asked her about it. She simply said she was in the general's employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Drellian's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Baronzaya was given a room to herself. Symmachus was out a great deal. She saw him at most mealtimes, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Drellien was much the same. Baronzaya found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first Dark Elves with whom she associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that she belonged somewhere, with somebody, as part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nordic friends, Katisha and Straw. When Symmachus told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha said, "Aye, but then, I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely, dark, elven girl named Barry who needed elven friends, and who sometimes dressed as a boy. She had no association with Thieves' Guild, apparently. No one associated with Thieves' Guild seems to know your true identity, save Theris. That as well. For that your former guild membership now be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Theris, and they won't tell anyone." "No," he smiled, a curious little smile. "No, they won't." Oh god, is he gonna have him executed? He didn't know that Katisha knew then, but still there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Baronzaya knew that other elves were within earshot. He looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Baronzaya tried to smile. "So we both go where we want, eh? I'm to be Queen of Marwenhold, and you'll be lord of your own farmstead." She took his hand, smiled at him warmly, genuinely. "I'll write you, Straw, I promise. You must find a scribe so you can write me too." Straw shook his head sadly. When Baronzaya persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making it inarticulate noises. Then she realized what it was. His tongue was gone, had been cut off. Baronzaya collapsed onto a chair and wept noisily. "But why?" she demanded Symmachus, when Straw had been ushered away. "Why?" Symmachus shrugged. "He knows too much. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive, and he won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever." "I hate you!" Baronzaya screamed at him, then abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea, listened stolidly for some time while Drellien cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease or he would gag her for her journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Katisha's house on their way out of the city. Symmachus and Drellien didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Baronzaya was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered the knock. Baronzaya thanked the god silently that at least she was alright, but she'd also obviously been weeping in any case. She embraced Baronzaya warmly. "Why are you crying?" Baronzaya asked. "For Theris, of course, haven't you heard?" "Oh dear, poor Theris, he's dead." Baronzaya felt icy fingers creeping around her heart. He was caught stealing from the Commandant's house. Poor fellow, but that was so foolish of him. "Oh, Barry, he was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the Commandant's order." She started to sob. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you in Straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to." She glanced behind Baronzaya. "That's the Commandant, isn't it? Symmachus." Then Katisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. "You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Baronzaya." Katisha took a fold from her apron and wiped it across her eyes. "I told him about you, you know." "Yes," Baronzaya said, "I know." She took Katisha's hand in each of hers and looked at her earnestly. "Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you, but please don't ever tell... But please don't ever tell anyone else about me. Ever. Swear you won't. Especially not Symmachus. And look after Straw for me. Promise me that." Katisha promised, puzzled, though willing. "Barry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Theris was caught, was it? Never said anything about Theris to him." She glanced over at the general. Baronzaya assured her that it wasn't that an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Theris' plan, which was probably a lie, but she could see that Katisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. "I'm glad of that. If I can be glad of anything just now, I'd hate to think, but how could I have known?" She leaned over and whispered in Baronzaya's ear. "Symmachus is very handsome, don't you think? And so charming." "I wouldn't know about that," Baronzaya said dryly. "I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about." She explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. "He was looking for me, that's all, on orders from the Emperor. I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though," she added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. Katisha knew that Baronzaya evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. "I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen," she added. Katisha agreed that yes, that's true. That must have been something of a shock, although one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled. Baronzaya smiled with her. Then they hugged again, tearfully for the last time. She never saw Katisha again, or Straw. The royal party left, drifted by the Great Southern Gate, and once through, Symmachus tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portals. Thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris too, your highness, he said. Baron stared briefly but suddenly at the head impaled on a spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. I don't think he'll hear me, although I'm quite sure he'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound light. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Symmachus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. You heard this from your friend Katisha, I suppose? You suppose correctly. She attended the execution, Baron said casually. If he didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough. She would share that. Did she know Theris belonged to the guild? She shrugged. Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known. She turned to smile archly at him. But you must know all that, shouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this, so you told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild. The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There's a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Theris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She afforded him a glacial stare. Not that it's any concern of yours, but do you know what else she thought? She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One of my own race. One of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities knows how to say all the right things. You, in fact. She grabbed the reins preparatory to assuming a brisker pace, but not willing without sinking one final irresistible barb. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not in the way you want them to? Or maybe I should say, not in the way you would ever want them to. His answer so took her by surprise that she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, and his tone matched his words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. She held her head high and urged her mount onward, trying to look unimpressed. Now what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said. No, that wasn't it. Something about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Baron was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as the second, she gave it due deliberation. He had found her at last after months of searching. It seemed under pressure of the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had come true, yes, that must be it. But in a way, apparently not altogether to his liking. Man! 1 second, water break. I love that we're a Dark Elf too. Reading about Dark Elves. The Real Baron Zaya, Part 3. For several days, Baron Zaya felt a weight of sorrow at her separation from her friends. By the second week her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Strauss' companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Redguard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravan she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful toward her despite her attempts at flirtation. Symmachus scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain loyal dignity at all times. You mean I'm never to have any fun? She inquired petulantly. Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, milady. Familiarity is not. You will remain chaste and modest while you are at the Imperial City. Baron Zaya made a face. I might as well be... Okay, I'm making sure that didn't cut off. I might as well be back at Darkmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, you know. Everyone says so. Everyone is wrong, then. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, your highness, that you are to hold the throne of Mournhold not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end ere it begins. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of all his appointees, and he favors chastity and modesty in women. I strongly suggest you model your deportment after our good Drellian, milady. I'd as lief be back in Darkmoor, Baron Zaya snapped resentfully, offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Drellian in any way. That is not an option, your highness. If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either, the general said portentously. If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality and cavorting with base company. He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and the grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Baron Zaya listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threats. But afterwards, she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Symmachus seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Encouraged, she then said that she noted 3 of their knights' escorts were women and asked if she might train a little with them just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, though stressing it was only be with the women. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty, for the rest of their journey, so that they traveled quickly over firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last, for there were hints of a thaw. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the Imperial City at sunset. The rosy glow turned the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north toward the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the wide concourse. Lights winked out in the shops and on in the inns as dusk fell and stars came out singly. Then by twos and threes, even the side streets were broad and brightly illuminated. Near the palace, the towers of an immense mage's guild hall reared toward the east, while westward, the stained glass windows of a huge tabernacle glinted in the dying light. Symmachus had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace past the temple. The temple of the One he identified as they passed it in an ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Barenziah would be expected to become a member should she prove acceptable to the Emperor. The place was quite splendid, although little to Barenziah's taste. The walls and furnishings were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold, and the floors in dully gleaming black marble. Barenziah's eyes ached for color and the interplay of subtle shadings. In the morning, Symmachus and Aurelian escorted her to the Imperial Palace. Barenziah noted that everyone they met greeted Symmachus with a deferential respect, in some cases bordering on obsequiousness. Gerald seemed to take it for granted. They were ushered directly into the Imperial presence. Morning sun flooded a small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over a sumptuously laden breakfast table and the single man who sat there dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried toward them. "Ah, Symmachus, our most loyal friend, we welcome your return most gladly." His hands held Symmachus' shoulders briefly, fondly halting the deep genuflection of the Dark Elf had been in the process of effecting. Barenziah curtsied as Tiber Septim turned to her. "Barenziah, our naughty little runaway. How do you do, child? Here, let us have a look at you. Why, Symmachus, she's charming, absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings? Yes, of course." He waved aside Symmachus' protest and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon a servant. "You'll pardon us for this discourtesy toward yourselves, our dear guests. We've much to think of, though there's scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray join us. There are some excellent nectarines from Blackmarsh." They settled themselves at the table. Barenziah was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim gray giant warrior she pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than tall Symmachus, although he was very well knit of figure and lithe of movement. He had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing blue eyes, and a full head of stark white hair above a lined and weathered face. Might have been any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them, then repeated the question the general had asked her days ago, why she left home. Had her guardians been unkind to her? "No, Excellency," Barenziah replied. "In truth, no, although I fancied so at times. Symmachus has fabricated a story for her, and Barenziah told it now, although with a certain misgiving. The stable boy Straw had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in Rehad, and when a red guard had indeed come, she had panicked and fled with Straw." Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened raptly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. "Why, 'tis like a ballad," he said. "By the one, we'll have the court part set to music. What a charming boy you must have been." General Symmachus said. Barenziah stopped in some confusion and proceeded. He said, "Well, that I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months." She lowered her gaze in what she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. "He's a very discerning fellow, is our loyal friend Symmachus. I know I have been a very foolish girl, Excellency. I must crave your pardon, and that of my guardians. I realized that some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. But I don't want to return to Darkmoor now, Excellency. I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country." "Our dear child, you shall go home. We promise you, but we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and solemn task with which we shall charge you." Barenziah gazed at him earnestly, heart beating fast. It was all working just as Symmachus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude toward him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. "I am honored, Excellency, and wish most earnestly to serve you in this great empire you have built in a way I can." It was the politic thing to say. It just seems so weird. Okay. To be sure, but Barenziah really meant it. She was awed at the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order evident everywhere, and moreover was excited at the prospect of being a part of it all, and she felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. After a few days, Symmachus left for Mournhold to take up the duties of a governor until Berengaria was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Berengaria, with Drelian as chaperone, took up residence in a suite of rooms in the imperial palace. Several tutors were provided her in all the fields deemed seemly for queenly education. During this time, she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. On occasion, she met with Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly and politely inquire as to her progress and chide her, although with a smile, for her disinterest at matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer points of magic, and he could make even history and politics seem interesting. "They're people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume," he said. As their understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct, but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. "Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folk of goodwill," he said. "So the one teaches us, we must unite against the malicious and the brutish, the miscreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and not strive against one another." Dang! Tiber Septim hates orcs! Bruh! They're people! Not the Orcimer. His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dream, and Berengaria was delighted just to sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were a smoldering blaze. If their hands met, she would tingle all over as if his body were charged with a shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that. It's just, you're so beautiful, dear. So very beautiful." He was looking at her with hopeless yearning in his generous eyes. Hold up, who's this? Yeah, okay, that's turned away, tears streaming down her face. "Are you angry with us? Please, speak to us, please." Berengaria shook her head. "I can never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. We have a consort," he said. "She is a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We could never put her aside. Yet there's nothing between us and her, no sharing of the spirit. She would have us be other than what we are. We are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel, and Berengaria, I think I am the most lonely as well." He stood up suddenly. "Power," he said with sublime contempt. "I'll trade a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods would only sanction it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known." He shook his head vehemently. "Today, perhaps. And I am less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful." "If I can ease your pain, let me." Berengaria moved toward him, hand outstretched. "No. I will not take your innocence from you." "I'm not innocent." "How so?" The Emperor's voice suddenly grated harshly, his brows knitted. Berengaria's mouth went dry. What had she just said? But she couldn't turn back now. He would know. There was straw, she faltered. I was lonely too. Am lonely. And not so strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. "I guess I'm not worthy, Excellency." No, not so, Berengaria. My Berengaria. Cannot last for long. You have a duty toward Mournhold and a duty toward the Empire. I must tend toward mine as well. But while we may share... Shall we share what we have, what we can, and pray the one forgives us our frailty? Tiber Septim held out his arms, and wordlessly willingly, Berengaria stepped into his embrace. I need to take a drink. Jeez. I mean, we know that, like, Tiber Septim has had... Even Martin is, like, a bastard child. "You caper on the edge of a volcano, child," Drelian admonished as Berengaria admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. "Damn. How so?" "Make one another happy. We harm no one. Symmachus bade me to be discriminating and discreet. Who better could I choose? We've been most discreet. He treats me like a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made through a secret passage that only few in the palace were privy to, himself and a handful of trusted bodyguards. He slavers over you like a courier's supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son toward you?" Berengaria shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she received no more from his family than bare civility. Threadbare civility. What matter? Is it Tiber who holds power? But it is son who holds the future. Do not put his mother up to public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest even in conversation at dinner? Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, it is true, but her children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim is not long to live. I mean, Julian amended quickly at Baronzia's scowl. Humans are all short-lived, ephemeral, as we of the elder races say. They come and go as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend to this family if you would see a lasting profit from your relationship. Ah, but how can I make you see truly, you who are so young and human-bred as well? If you take heed and wisely, you and Mournhold are like to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, and just as you have witnessed its rise. It is the way of human history. Excuse me. They ebb and flow like the inconstant tides. Their cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. We are as a year to their hour, a decade to their day. I forgot, this is Tiber Septim the First. Which means, yes, this is very beginning of Third Era. Okay. Baronzia just laughed. She knew that rumors abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention, for all save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love. And if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember. Each of her days filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights were even better. Ooh. What is wrong with me, Baronzia lamented. Look not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waistline? Am I getting fat? Baronzia regarded her thin arms and legs and her undeniably thickened waist in the mirror with displeasure. Julian shrugged. You appear to be with child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you to early fertility. I see no choice but for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold if he would agree to it and bear the child there. Alone? Baronzia placed her hand out on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the fruit of her love with her lover. He'll never agree to that. He won't be parted from me now. You'll see. Julian shook her head. Although she said no more, a look of sympathy in sorrow replaced her usual cool scorn. That night, Baronzia told Tiber Septim when he came to her for the usual assignation. With child, he looked shocked. No, stunned. You're sure of it? But I was told elves do not bear at so young an age. Baronzia forced a smile. How can I be sure? I shall have my healer fetched. The healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed that Baronzia was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to his excellency's potency, the healer said in sycophantic tones. Tiber Septim roared at him. This must not be, he said. Undo it! We command you! Sir, the healer gasped at him. I cannot. I may not. Of course you can, the incompetent dullard, the Emperor snapped. It is our express wish that you do so. Baronzia, till then silent, wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. No, she screamed. No, what are you saying? Child, Tiber Septim sat back down beside her, face wearing one of his winning smiles. I am so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that. The child I bear is yours, she wailed. No, it is now but a possibility, a might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so. I forbid it. He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. Sire, it is her child. Children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and this is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none, even, and some only 1. If I take this one from her, sire, she may never conceive again. You promised that she would not bear to us. We've little faith in your prognostications. Baronzia scrambled naked from the bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not say. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. She awoke to pain and a feeling of emptiness, a void where something used to be, something that used to be alive, but now was dead and gone forever. Drellian was there to soothe the pain and clean up the blood that still pooled at times between her legs, but there was nothing to fill the emptiness, there was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers and came on short visits, always well attended. Baronzia received these visits with pleasure at first, but Tiber Septim came no more at night. After some time, nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed, and when she was completely physically recovered, Drellian informed her that Symmachus had wrote to request she come to Mournhold earlier than planned. It was announced that she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue, an extensive trousseau befitting a queen, and an elaborate, impressive ceremony and departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some people were sorry to see her leave and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations, but some others were not and did not. Okay, that was The Real Baronzia Book 3, Volume 3. I will be right back. Okay, we are back onto The Real Baronzia Volume 4. Real Baron Zaya, Part 4. Everything I've ever loved, I have lost, Baron Zaya thought despondently, looking at the mounted knights behind and ahead, her tire woman near her in a carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power and the promise of more to come. Dearly have I bought it. Now I do understand better Tiber Septim's love of it. If he has often paid such prices, for surely worth is measured by the price we pay. By her wish, she rode on a shiny roan mare, clad as a warrior in resplendent chainmail of dark elven make. As the days slowly slipped by and her train rode the winding road eastward into the setting sun, around her gradually rose the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chill late autumn wind blew constantly, but it was also rich with the sweet, spicy smell of the late-blooming black rose, which was native to Morrowind and grew in every shadowy nook and crevice of its highlands, finding nourishment even in the stoniest banks and ridges. In small villages and towns, ragged dark elven folk gathered along the road to cry her name or simply gape. Most of her nightly escort were red guards, with a few high elves, Nords, and Bretons. Interesting. Why? Okay. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, they grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together in protective clusters. Even the elven knights seemed wary, but Baron Zaya felt at home, at last. She felt the welcome extended to her by the land, her land. Symmachus met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were dark elven, in imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade for entry into the city and speeches of welcome from stately dignitaries. I've had the Queen's suite refurbished for you, the general told her later when they reached the palace, but you may change anything not to your taste, of course. He went on about the details of the coronation, which were to be held in a week. He was his old commanding self, but she sensed something else as well. He was eager for her approval of the arrangements, was in fact fishing for it. That was new. He had never required her commendation before. He asked her nothing about the stay in the Imperial City, or of her affair with Tiber Septim, although Baron Zaya was certain Darling had told him, or earlier written him, everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new, parts of it from the ancient Dark Elven tradition of Mournhold, the others dictated by Imperial decree. She was sworn to the service of the Empire in Tiber Septim as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. She accepted oaths of fealty and allegiance from the people, the nobility, and the council. This last was composed of a blend of imperial emissaries, advisors they were called, and native representatives of the Mournhold people, who were mostly elders in accordance with elven custom. Baron Zaya later found that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile these two factions and their cronies. The elders were expected to do most of the conciliating in light of reformations introduced by the Empire pertaining to land ownership and service farming, but most of these went clean against Dark Elven observances. Tiber Septim, in the name of the One, had ordained a new tradition, and apparently even the gods and goddesses themselves were expected to obey. The new queen threw herself into her work and her studies. She was through with love and men for a long, long time, if not forever. There were other pleasures she discovered, as Symmachus had promised her long ago, those of the mind and those of power. She developed, surprisingly, for she had always rebelled against her tutors at the Imperial City, a deep love for Dark Elven history and mythology, a hunger to know more fully the people from whom she had sprung. She was gratified to learn that they had been proud warriors and skilled craftsmen and cunning mages since time immemorial. The Tiber Septim lived for another half-century, during which she saw him on several occasions, and she was bidden to the Imperial City on one reason of state or another. He greeted her with warmth during these visits, and they even had long talks together about events in the Empire when opportunity would permit. He seemed to have quite forgotten that there had ever been anything between them more than easy friendship and a official political alliance. He changed a little as the years passed. Rumor had it that his mages had developed spells to extend his vitality, and even the one had granted him immortality. Then one day a messenger came with news that Tiber Septim was dead, and his grandson Pelagius was now emperor in his place. They had heard the news in private, she and Symmachus, the sometime imperial general and now her trusted prime minister took it stoically, as he took most everything. Somehow it doesn't seem possible, Baron Zaya said. I told you. Aye, it's the way of humans. They are a short-lived people. It doesn't really matter. His power lives on, and his son now wields it. You called him your friend once. Do you feel nothing? No grief? He shrugged. There was a time when you called him somewhat more. What do you feel, Baron Zaya? That was long ago. They had long ago ceased to address each other in private by their formal titles. Emptiness. Loneliness, she said. Then she too shrugged. But that's not new. I know, he said softly, taking her hand. Baronzaya. He turned her face up and kissed her. The act filled her with astonishment. She couldn't remember his ever touching her before. She never thought of him in that way, and yet, undeniably, an old familiar warmth spread through her. She had forgotten how good it felt, that warmth. Not the scorching heat she felt with Tiber Septim, but the comforting, robust odor she somehow associated with Straw. Straw, the poor fellow. She hadn't thought of him in so long. He'd be middle-aged now if he were still alive, probably with a dozen children, she thought affectionately, and a hearty wife who hopefully could talk for two. Marry me, Baronzaya, Symmachus was saying. He seemed to have picked up her thoughts on marriage, children, wives. I've worked and toiled and waited long enough, haven't I? Marriage. Peasant with peasant dreams. The thought appeared in her mind, clear and unbidden. Hadn't she used those very same words to describe Straw so very long ago? And yet, why not? As Symmachus, who else? Many of the great noble families of Morrowind had been wiped out in the Tiber Septim's Great War of Unification before the treaty. Dark Elven rule had been restored, it was true, but not the old, not the true nobility. Most of them were upstarts like Symmachus, not even half as good or deserving as he was. He had fought to keep Mournhold whole and hail when their so-called counselors would have picked at its bones, stuck them dry as Ebonheart had been sucked dry. He'd fought for Mournhold, fought for her, while she and the kingdom grew and thrived. She felt a sudden rush of gratitude and undeniably affection. He was steady and reliable, and he'd served her well, and loved her well. Why not, she said smiling, and took his hand, and kissed him. The union was a good one, in its political as well as personal aspects. While Tiber Septim's grandson, the Emperor Pelagius I, viewed her with a jaundiced eye, his trust in her father's old friend was absolute. Symmachus, however, was still viewed with suspicion by Morrowind's stiff-necked folk, chary at his peasant ancestry and his close ties to the Empire. But the queen was quite unshakably popular. The Lady Baronzaya is one of her own, it was whispered, held captive as we. Baronzaya felt content. There was work, and there was pleasure, and what more could one ask of life? The years passed swiftly, with crises to be dealt with, and storms and famines, and failures to be weathered, and plots to be foiled, and conspirators to be executed. Mournhold prospered steadily, her people were secure and fed, her mines and farms productive. All was well, save that the royal marriage had produced no children, no heirs. Elven children are slow to come, and most demanding of their welcome. Noble children more so than others. Thus many decades had come to pass before they grew concerned. The fault lies with me, Symmachus. I'm damaged goods, Baronzaya said bitterly. If you want to take another, I want no other, Symmachus said gently. Nor do I know for certain that the fault is yours. Perhaps it is mine. Aye, whichever. We will seek a cure. If there is damage, surely it may be repaired. How so? When we dare not entrust anyone with the true story. Healers' oaths do not always hold. It won't matter if we change the time and circumstances a bit. Whatever we say or fail to say, Geoffrey the storyteller never rests. The god's inventive mind and quick tongue are ever busy spreading gossip and rumor. Priests and healers and mages came and went, but all their prayers and potions and filters produced not even a promise of bloom, let alone a single fruit. Eventually, they thrust it from their minds and left it in the god's hands. They were yet young, as elves went, with centuries ahead of them. There was time. With elves, there was always time. Baronzaya sat at dinner in the great hall, pushing food on a plate, feeling bored and restless. Symmachus was away, having been summoned to the imperial city by Tiber Septim's great-great-grandson, Uriel Septim. With his great-great-great-grandson. He lost count, she realized. Their faces seemed to blur one into the next. Perhaps she should have gone with them, but there'd been delegation from Tyr on a tiresome matter that nevertheless required delicate handling. Bard was singing in an alcove off the hall, but Baronzaya wasn't listening. Nearly all the songs seemed the same to her, whether new or old. Then a turn of phrase caught her attention. He was singing of freedom, of adventure, of freeing Morrowind from its chains. How dare he? Baronzaya sat up straight and turned to glare at him. Worse, she realized he was singing of some ancient and now immaterial war with the Skyrim Nords, praising the heroism of Kings Edward and Morlin and their brave companions. The tale was old enough, certainly, yet the song was new, and its meaning, Baronzaya couldn't be sure. A bold fellow, this bard, but with a strong, passionate voice and a good ear for music, rather handsome too, in a raffish sort of way. He didn't look to be well off exactly, nor was he all that young. Certainly he couldn't be under a century of age. Why hadn't she heard of him before? Or at least heard of him. Who is he? She inquired with a lady-in-waiting. The one shrugged and said, calls himself the Nightingale, milady. No one seems to know anything about him. Bid him speak with me when he has done. Oh. The man called Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honor of the queen's audience and the fat purse she handed him. His manner wasn't bold at all, she decided, rather quiet and unassuming. He was quick enough with gossip about others, but she learned nothing about him. He turned all questions away with a joking riposte or ribald tale. Yet these were recounted so charmingly it was impossible to take offense. My true name, milady, I am no one. No, my parents named me No One, or is it Nobody? What matters it? It matters not. I love the puns. How may parents give name to that which they know not? Ah, I believe there was the name. No, not. I have been Nightingale for so long I do not remember. Oh, last month at the very least. Or was it last week? Only memory goes into song and tale, you see, milady. I've never left for myself. I'm really quite dull. Where was I born? Why, nowhere. I plan to settle in, Dunromain when I get there, but I'm in no hurry. Dunroman. I see, and where will you then marry? And will you then marry a Tulshire? Tulshire? I don't know. Oh, I don't get that one. Very perceptive of you, milady. Perhaps. A tall at. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Although I find In Haste quite charming too at whiles. Okay, that one I get. Are you fickle then? Like the wind, milady. I blow hither and yon, hot and cold, as chance suits. Chance is my suit. Naught else wears well on me. Baron's eye smiled. Stay with us a while, then, if you will, my lord, Haddock. As you wish, milady bright. After that brief exchange, Baron's eye found her interest in life somehow rekindled. All that seemed stale became fresh and new again. She greeted each day with zest, looking forward to conversation with the nightingale and the gift of his song. Like other bards, he never sang her praises, nor other women's, but only of high adventure and bold deeds. When she asked him about this, he said, "What greater praise of your beauty could you ask, milady, than that which your own mirror gives you? And if words you have those of the greatest of those greater than my callow self. How should I vie with them, who was born but a week gone by?" For once they were speaking privately. The queen, unable to sleep, had summoned him to her chamber that his music might soothe her. "You are lazy and a coward, Sarah, else I hold no charm for you. Milady, to praise you I must know you. I can never know you. You are wrapped in enigma and clouds of enchantment. Nay, not so. Your words are what weave enchantment, your words and your eyes and your body. Know me if you will, know me if you dare." He came to her then. They lay close, they kissed, they embraced. "Not even Baronziah truly knows Baronziah," he whispered softly. "So how may I? Milady, you seek and know it not, no, nor yet for what? What would you have that you have not?" "Passion," she answered back. "Passion, and children born of it." "And for your children what? What birthright might be theirs?" "Freedom," she said. "The freedom to be what they would be. Tell me, you who seem wisest to these eyes and ears and the soul that knits them, where may I find these things? One lies beside you, the other beneath you. But would you dare stretch out your hand that you might take what could be yours and your children's?" Symmachus. "In my person lies the answer to part of what you seek. The other lies hidden below us, and these your very kingdom's mines, that which will grant us the power to fulfill and achieve our dreams. That which Edward and Morelin between them used to free High Rock and their spirits from the hateful domination of the Nords. If it be properly used, milady, none may stand against it, not even the power the Emperor controls." "Freedom, you say, Baronziah? Freedom, you say? Baronziah, freedom it gives from the chains that bind you. Think on it, milady." He kissed her again, softly, and withdrew. "You're not leaving?" she cried out, her body yearned for him. "For now," he said. "Pleasures of the flesh are nothing beside what we might have together. I would have you think on what I have just said." "I don't need to think. What must we do? What preparations must be made?" "Why, none. The mines may not be entered freely, it is true, but with the queen at my side, who will stand athwart? Once below, I can guide you to where this thing lies and lift it from its resting place." Then the memory of her endless studies slid into place. "The Horn of Summoning," she whispered in awe. "Is it true? Could it be? How do you know?" "I've read that it's buried beneath the measureless caves of Daggerfall. Nay, long have I studied this matter. Ere his death, King Edward gave the horn for safekeeping into the hand of his old friend King Morelin. He, in fact, secreted it here in the Mournhold under the guardianship of the god Effin, whose birthplace in Ballywick this is. Now you know what has cost me many a long year and weary mile to discover. But the god, what of Effin? Trust me, milady heart, all will be well." Laughing softly, he blew her a last kiss, and was gone. On the morrow, they passed the guards at the great portals that led into the mines and further below. Under pretense of her customary tour of inspection, Baronzaya, unattended but for the Nightingale, ventured into the cavern after subterranean cavern. Eventually, they reached what looked like a forgotten sealed doorway, and upon entering, found that it led to an ancient part of the workings long abandoned. The going was treacherous, for some of the old shafts had collapsed, and they had to clear a passage through the rubble or find a way around the more impassable piles. Vicious rats and huge spiders scurried here and there, sometimes even attacking them, but they proved no match for Baronzaya's firebolt spells or the Nightingale's quick dagger. "We have been gone too long," Baronzaya said at length. "They will be looking for us. What will I tell them?" "Whatever you please," Nightingale laughed. "You are the queen, aren't you?" "The Lord Symmachus. That peasant obeys whoever holds power. Always has, always will. We shall hold the power, milady love." His lips were sweetest wine, his touch both fire and ice. "Now," she said, "take me now. I'm ready." Her body seemed to hum, every nerve and muscle taut. "Not yet. Not here. Not like this." He waved around, indicating the aged, rusty debris and grim walls of rock. "Just a little while longer." Reluctantly, Baronzaya nodded her assent. They resumed walking. "Here," he said at last, pausing before a blank barrier. "Here it lies." He scratched a rune in the dust, his other hand weaving a spell as he did so. The wall dissolved. It revealed an entrance to some ancient shrine. In the midst stood a statue of a god, hammer in hand, poised above it an adamantium anvil. Hammerfall? Hammerfell? Oh! Sorry. "By my blood, Eppin," the Nightingale cried. "I bid thee awaken. Morland's heir of Ebonheart am I, last of the royal line, share of thy blood. At Marwyn's last need, with all of elvendom in dread peril of their selves and souls, release to me that guerdon which thou guardst. Now I do bid thee, strike." At his final words, the statue glowed and quickened. The blank stone eyes shone a bright red. The massive head nodded. The hammer smote the anvil, and it split asunder with a thunderous crash, the stone god itself crumbling. Baronzaya clapped her hands over her ears and crouched down, shaking terribly and moaning out loud. The Nightingale strode forward boldly and clasped the thing that lay among the ruins with a roar of ecstasy. He lifted it high. "Someone's coming!" Baronzaya cried in alarm. Then noticed for the first time what it was he was holding aloft. "Wait. That's not the horn, it's a staff." "Indeed, milady, you see truly at last," the Nightingale laughed aloud. "I am sorry, milady sweet, but I must leave you now. Perhaps we shall meet again one day. Until then, Symmachus," he said to the mail-clad figure who had appeared behind them. "She is all yours. You may claim her back." "No!" Baronzaya screamed. She sprang up and ran toward him, but he was gone, blinked out of existence. Just as Symmachus, claymore drawn, reached him, his blade cleaved a single stroke through empty air, then he stood still as if taking the stone god's place. Baronzaya said nothing, heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing. Symmachus told the half-dozen or so elves who had accompanied him that the Night Queen of Baronzaya had lost her way and had been set upon by giant spiders. And then the Nightingale had lost his footing and fallen into a deep crevasse, which closed over him. That his body could not be recovered, that the Queen had been badly shaken by the encounter and deeply mourned the loss of her friend, who had fallen in her defense. Such was Symmachus' presence and power of command that the slack-jawed knights, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse of what happened, were convinced that it was all exactly as he said. The Queen was escorted back to the palace and taken to her chamber, whereupon she dismissed her servants in waiting. She sat still before her mirror for a long time, stunned, too distraught even to weep. Symmachus stood watching over her. "You have any idea at all what you have just done?" he said, finally, flatly, coldly. "You should have told me," Baronzaya whispered. "The Staff of Chaos. I never dreamed it lay here." He said, Amelia escaped her lips and she doubled over in despair. "Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What happens now? What's to become of me? Of us? Did you love him?" Yes. Oh, my Symmachus. The gods have mercy on me, but I did love him. Did, but now, I don't know. I'm not sure. Symmachus' hard-lined face softened slightly, and his eyes glittered with new light, and he sighed. That's something then. You'll become a mother yet, if it's within my power. As for the rest, Baronzaya, my dearest Baronzaya, I expect you have loosed a storm upon this land. It'll be a while yet in the brewing, but when it comes, we'll weather it together, as we always have." He came over her then, stripped her of her clothing, and carried her to the bed. Out of grief and longing, her enfeebled body responded to his brawny one as had never before, pouring forth all that the Nightingale had awakened to life in her, and in doing so, calming the restless ghost of all he had destroyed. She was emptied, and then she was filled, for a child was planted and grew within her, and her son flourished in the womb, so did her feeling toward patient, faithful, devoted Symmachus, which had been rooted in long friendship and unbroken affection. in which now, at last, ripened into the fullness of true love. 8 years later, they were again blessed, this time with a daughter. Directly after the Nightingale's theft of the Staff of Chaos, Symmachus had sent urgent secret communiques to Uriel Septim. He had not gone himself as he would normally have, choosing instead to stay with Baron Zaya during her fertile period to father a son upon her. For this, and for the theft, he severed Uriel Septim's temporary disfavor on just suspicion. Spies were sent in search of the thief, but the Nightingale seemed to have vanished once he had come, wherever that was. Dark elf in part, perhaps, Baron Zaya, but part human too, I think, in disguise. Else would I not have come so quickly to fertility? Part dark elf for sure. And of ancient Rotham lineage at that, else he would not have been able to free the staff. Symmachus reasoned, turned to peer at her fixedly. I don't think he would have lain with you, as an elf he did not dare, for then he would not have been able to part from you, he smiled. Then he turned to see us once more. Aye, he knew the staff lay there, not the horn. Then he must teleport to safety. The staff was not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Praise the gods at least that he does not have that. It seems all was as he expected, but how did he know? I placed the staff there myself, with the aid of the ragtail end of the Rotham clan, who now sits king in Castle Abernhart as a reward. Tiber Septim claimed the horde left the staff for safekeeping, aye. Now the Nightingale can use the staff to sow seeds of strife and dissension wherever he goes, if he wishes. And that alone will not gain him power. That lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so sure it's power the Nightingale seeks, Baron Zaya said. All seek powers, Symmachus said, each in her own way. Not I, she answered. I, my lord, have found that for which I have sought. I think this one's the long one, right? Yeah, 67 pages. Alright. Thankfully, it's the last one. The Real Baron Zaya, Part 5. As Symmachus has predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current Emperor, Uriel Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance, and urging Symmachus to make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate developments to the newly appointed Imperial Battle Mage, Jaegar Tharn, whose hand... Oh, well, we know who that is, in whose hands the matter has been placed. Tharn, Symmachus thundered in disgust and frustration as he placed about the small chamber where Baron Zaya, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely embroidering a baby blanket. Jaegar Tharn, indeed, I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street, not if he were a doddering old blind sot. What have you against him, love? I just don't trust that mongrel elf. Oh, he's an elf? Part dark elf, part high elf, and part the gods only know what. All the worst qualities of all his combined bloods, I'll warrant, he snorted. No one knows much about him. Claims he was born in southern Valenwood, of a wood elf and mother, seems to have been everywhere since. Baron Zaya sunk in the contentment and lassitude of pregnancy, had only been humoring Symmachus so far. Now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him. Something had piqued her interest. Symmachus, could this Jaegar Tharn have been the Nightingale disguised? Symmachus thought this over before replying. Nay, my love. Human blood seems to be the one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. To Symmachus, Baron Zaya knew that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals, but he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. The Nightingales of Ebonheart, of the Rotham clan, House Lalu, the House of Mora in particular, I'll be bound, that house has had human blood in it for some time. Ebonheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the horn of summoning from us. Baron Zaya sighed a little. The rivalry between Ebonheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morrowind's history. Once the two nations had been one, all of the lucrative mines held in fief by the Rothams, whose nobility retained the high kinship of Morrowind, Ebonheart had split into two separate city-states, Ebonheart and Mournhold, when Queen Lane's twin sons, grandsons of the legendary King Morriland, were left as joint heirs. At about the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favor of a temporary war leader to be named by council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind. First among equals was the phrase its rulers often quoted, and claimed that rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morriland himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Effin, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Jaegar Tharn of your suspicion then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter who recovers it, or where it lies? Symmachus stared at her without comprehension.
It matters, he said softly after a while, but I suppose not that much. Aye, he said. Certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to your... He smiled at her wickedly. Embroidery. Baron Zaya flung the sampler at him. It hit Samaka square in the face, needle, thimble, and all. In a few more months, Baron Zaya gave birth to a fine son, whom they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the Staff of Chaos or the Nightingale. If Ebonheart had the staff in its possession, they certainly did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Helseth was 8 years old, Baron Zaya bore a second child, a daughter, Samax's lasting delight. Helseth was his pride. The little Morgaya, named for Samax's mother, held his heart. Sadly, the birth of Morgaya was not the harbinger of better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Samagas felt that the Emperor suspected him having had a hand in the staff's disappearance and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the escalating demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs, and even made up some of the difference from both the royal exchequer and their own private holdings, but the levies multiplied and commoners and nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. I want you to take the children and journey to the Imperial cities, Samakas said at last in desperation one evening after dinner. You must make the Emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be up in revolt come spring. He grinned forcibly. You have a way with men, love. You always did. Baron Zaya forced a smile of her own. Even with you, I take it. Yes, especially with me, he acknowledged amiably. Both children? Baron Zaya looked over toward a corner window where Helseth was strumming a lute and crooning a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15 by then. Morgaya 8. They might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. Perhaps, but that is not your true reason, Baron Zaya took a deep breath and grasped the needle. You don't think you can keep them safe here. If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us, she urged. He took her hands in his. Baron Zaya, my love, heart of my heart. If I leave now, there will be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me. I'll be alright. I can take care of myself. And I can do it better if I'm not worrying about you or the children. Baron Zaya laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than an empty heart. She started to cry, thinking of the Nightingale and that sordid business with the staff. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. Smiled at her tenderly. If so, 'tis not so bad a place to be. His eyes rested indulgently on their children. None of us shall ever go without, or want for anything. Ever. Ever, my love. I promise you. I cost you everything once. Baron Zaya, I and Tiber Septim. I. Without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped its rise. His voice hardened. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that and that my patience is not infinite. Baron Zaya gasped. Samakas was not given to empty threats. She'd no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house wolf lying by the grate would turn on her. How? She demanded breathlessly, but he shook his head. Better that you not know, he said. Just tell him that I told you... Just told him what I told you should prove... Should he prove recalcitrant? Calcitrant? I don't know. Do not fear. He accepted him enough that he will not take it out on the messenger. He smiled grimly. For if he does, if he ever harms the least hair on you, my love, or the children, so help me all the gods of Tamriel, he'll pray that he hadn't been born. I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and I won't rest until the last Septim is dead. The red dark elven eyes of Samakas gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. I plight you that oath, my love, my queen, my Baron Zaya. Baron Zaya held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Baron Zaya stood before... One second, I actually need a drink. Ugh. Baron Zaya stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's straits. She waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on this pretext or that. His Majesty is indisposed. An urgent matter demands His Excellency's attention. I am sorry, Your Highness, there must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see. And now it wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not even make the slightest pretense at listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had he dismissed the children. Halsey stood still as a carven image, but little Morgaya had begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodgings, the Mournholdian ambassador to the Imperial City demanded entry, bringing with him a sheaf of dispatches from Symmachus. Bad news and plenty of it. The revolt had finally begun. Peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of Mournhold's minor nobility and were demanding Symmachus step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retainers of Barenziah's house for generations stood between Symmachus and the rabble. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently Symmachus was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Barenziah to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case, she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to tell her that it was safe to go back home with the children. She had tried to barge her way through the Imperial bureaucracy with little success, and to add to her growing panic, all news from Mournhold had come to a sudden stop. Tottering between rage at the Emperor's numerous major domos and fear of the fate awaiting her and her family, the weeks had passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day, the Mournholdian ambassador came calling to tell her that she should expect news from Symmachus the following night at the latest, not through the regular channels, but by Nighthawk. Seemingly by the same stroke of luck, she was informed that the same day by a clerk from the Imperial Court that Uriel Septim had finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber with a too bright smile of welcome that nonetheless didn't reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he had gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real yet somehow inappropriate. Barenziah had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now and had developed the skill of reading their expressions and movements that was far beyond what any human could ever perceive. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes and something else. Regret? Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? Why look at her with such a vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humans were notoriously, though predictably, inconstant. After that one long burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission, and the violence had erupted in Mournhold. He sat still as stone throughout her entire account. Puzzled at his inertia, and vexed no end, Barenziah stared into the pale, set face, looking for some trace of the Septims she'd known in the past. She didn't know Uriel Septim well, having met him once when he was still a child, and then again at his coronation 20 years later. Twice. That was all. He'd been a stern and dignified presence at the ceremony, even as a young adult, yet not icily remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet somehow something about him was familiar to her. More familiar than it should be, some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly she felt very hot, as if lava had been poured all over her. Illusion! She had studied the arts of illusion well, since Nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face. Illusion. But why? Her mind worked furiously even as her mouth went on reciting details about Mournhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were oft as ashamed at the signs of aging as elves were proud to exhibit them, yet the face Uriel Septim wore seemed consistent with his age. Barenziah dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magicka, if not actually shielding themselves from its effect, than their own halls. The use of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath as surely as drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly she was brought to mind of the Nightingale, and then he was sitting before her. The illusion had changed, and it was Uriel Septim. He looked sad, trapped. Then the vision faded once more, and another man sat in his place, unlike the Nightingale, and yet unalike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven ears, and about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy, a horrible destructive shimmer. This man was capable of anything. And then once again she was looking into the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness, but if she had been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mournhold's ills, as it was quite plainly getting her nowhere, and switch back to a pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. Do you remember, sire, Symmachus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation? You're no older than tiny Morgai here. You're greatly honored to be the only guest that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah, yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously, very cautiously. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, Your Majesty. I was told he died not long after. A great pity. Indeed. I still do not like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker, if it had been possible. As for your request, milady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Barenziah bowed as to the children. A nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, although young Uriel had insisted a place to be set for Justin at every meal. Not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl. Symmachus had kept up the joke long after she had gone the way of imaginary childhood friends, inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, being responded to in as mock serious a fashion. The last Baron Zaya had heard of Justin several years ago, the Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Symmachus that she had met an adventurous, though incorrigible Khajiit youth, married him, and settled down in Lilendril to raise fire ferns and mugworts. The man sitting on the Emperor's divan was not Ariel Septim, the Nightingale. Could it be? Yes. Yes. A chord of recognition rang through, and Baron's Eye knew she was right. It was him. It was the Nightingale, masquerading as the Emperor. Symmachus had been wrong, so wrong. What now? She wondered frantically. What had become of Ariel Septim? And more to that point, what did it mean for her and Symmachus and all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Baron's Eye guessed that their troubles were due to this false Emperor. This Nightingale spawned Glamour, or whatever he really was. He must have taken Ariel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands on Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long, as humans reckon time, long after her disproved liaison with Tiber Septim. Nightingale knew of Symmachus' famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septim House, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in terrible danger. Excuse me. She and the children were in his power here in the Imperial City, and Symmachus was left alone to deal with troubles of the Nightingales brewing in Mournhold. What must she do? Prince Aya impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder trying to stay cool, collected her ladies-in-waiting and personal knights escort trailing behind. Finally, they reached their waiting carriage. Even though their suite of rooms was only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances, and for once, Prince Aya was glad of it. The carriage seemed a kind of refuge now, false as she knew the feeling must be. Boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, then pointed toward the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary, and simply inquired if King Edwire of Wayrest of the province of High Rock might be granted an audience with the famed Queen Baron's Eye of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Baron's Eye's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave the city. Certainly she had no inclination toward any dalliance with a dazzled human. She looked up, frowning. One of the guards said, "Milady, the boy says master awaits your reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback surrounded by half a dozen courtiers and cavaliers. Caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Baron's Eye said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight after the dinner hour." King Edwire looked polite and grave, and rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least that was something, she thought, pensively. Baron's Eye stood at the tower window, waiting. She could sense the familiar's nearness. But though the night sky was clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was there, a swift-moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes, and the great Nighthawk finished its descent, wings folding, talons reaching for a thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch, where it waited, panting, as her impatient fingers felt for the message secured in a capsule on one leg. The hawk shrank mightily from the water, till when she was done, then ruffled its feathers and preened, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared its satisfaction at a job well done. Mission accomplished and rest earned, yet beneath it, all was unease. Things were not right, even to its humble avian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the crumpled writing. Not Symmachus' bold hand, Baron's Eye sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly, if disaster it would be. Disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Symmachus and joined the rebels. Symmachus was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Symmachus was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as King of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Symmachus was dead. Baron's Eye and the children had been declared traitors to the Empire and a price set on their heads. Symmachus was dead. So the audience for the Emperor earlier that morning had been nothing but a ruse, a charade. The Emperor must have already known. She was just being strung along, told to stay put, take things easy. Milady Queen, enjoy the Imperial City and the delights it has to offer. Do make your stay as long as you want. Her stay, her detention, her captivity. In all probability, her impending arrest. She had no delusions about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial City ever again. At least, not alive. Symmachus was dead. Milady? Baron's Eye had jumped, startled by the servant's approach. What is it? The Breton is here, milady. King Edwire. The woman added hopefully, noting Baron's Eye's incomprehension. She hesitated. Is there news, milady? She said, nodding toward the hawk. Nothing that will not wait, Baron's Eye said quickly, and her voice seemed to echo in the emptiness that suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside her. Seemed of the bird. She stood up, smoothed her gown, and prepared to attend on her royal visitor. She felt numb as the stone walls around her, numb as the quiescence of the night air, numb as a lifeless corpse. Symmachus was dead. We've been reading for like over 2 hours straight. King Edwire greeted her gravely and courteously, if a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently in his family's legends. Gradually, he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and asked if the outcome had been favorable to Mournhold. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, "Milady, you must believe me. The man who claims himself to be the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but No, Baron said, with sudden decisiveness. You are entirely correct, my Lord King. I know. Edward relaxed in his seat for the first time, eyes suddenly shrewd. You know, you're not just humoring someone whom you might think a madman. I assure you, my lord, I am not. She took a deep breath. And who do you surmise is dissembling as the Emperor? The Imperial Battle Mage, Jaeger Tharn. Ah, my Lord King. Have you perchance heard of someone called the Nightingale? Yes, milady, as a matter of fact, I have. My allies and I believe him to be the one and the same man as the Renegade Tharn. I knew it! Baron's stood up and tried to massacre a people. The Nightingale, Jaeger Tharn. Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever. He had contrived their downfall seamlessly, perfectly. Symmachus, my Symmachus. Edward coughed diffidently. Lady, we need your aid. Baron's smiled grimly at the irony. Oh, I believe I should be the one saying those words, but please go on. Of what assistance might I be, my Lord King? Quickly, the monarch outlined a plot. The mage Rhea Silmain, of late apprentice to the vile Jaeger Tharn, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor. Yet she retained a bit of her powers and could still contact a few of those she had known well on the mortal plane. She had chosen a champion who would undertake to find the Staff of Chaos, which had been hidden by the traitorous sorcerer in an unknown site. This champion was to wield the staff's power to destroy Jaeger Tharn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true emperor being held prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion, while thankfully still alive, now languished in the Imperial dungeons. Tharn's attention must be diverted while the Chosen One gained freedom for with Rhea's spirit's help. Baron Zaya had the false emperor's ear, and seemingly his eyes. Would she prove the necessary distraction? I suppose I could obtain another audience with him, Baron Zaya said carefully, but would that be sufficient? I must tell you that my children and I have just recently been declared traitors to the Empire. In Mournhold, perhaps, milady, in Morrowind, things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. The same administrative morass makes it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor and his ministers, also quite assures that you would never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, milady, in your children's, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As queen and heirs apparent, your persons are considered inviolable. Sacrosanct, in fact. The king grinned. The imperial bureaucracy, milady, is a double-edged claymore. So, at least she and the children were safe for the time being. Then a thought struck her. Lord King, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false emperor's eye, and seemingly at that? Edward looked uncomfortable. It was whispered among the servants that Jaeger Tharn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers. I see. Her thoughts wandered momentarily to the insane romance of hers with the Nightingale. She had been madly in love with him, foolish woman, and the man she had once loved has caused to be killed. To be killed, the man she truly did love. Loved. He's gone now. She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Symmachus was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive and remains. He would always be with her, as would the pain of living the rest of her life without him, the pain of trying to survive each day, each night without his presence, his comfort, his love. The pain of knowing he would never see his children grow into a fine pair of adults, who would never know their father, how brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving, especially little Morgaya. And for all you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does this surprise you? Edwire's words broke into her thoughts. What surprise me? Your likeness in Tharn's room. Oh, her features set imperturbably. Yes and no. Edwire could see from her expression that she wished to change the subject. He turned once again to their plans. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape, milady. Can you gain him a bit more time? You trust me in this, my lord, king. Why? We are desperate, milady. We have no choice, but even if we did, why yes. Yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. The Lord Symmachus is dead. What? Baron's related the recent events quickly and coolly. Milady Queen, but how dreadful. I am so sorry. For the first time, Baron's glacial poise was shaken. In the face of sympathy, she felt her outward calm start to crumble. She gathered her composure and willed herself to the stillness. Under the circumstances, milady, we can hardly ask. Nay, good my lord. Under the circumstances, I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murderer of my children's father. Single tear escaped the fortress of her eyes. She brushed it away impatiently. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphan children as you may. Edward drew himself up. His eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble queen. The gods of our beloved land, indeed Tamriel itself, be my witnesses. His words touched her absurdly, yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart and my soul, good my lord King Edwire. You have mine and my children's everlasting gratitude. She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but sat in a chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing and waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children, not yet. Not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor, as summons arrived at first light. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days, bade them give the servants no trouble, and kissed them goodbye. Morgaya whimpered a bit. She was bored and lonely in the Imperial City. Helseth looked dour but said nothing. He was very like his father. At the Imperial Palace, Barenziah was escorted not into the great audience hall, to a small parlor where the Emperor sat a solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand toward the window. Magnificent view, isn't it? Barenziah stared out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she'd first met Tiber Septim all those years ago. Centuries ago. Tiber Septim. Another man she had loved. What's had she loved? Symmachus, Tiber Septim, and Straw. She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. She never realized it till now, but she had loved Straw, only she had never let him know. She had been so young then. Those had been carefree days, halcyon days. For all this, before him. Not Symmachus, the nightingale. She was shocked in spite of herself. The man could still affect her, even now, even after all that has happened. A strong wave of inchoate emotion swept over her. When she turned back at last, her real septum had vanished, and the nightingale sat in her place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew. Instantly. I wanted to surprise you. You might have at least pretended. Barenziah spread her arms, trying to pacify the maelstrom churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill at pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit, she said icily. I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. She took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you are pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me? Go ahead. I'm in your power, but leave my children alone. No. I don't want that at all, Barenziah. He came near, speaking low in the old caressing voice that sent shivers cascading through her body. Same voice that was doing the same thing to her here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arms. She felt her resolve fading, her disgust at him weakening. You could have taken me with you. Unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power. But now, I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share, mine to give. To you. He once more waved his hand toward the window and the city beyond. All Tamriel is mine to lay at your feet, and that is only the beginning. It's too late. You left me to him. He's dead. The peasant's dead. A scant few years. What do they matter? The children can be adopted by me. And we'll have others together, Barenziah. Oh, and what children they'll be. What things we shall pass on to them. Your beauty and my magic. I have powers you haven't even dreamt of. Not in your most untamed imaginings. He moved to kiss her. She slipped his grasp and turned away. I don't believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Barenziah. Barenziah, my beloved. Tell me. It shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her. The past, the present, the future, still to come. Different times, different lives, different Barenziahs. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Barenziah? For by that choice she would determine the shape of her fate. She made it. She knew. She knew who the real Barenziah was and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps. The nightingale laughed. You want to be courted. And why not? You do it so well. It's been long. Besides, since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, milady Queen Barenziah. Your wish is my command. He took her hand and kissed it. Now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing, and laughing together, while the Empire's business was left to subordinates. I'd like to see the staff, Barenziah said idly one day. I only had a glimpse of it, you'll recall. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, heart's delight, but that would be impossible. You don't trust me, Barenziah pouted. softened her lips when he leaned over for a kiss. Nonsense, love. Of course I do. But it isn't here, he chuckled. In fact, it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. Talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. Ah, you've gained in wisdom since we last met. You inspired my hunger for knowledge somewhat, she stood up. The Staff of Chaos can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without the direct consequences to the land itself. Ah, you impress me, my love. All true. It is not destroyed, and it is not removed from Tamriel, and yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him, and she leaned into his embrace. Here's a greater riddle still, he whispered. How does one make one of two? I can, and will show you. The bodies merged, the limbs tangled together. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart, and he lay dozing, she thought sleepily, 1 of 2, 2 of 1, 3 of 2, 2 of 3. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart, perhaps. She stood up, eyes blazing. She started to smile. The Nightingale kept a journal. He scribbled entries onto it every night after quick reports from underlings. It was locked in a bureau, but the lock was a simple one. She had, after all, been a member of the Thieves Guild in a past life and another life. Another Baron Zaya. One morning, Baron Zaya managed to sneak a quick look at it while he was occupied at his toilet. She discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fanglair. Excuse me. Although its location was given only in the vaguest of terms. Diary was crammed with jotted events and an odd shorthand and was very hard to decipher. All Tamriel, she thought, in his hands, and mine, and more perhaps, and yet. For all his exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been. A vacuum of which he was quite unaware, she thought. One could glimpse it now and then, when his eyes would go blank and hard. And yet, though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness too, and contentment. Peasant dreams, Baron Saya thought. And Straw flashed before her eyes again, looking lost and sad. And Antheris with a feeling she'd smile. Tiber Septim, powerful and lonely. Symmachus, solid. Symmachus did what ought to be done quietly and efficiently. The Nightingale. The Nightingale, a riddle and a certainty, both the darkness and the light. The Nightingale who would rule all and more and spread chaos in the name of order. Baron Zaya got reluctant leave from him to visit her children, and who had yet to be told of their father's death and of the Emperor's offer of protection. She finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgaya clung to her for what seemed like an era, sobbing wretchedly, while Helseth ran off into the garden to be alone, afterward refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Edwire called on her while she was there. She told him what she had discovered so far, explaining that she must remain a while yet, and learn more as she could. The Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Edwire's suspicion, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Baron Zaya even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Edwire publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend the Emperor forgave him. He was afterward invited to dine with them at least once a week. The children liked Edwire, even Helseth, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarreled with both his mother and her lover. Edwire was not happy with the affair either, and the Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Baron Zaya just to nettle the old man. They could not marry, of course, for Uriel Septim was already married. At least not yet. Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but not dared harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One, and had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumors had been circulating by the Nightingale's agents that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tamriel disguised as schools. She'll grow worse in time, Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress and eyeing Baron Zaya's swollen breasts and swelling belly with satisfaction. For their children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? When we married, your child will be my true heir. He didn't want the child. Baron Zaya was sure of that. She was far less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continually now, often violently, usually about Helseth, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, the province farthest from the imperial city. Baron Zaya made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in a smooth, unruffled life, and besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterward. Occasionally, Baron Zaya would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with him, but he would always come back to fetch her back, and she would always let herself be fetched back. It was ineffable, like the rising and setting of Tamriel's twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece, an easy one, since every dark elf knew where the Mount of Dagoth was. When she quarreled with Nightingale, she simply left the city. With Edwire and rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. The Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person. Nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the Imperial City's nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Baron Zaya, as they had so many years ago of Tiber Septims, and were glad to see her go. Wayrest was equally distrustful of her, but Edwire was frantically loved by his preposterous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Baron Zaya and Edwire were married a little after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Edwire doted on her and her children. She in her turn did not love him, but she was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Wayrest was a good place for children to grow up. While they waited and bided their time and prayed for the champion's success in his mission. Baron Zaya could only hope that he wouldn't take very long, whoever this unnamed champion was. She was a dark elf, and she had all the time in the world. All the time. But no more love left to give, and no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left. Nothing but pain and memories, and her children. She only wanted to raise her family, provide them a good life, and be left out of what remained of hers. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life yet, and during it she wanted peace and quiet and serenity of her soul, as well as of her heart. Peasant dreams. That was what she wanted. That was what the real Baron Zaya wanted. That was what the real Baron Zaya was. Peasant dreams, pleasant dreams. Oh! That took forever. What is next after that? Rislav the Righteous. RS. Okay, so R is before T. Only 16 pages. That's... I hate that I say it's only 16 pages. Okay. Rislav the Righteous by Sinjin. Like all true heroes, Rislav Larch had inauspicious beginnings. We are told by chroniclers that the springtide night in the 448th year of the first era, on which he was born, was unseasonably cold, and that his mother, Queen Lenata, died very shortly after setting eyes upon her son. If he were much beloved of his father, King Morris of Skingrad, who already had plenty of heirs, 3 sons and 4 daughters before him, the chroniclers make no mention of it. His existence was also very undistinguished, that we hear virtually nothing of him for the first 20 years of his life. His schooling, we can suppose, was similar to that of any spare prince in the Clovian West, with Aelid tutors to teach him the ways of hunting and battle. Hold up, was he not born in Skyrim? I don't know, with the name like Rislav... Okay, no, he's not... Just his name made me think he was a Nord. Okay, sorry. With Aelid tutors to teach him the ways of hunting and battle. Etiquette, religious instruction, and even basic statecraft were seldom a part of the training of a prince of the Highlands, as it was in the more civilized valley of Nibene. There was a brief reference to him together with his family as part of the Rolls of Honor during the coronation of the Emperor Gorius on the 23rd of Sun's Dawn, First Era, year 461. First Era. The ceremony, of course, held during the time of the Elysian doctrines of Maruk, and so was without entertainment, but the 13-year-old Rislav was still witness to some of the greatest figures of legend. The Beast of Anequina, Darlak Bray, represented his kingdom, giving honor to the Empire. The chieftain of Skyrim, Kiorik the White, and his son Hoag were in attendance, and despite the Empire's intolerance of all elves, Khymer, Induril, Nerevar, and Dwemer Dumak dwarf kings were evidently there as well, diplomatically representing Resdain, all in relative peace. Also mentioned on the rolls was a younger mayor in service to the Imperial Court of Hyrok, who was to have a great history with Rislav, Ryan Dereni. Whether the two young men of about the same age met and conversed is entirely the stuff of historians' fancy. Ryan is spoken of in praising words as a powerful landowner, eventually buying the island of Balfiera in the Iliac Bay and gradually conquering all of Hyrok and large parts of Hammerfell and Skyrim, but Rislav is not heard of again in history books for another 17 years. We can only offer supposition based on the facts that follow. Oh, okay, so Balfiera is in the Iliac Bay. Who went to there? I forget. We just heard about that in one of the books. Oh well. Oh, that was probably Valerian? Children of kings are, of course, married to the children of other kings to bind alliances. The kingdoms of Skingrad and Kvatch skirmished over common territory throughout the 15th century, until they reached a peace in the year 472. The details of this accord are not recorded, but since we know that Prince Vrislav was in the court of Kvatch 6 years later, as husband to Beline, the daughter of King Justinius, it is fair to make an educated guess that they were married to then make peace. This brings us to the year 478, when a great plague swept through all of Cyrodiil and seemed particularly concentrated in the independent Colovian West. Among the victims were King Maurus and the rest of the entire royal family in Skingrad. Rislav's only surviving older brother, Dorald, survived, being in the imperial city as a priest of Morok. He returned to his homeland to assume the throne. Of Dorand, we have some history. The king's second son, he was slightly simple-minded and evidently very pious. All the chroniclers spoke of his sweetness and decency, how he saw a vision in his early years that brought him, with his father's blessing, from Skingrad to the imperial city and the priesthood. The priesthood of Morok, of course, saw no difference between spiritual and political matters. It was the religion of the Elysian Empire, and it taught that to resist the emperor was to resist the gods. Given that, it was scarcely a surprise that Thorold did when he became king of the independent kingdoms of Skingrad. His first edict on his very first day was to cede the kingdom to the empire. Reaction throughout the Clovian estates was shock and outrage, nowhere more so than in the court of Kvatch. Rislav Lorich, who we are told, rode forth to his brother's kingdom, together with his wife and 24 of his father-in-law's cavalry. Surely not an impressive army, no matter how the chroniclers embellish it, but they had little trouble defeating all the guards Thorold sent to stop them. In truth, there was no actual battling, for the soldiers of Skingrad resented the new king's decision to give up their autonomy. The brothers faced one another in the castle courtyard where they had grown up. In typical Clovian fashion, there was no trial, no accusations of treason, no jury, no judge, only an executioner. "Thou art no brother of mine," Rislav Large said, and struck Dorald's head from his shoulders in one blow. He was crowned king of Skingrad, still holding the same bloody axe in his arms. King Rislav had no battle experience beforehand. That was shortly to change. Word spread quickly to the imperial city that Skingrad, once offered, was now being taken back. Gorius was an accomplished warrior even before taking the throne, and the 17 years he had as emperor were scarcely peaceful. Only 8 months before Dorald's assassination and Rislav's ascendancy, Gorius and the Elysian army had faced another of his coronation guests, Kjork the White, on the fields of the Frozen North. The High Chieftain of Skyrim lost his life in the Battle of Sungard. While the Pact of Chieftains was selecting a new leader, Cyrodiil was busily grabbing back the land of southern Skyrim that it had lost. In short, Emperor Gorius knew how to deal with rebellious vassals. The Elysian army poured westward like a flood of death. Throughout the chronicler's phrase, in numbers far exceeding what would be required to conquer Skingrad. Gorius could not have thought actual battle was likely. Rislav, as we had said, had little to no experience at warfare, and only a few days practice at kingcraft. His kingdom and all of Colovian West had just been ravaged by plague. The Elysians anticipated there was a mere show of arms and a surrender. Rislav instead prepared for battle, quickly inspected his troops and drew up plans. The chroniclers, who had heretofore ignored the life of Rislav, now devote verse after verse describing the king's aspect with fetishistic delight. While it may lack literary merit and taste, we are at least given some details at last. Not surprisingly, the king wore the finest armor of his era, as Clovian estates then had the finest leathersmiths, the only type of armor available in all of Tamriel. The king's Libanian mail, boiled in wax for hardness and studded with inch-long spikes, was a rich chestnut red, and wore it over his black tunic but under his black cloak. The statue of Rislav the Righteous, which now stands in Skingrad, is a romanticized version of King, but not inaccurate except in the armor represented. No bard of the Clovian West would have gone to the market so lightly protected. Oh. But it does, as we will see, include the most important accoutrements of Rislav, his trained hawk and his fast horse. The winter rains had washed through the roads to the south, sending much of the west weald spilling into Valenwood. The emperor took the northern route, and King Rislav with a small patrol of guards met him at a low pass on what is now the Gold Road. The Emperor's army, it is said, was so large that the Beast of Erequina could hear its march from hundreds of miles away, and despite himself, the chroniclers say, he quaked in fear. Vrislav, it was said, did not quake. With perfect politeness, he told the Emperor that his party was too large to be accommodated in the tiny kingdom of Skingrad. Next time, Vrislav said, right before you come. The Emperor was, like most Elysian emperors, not a man of great humor, and he thought Vrislav touched by Sheogorath. He ordered his personal guards to arrest the poor madman, but at that moment, the king of Skingrad raised an arm and sent his hawk flying into the sky. It was a signal his army had been waiting for. The Elysian were all within the pass and the range of their arrows. King Vrislav and his guard began riding westward as fast as if they had been kissed by the wild Kinrath, as chroniclers said, but did not dare to look behind him, but his plan went faultlessly. The far eastern end of the pass was sealed by rolling boulders, giving the Elysian no direction to go but westward. Skingrad archers rained arrows down upon the Imperial army from far above on the plateaus, remaining safe from reprisal. The furious Emperor Gorius chased Vrislav from the Weald to the highlands, leaving Skingrad far behind, all the while his army growing steadily smaller and smaller. In the ancient highland forest, the Imperial army met the army of Vrislav's father-in-law, the King of Kvatch. The Elysian army likely still outnumbered their opponents, but they were exhausted, and their morale had been obliterated by the chase amid a sea of arrows. After an hour's battle, they retreated north into what is now the Imperial Reserve, and from there, further north and east, to slip back to nurse their wounds in Pride and Nibene. It was the beginning of the end of the Elysian hegemony. One second. The kings of the Clovian West joined with Kvatch and Skingrad to resist Imperial incursions. The clan Durrani under Rian Rain was inspired to outlaw the religion of the Elysian Reform throughout his lands in High Rock and began pushing it into Imperial territories. New High Chief of Skyrim, Hoag, now called Hoag Merkiller, though sharing the Emperor's official xenophobia, also joined the resistance. Sorry. His heir, King Ysmir Wolfhearth of Atmora, helped continue the struggle upon Hoag's death in battle and also ensured his place in history. Ooh. The heroic king of Skingrad, who faced the Emperor's army virtually alone and triggered its end, justly deserves his sobriquet of Vrislav the Righteous. Alright, that just leaves us with the Wolf Queen. But before we start reading the Wolf Queen, because the Wolf Queen is the last set of... Yeah, this is the last set of biographies, but I will be right back. Alright, we are back. So, while I was eating lunch real quick, I was looking into it. Yeah, the real Variance Eye is the longest we're going to read. Nothing else what is it? There's the 36 Lessons of Vivek, which is also is a little longer or shorter, depending on if you include the 37th and if you're looking at the like uncensored version of Lady Variance-Aya, the real Variance-Aya, and then King Edward, which is in Daggerfall, which that's like double. All right, so on to the Wolf Queen, Volume 1. Wolf Queen, Book 1, by Wewin Jarth, from the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montokai. 3rd era, year 36. In the autumntude of the year, Prince Pelagius, son of Prince Uriel, who is son of the Empress Kintira, who is niece of the great Emperor Tiber Septim, came to the High Rock city-state of Camlorn to pay court to the daughter of King Volstade. Her name was Quintilla, the most beauteous princess in Tamriel, skilled at all the maidenly skills and an accomplished sorceress. 11 years a widower with a young son named Antiochus, Pelagius arrived at court to find that the city-state was being terrorized by a great demon werewolf. Instead of wooing, Pelagius and Quintilla together went out to save the kingdom. With a sword and her sorcery, the beast was slain, and by the powers of mysticism, Quintilla chained the beast's soul to a gem. Pelagius had the gem made into a ring and married her. But it was said that the soul of the wolf stayed with the couple until the birth of their first child. 3rd era, year 80. The ambassador from Solitude has arrived, Your Majesty, whispered the steward Balvis. They're in the middle of dinner, muttered the Emperor weakly. Tell him to wait. No, father, it's important that you see him, said Pelagius, rising. Can't make him wait and then give him bad news. It's undiplomatic. Don't go then, you're much better at diplomacy than I am. We should have all the family here, Emperor Uriel II added, suddenly aware how few people were present at his dinner table. Where's your mother? Sleeping with the Archpriest of Kinrath, Pelagius would have said, but he was, as his father said, diplomatic. Instead he said, at prayer. And your brother and sister? Amiel is in First Hold, meeting with the Archmagister of the Magus Guild. And Galana, though we won't be telling this to the ambassador, of course, is preparing for a wedding to the Duke of Narcissus. Since the ambassador expects her to be marrying his patron, the King of Solitude, instead, we'll tell him that she's at the spa having a cluster of pestilent boils removed. Tell him that, and he won't press too hard for the marriage. Politically expedient though it may be, Pelagius smiled. You know how Cuisinors are about warty woman. But dash it, I feel like I should have some family around, so I don't look like some old fool despised by his nearest and dearest, growled the Emperor, correctly suspecting that this to be the case. About your wife, where's she and the grandchildren? Quintella's in the nursery with Sepphoris and Magnus. Antiochus is probably whoring around the city. I don't know where Potema is, probably at her studies. I thought you didn't like children around. I do during meetings with ambassadors in damp staterooms, said the Emperor. They lend an air of, I don't know, innocence and civility. Ah, should the blasted Emperor, and he said to Balvus. Potema was bored. It was the rainy season in the Imperial Province, wintertide, and the streets and the gardens of the city were all flooded. She could not remember a time when it was not raining. Had it been only days, or had it been weeks or months since the sun shone? There was no judging of time anymore in the constant flickering torchlight of the palace, and as Potema walked through the marble and stone hallways listening to the pelting of the rain, she could think nothing but that she was bored. Estefine, her tutor, would be looking for her now. Ordinarily, she'd not mind studying. Rote memorization came easily to her. She quizzed herself as she walked down through the empty ballroom. When did Orsinium fall? First era 980. He wrote Tamriel Tractates, Cosi. When was Tiber Septim born? Second era, year 288. Who's the current king of Daggerfall? Motrin, son of Gothlir. Who's the current Sylvanar? Varbarathan, son of Varbaril. Who is the warlord of Lilmoth? Trick question. It's a lady. Eoa. What will I get if I'm a good girl and I don't get into any trouble and my tutor says I'm an excellent student? Mother and father will renege on their promise to buy me a Daedric katana of my own, saying they never remembered that promise and it's far too expensive and dangerous for a girl my age. There were voices coming from the Emperor's stateroom, her father, her grandfather, and a man with a strange accent, a Nord. Potema moved a stone she had loosened behind a tapestry and listened in. Be frank with us, your Imperial Majesty, came the Nord's voice. My sire, the King of Solitude, doesn't care if Princess Galana looks like an orc. He wants an alliance with the Imperial family, and you agreed to give him Galana or give back the millions of gold he gave you to quell the Khajiit rebellion in Torval. This is the agreement you swore to honor. I remember no such agreement, came her father's voice. Can you, my liege? There was a mumbling noise that Potema took to be her grandfather, the ancient emperor. Perhaps we should take a walk to the Hall of Records. My mind may be going. The Nord's voice sounded sarcastic. I distinctly remember your seal being placed on the agreement before it was locked away. Of course, I may verily be mistaken. We will send a page to the hall to get the document you refer to, replied her father's voice with the cruel, soothing quality he used whenever he was about to break a promise. Potema knew it well. She replaced the loose stone and hurried out to the ballroom. She knew well how slowly the pages walked, used to running errands for a doddering emperor. She could make it to the Hall of Records in no time at all. The massive ebony door was locked, of course, but she knew what to do. A year ago, she caught her mother's Bosmer maid pilfering some jewelry in exchange for her silence. First, a young woman teach her how to pick locks. Potema pulled 2 pins off her red diamond brooch and slid the first into the first lock, holding her hand steady and memorizing the pattern of tumblers and grooves within the mechanism. Each lock had a geography of its own. Locked to the kitchen larder, 6 free tumblers, a frozen 7th, and a counterbolt. She had broken into that just for fun. If she had been a poisoner, the whole Imperial household would have been dead by now, she thought, smiling. The lock to her brother Antiochus' secret stash of Khajiit pornography, just 2 free tumblers and a pathetic poisoned quill trap easily dismantled with pressure on the counterweight. That had been a profitable score. It was strange that Antiochus, who seemed to have no shame, proved so easy to blackmail. She was, after all, only 12, and the differences between the perversions of the cat people and the perversions of the Cyrodiils seemed pretty academic. Still, Antiochus had to give her the diamond brooch, which she treasured. She had never been caught. Not when she broke into the Archmage's study and stole his oldest spellbook. Not when she broke into the guest room of the King of Ghislaine and stole his crown the morning before Magnus's official welcoming ceremony. It became too easy to torment her family with these little crimes. But here was a document the Emperor wanted for a very important meeting. She would get to it first. But this was the hardest lock she had ever opened. Over and over, she massaged the tumblers, gently pushing aside the forked clamp that snatched at her pins, drumming the counterweights. It took nearly half a minute to break through the door to the Hall of Records where the Elder Scrolls were housed. Documents were well organized by year, province, and kingdom, and it took Potema only a short while to find the promise of marriage between Uriel Septim II, by the grace of the gods, Emperor of the Holy Cyrillic Empire of Tamriel, and his daughter, the Princess Galana, and His Majesty King Mantiarco of Solitude. She grabbed her prize and was out of the hall with the door well locked before the page was even in sight. Back in the ballroom, she loosened the stone and listened eagerly for the conversation within. For a few minutes, three men, the Nord, the Emperor, and her father, just spoke of the weather and some boring diplomatic details. Then there was the sound of the footsteps and the young voiced page. Your Imperial Majesty, I've searched the Hall of Records and cannot find the document you asked for. There, you see, came Potema's father's voice. I told you it didn't exist. But I saw it, the Nord's voice was furious. I was there when my liege and my emperor signed it. I was there. Hope you aren't doubting the word of my father, sovereign emperor of all Tamriel. Not when there's now proof that you must have been mistaken. Blasius' voice was low, dangerous. Of course not, said the Nord, conceding quickly. But what will I tell my king? He is to have no connection with the imperial family and no gold returned to him, as the agreement, as he and I believe the agreement to be. We don't want any bad feelings between the Kingdom of Solitude and us, came the Emperor's voice, rather feeble but clear enough. What if we offered King Mantiarco our granddaughter instead? Potema felt the chill of the room descend on her. The Princess Potema? Is she not too young? Asked Nord. She is 13 years old, said her father. That's old enough to wed. She'd be an ideal mate for your king, said the Emperor. She is, admittedly, from what I see of her, very shy and innocent, but I'm certain she would quickly grasp the ways of court. She is, after all, a septim. I think she would have an excellent Queen of Solitude. Not too exciting, but noble. The granddaughter of the Emperor is not as close as his daughter, said the Nord, rather miserably, but I don't see how we can refuse the offer. I'll send a word to my king. You have her leave, said the Emperor, and Potema heard the sound of the Nord leaving the stateroom. Tears streamed down Potema's eyes. She knew who the King of Solitude was from her studies. Mantiarco, 62 years old and quite fat. She knew how far Solitude was and how cold in the north most climb. Her father and grandfather were abandoning her to the barbaric Nords. The voices in the room continued talking. Well acted, my boy. Now make sure you burn that document, said her father. My prince, asked the page, querulous voice. The agreement between the Emperor and the King of Solitude, you fool. We don't want its existence known. My prince, I told the truth. I couldn't find the document in the Hall of Records. It seems to be missing. By Lorcan, roared the father. Why is everything in this palace always misplaced? Go back to the hall and keep searching until you find it. Potema looked at the document. Millions of gold pieces promised to the Kingdom of Solitude in the event of Princess Galana not marrying the king. She could bring it to her father, and perhaps as a reward he would not marry her to Mantiarco. Or perhaps not. She could blackmail her father and the Emperor with it, and make a tidy sum of money, or she could produce it when she became Queen of Solitude to fill her coffers and buy anything she wanted. More than a danger katana, that's for certain. So many possibilities, Potema thought, and she found herself not bored anymore. I like this so far. Okay. The Wolf Queen, Book 2, by Wogan Jarth. From the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montakai. 3rd era, year 82. A year after the wedding of his 14-year-old granddaughter, the Princess Potema, to King Mantiarco of the Nordic Kingdom of Solitude, the Emperor Uriel Septim II passed on. His son Pelagius Septim II was made emperor, and he faced a greatly depleted treasury thanks to his father's poor management. As the new Queen of Solitude, Potema faced opposition from the Nordic houses, viewed her as an outsider. Mantiarco had been widowed, and his former queen was loved. She had left him a son, Prince Bathorg. I feel like I know that name. He was 2 years older than his stepmother, and loved her not. But the king loved his queen, and suffered with her through miscarriage after miscarriage until her 29th year when she bore him a son. Hold up, okay, so she 14, 15, he was 62. So then he's 63 plus 15, 78, dang! Okay. Oh, yeah, but that 15-year difference from here to there. Okay, yep. 3rd era, year 97. You must do something to help the pain, Potema cried, baring her teeth. The healer, Klamath, immediately thought of a she-wolf in labor, but he put the image from his mind. Her enemies called her the Wolf Queen for certs, but not because of any physical resemblance. Majesty, there is no injury for me to heal. Your pain you feel is natural and helpful for the birth. He was going to add more words of consolation, but he had to break off to duck the mirror she flung at him. I'm not a pig-nosed peasant girl, she snarled. I am the Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor. Summon the Daedra. Trade the soul of every last subject of mine for a little comfort. My lady, said the healer nervously, drawing the curtains and blotting out the cold morning sun. It's not wise to make such offers, even in jest. The eyes of Oblivion are forever watching for just such a rash interjection. What do you know of Oblivion, healer? She growled, but her voice was calmer, quieter, the bandit relaxed. Would you fetch me that mirror I hurled at you? Are you going to throw it again, your majesty? Said the healer with a taut smile, obeying her. Very likely, she said, looking at her reflection. And next time I won't miss. But I do look a fright. Is Lord Vulcan still waiting for me in the hall? Yes, your majesty. Well, tell him I just need to fix my hair and I'll be with him. And leave us. I'll haul for you when the pain returns. Yes, your majesty. A few minutes later, Lord Vulcan was shown into the chamber. He was an enormous bald man whose friends and enemies called Mount Vulcan, and when he spoke it was with the low grumble of thunder. The queen was one of the very few people Vulcan knew who was not the least bit intimidated by him, and he offered her a smile. My queen, how are you feeling? He asked. Dan, but you look like springtime had come to Mount Vulcan. I take it from your merry disposition you've been made a war chief. Only temporarily, while your husband, the king, investigates whether there's evidence behind the rumors of treason on the part of my predecessor, Lord Thone. If you've planted it as I've instructed, he'll find it, Potema smiled, propping herself up in the bed. Tell me, is Prince Bathorg still in the city? What a question, your highness, laughed the mountain. It's a tournament of stamina today. You know the prince would never miss that. The fellow invents new strategies of self-defense every year to show off during the games. Didn't you recall last year when he entered the ring unarmored, and after 20 minutes of fending off 6 bladesmen, left the games without a scratch? He dedicated that bout to his late mother, Queen Amadetha. Yes, I recall. He's no friend of me or you, your highness, but you must give the man his due respect. He moves like lightning. You wouldn't think it of him, but he always seems to use his awkwardness to his advantage, to throw his opponents off. Some say he learned the style from the orcs to the south, and they say he learned from them how to anticipate a foe's attack by some sort of supernatural power. There's something supernatural about it, said the queen quietly. He gets it from his father. Mantiarco never moved like that, Vulcan chuckled. Never said he did, said Potema, her eyes closed and her teeth gritted together. The pain's returning. You must fetch the healer, but first, I must ask you one other thing. Has the new summer palace construction begun? I think so, your highness. Do not think, she cried, gripping the sheets, biting her lips as a stream of blood dripped down her chin. Do! Make certain that the construction begins at once. Today, your future, my future, and the future of this child depend on it. Go! 4 hours later, King Mantiarco entered the room to see his son. His queen smiled weakly as he gave her a kiss on the forehead. When she handed him the child, a tear ran down his face. Another one quickly followed, and another. My lord, she said fondly, I know you're sentimental, but really... It's not only the child, though he is beautiful, with all the fair features of his mother. Mantiarco turned to his wife sadly, his aged features twisted in agony. My dear wife, there's trouble in the palace. Truth, this bristle is the only thing that keeps this day from being the darkest in my reign. What is it? Something at the tournament? Potema pulled herself up to bed? Something with, Bathorg? No, it isn't the tournament, but it does relate to Bathorg. Shouldn't worry you at a time like this. Need your rest. My husband, tell me. I wanted to surprise you with a gift after the birth of our child, so I had the old summer place completely renovated. It's a beautiful place, at least it was. I thought you might like it. Truth to tell, it was Lord Vulcan idea. It used to be Amadetha's favorite place, bitterness crept into the king's voice. Now I've learned why. What have you learned? Asked Potema, quietly. Amadetha deceived me there with my trusted war chief, Lord Thone. There were letters between them, the most perverse things you've ever read. And that's not the worst of it. No? Dates on the letters correspond with the times of Bathorg's birth, the boy I raised and loved as a son. Mantiarco's voice choked up on emotion. He was Thone's child, not mine. My darling, said Potema, almost feeling sorry for the old man. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he heaved his sobs down on her and their child. Henceforth he said quietly, Bathorg is no longer my heir. He will be banished from the kingdom. This child you have borne me today will grow to rule solitude. Perhaps more, said Potema. He is the Emperor's grandson as well. We will name him Mantiarco II. My darling, I would love that, said Potema, kissing the king's tear-streaked face, but may I suggest Uriel, after my grandfather the Emperor, who brought us together in marriage. Ken Mantiarco smiled at his wife and nodded his head. There was a knock at the door. My liege, said Mount Vulcan. His Highness Prince Bathorg has finished the tournament and waits you to present his award. He has successfully withstood attacks by 9 archers and the giant scorpion we brought in from Hammerfell. The crowd is roaring his name. They are calling him the man who cannot be hit. I will see him, said King Mantiarco sadly, and left the chamber. Oh, he will be hit all right, said Potema wearily. But it does take some doing. Alright. On to The Wolf Queen, Book 3. Third Era, year 98. The Emperor Pelagius II died a few weeks before the end of the year. On the 5th of evening starting the Festival of North Wind's Prayer, which was considered a bad omen for the Empire. He had ruled over a difficult 17 years. In order to fill the bankrupt treasury, Pelagius had dismissed the Elder Council, forcing them to buy back their positions. Several good but poor counselors had been lost. Many say the Emperor had died as a result of being poisoned by a vengeful former council member. His children came to attend his funeral and the coronation of the next emperor. His youngest son, Prince Magnus, 19 years of age, arrived from Almalexia, where he had been a counselor to the royal court. 21-year-old Prince Sepphoris told him, didn't they? So it's Almalexia, but they also referred to it as Mournhold. I'll figure it out. 21-year-old Prince Sepphoris arrived from Ghislaine with his Redguard bride, Queen Bianchi. Prince Antiochus, at 43 years of age, the eldest son and heir presumptive, had been with his father in the imperial city. Last to appear was his only daughter, Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. 30 years old and radiantly beautiful, she arrived with a magnificent entourage, accompanied by her husband, the elderly King Mantiarco, and her year-old son, Uriel. All expected Antiochus to assume the throne of the empire, but no one knew what to expect from the Wolf Queen. Third Era, year 99. 1 second. Lord Vulcan has been bringing several men to your sister's bedchambers late at night every night this week, offered the Spymaster. Perhaps her husband were made aware. My sister is a devotee of the conqueror gods Riemann and Talos, not the love goddess Dibella. She's plotting with those men, not having orgies with them. I'd wager I slept with more men than she has, laughed Antiochus, and then grew serious. She's behind the delay of the council offering me the crown, I know it. 6 weeks now. Say they need to update records and prepare for the coronation. I'm the emperor. Crown me, into oblivion with the formalities. Your sister is surely no friend of yours, Your Majesty, but there are other factors at play. Do not forget how your father treated the council. Say who need following, and if need be, strong convincing. The Spymaster added with a suggestive stab of his dagger. Do so, but keep your eye on the damnable Wolfgang as well. You know where to find me. At which brothel, Your Highness? Inquired the Spymaster. Today being Freitas, I'll be at the Cat and Goblin. The Spymaster noted in his report that night that Queen Potema had no visitors, for she was standing across the Imperial Garden at the Blue Palace with her mother, the Dowager Empress Quintilla. It was a warm night for wintertide and surprisingly cloudless, though the day had been stormy. Saturated ground could not take any more, so the formal, structured gardens look as if they had been glazed with water. Two women took their wine to the wide balcony to look over the grounds. I believe you were trying to sabotage your half-brother's coronation, said Quintilla, now looking at her daughter. Potema saw how the years had not been so much wrinkled her mother as faded her, like the sun on a stone. It's not true, said Potema. But would it bother you very much if it were true? Antiochus is not my son. He was 11 years old when I married your father, and we've never been close. I think that being heir presumptive has stunted his growth. He is old enough to have a family with grown children, yet he spends all his time at debauchery and fornication. He will not make a very good emperor, Quintilla sighed, and then turned to Potema. But is it bad for the family for seeds of discontent to be sown? It is easy to divide up into factions, but very difficult to unite again. I fear for the future of the empire. Those sound like the words. Are you, by any chance, dying, mother? I've read the omens, said Quintilla with a faint, ironic smile. Don't forget, I was a renowned sorceress in Camlorn. I will be dead in a few months' time, and then, not a year later, your husband will die. I only regret that I will not live to see your child Uriel assume the throne of Solitude. Have you seen whether... Potema stopped, not wanting to reveal too many of her plans, even to a dying woman. Whether he will be emperor? Aye. I know the answer to that too, daughter. Don't fear. You'll live to see the answer, one way or the other. I have a gift for him when he is of age. The Dowager Empress removed a necklace with a single great yellow gem from around her neck. It's a soul gem, infused with the spirit of a great werewolf your father and I defeated in battle 36 years ago. I've enchanted it with the spells from the School of Illusion, so its wearer may charm whoever he chooses. An important skill for a king. And an emperor, said Potema, taking the necklace. Thank you, mother. An hour later, passing the black branches of the sculpted duad shrubs, Potema noticed a dark figure which vanished into the shadows under the eaves of her approach. She had noticed people following her before. It was one of the hazards of life in the imperial court. This man was too close to her chambers. She slipped the necklace around her neck. About where I can see you, she commanded. The man emerged from the shadows, a dark little fellow of middle age, dressed in black-dyed goat skin. His eyes were fixed, frozen under her spell. Who do you work for? Prince Antiochus, my master, he said in a dead voice. I'm his spy. A plan formed. Is Prince in a study? No, milady. And you have access? Yes, milady. Potema smiled widely. She had him. Lead the way. The next morning, the storm reappeared in all its fury. The building on the walls and ceiling was agony to Antiochus, who was discovering that he no longer had his youthful immunity to a late night of hard drinking. He shoved hard against the Argonian once sharing his bed. Make yourself useful and close the window, he moaned. No sooner had the window been bolted than there was a knock at the door. It was the Spymaster. He smiled at the prince and handed him a sheet of paper. "What is this?" said Antiochus, squinting his eyes. "I must still be drunk. It looks like Orcish. Think you'll find it useful, your majesty. Your sister is here to see you." Antiochus considered getting dressed or sending his bedmate out, but thought better of it. "Show her in. Let her be scandalized." If Potema was scandalized, she did not show it. Swathed in orange and silver silk, she entered the room with a triumphant smile, followed by the man-mountain Lord Vulcan. "Dear brother, I spoke to my mother last night, and she advised me very wisely. She said I should not battle with you in public for the good of our family and the Empire. Therefore," she said, producing from the folds of her robe a piece of paper, "I am offering you a choice." "A choice?" said Antiochus, returning a smile. "That does sound friendly." "Abdicate your rights to the imperial throne voluntarily, and there's no need for me to show the council this," Potema said, handing her brother the letter. "It is a letter with your seal on it, saying that you knew that your father was not Pelagius Septim II, but the royal steward, Fondukuth. Now, before you deny writing the letter, you cannot deny the rumors, nor that the Imperial Council will believe that your father, the old fool, is quite capable of being cuckolded. Whether it's true or not, or whether the letter is a forgery or not, the scandal of it would ruin your chances of being the Emperor." Antiochus' face had gone white with fury. "Don't fear, brother," said Potema, taking back the letter from his shaking hands. "I will say to it that you have a very comfortable life, and all the horrors your heart, or any other organ, desires." Suddenly, Antiochus laughed. He looked over at his spy master and winked. "I remember when you broke into my stash of Khajiit erotica and blackmailed me. That was close to 20 years ago. We've got better locks now, and you must have noticed. It must have killed you that you couldn't use your own skills to get what you wanted." Potema merely smiled. It doesn't matter. She had him. "You must have charmed my servant here into getting you into my study to use my seal." Antiochus smirked. "A spell, perhaps, from your mother, the witch?" Potema continued to smile. Her brother was cleverer than she thought. "Did you know that charm spells, even powerful ones, only last so long?" "Of course you didn't. You never were one for magic. Let me tell you. A generous salary is a stronger motivation for keeping a servant in the long run, sister." And Diego took out his own sheet of paper. "I have a choice for you." "What is that?" said Potema, her smile faulting. "It looks like nonsense, but if you know what you're looking for, it's very clever. It's a practice sheet. Your handwriting, it's tempting to look like my handwriting. It's a good gift you have. I wonder if you haven't done this before, imitating another person's handwriting. Understand our letter was found from your husband's dead wife saying that his first son was a bastard. I wonder if you wrote that letter. I wonder if I showed this evidence of your gift to your husband, whether he would believe you wrote that letter. In the future, dear Wolf Queen, don't lay the same trap twice." Potema shook her head, furious, unable to speak. "Give me your forgery and go take a walk in the rain. And then later today, unhatch whatever plots you have to keep me from the throne." Antiochus fixed his eyes on Potema's. "I will be Emperor, Wolf Queen. Now go." Potema handed her brother the letter and left the room. For a few moments out in the hallway, she said nothing. She merely glared at the slivers of rain water dripping down the marble wall from a tiny unseen crack. "Yes, you will, brother," she said, "but not for very long." Ooh, I love that. Alright. Wolf Queen, Book 4. Third Era, year 109. 10 years after being crowned Emperor of Tamriel, Antiochus Septim had impressed his subjects with little but the enormity of his lust for carnal pleasures. By his second wife, Gisela, he had a daughter in the year 104, who he named Kintira after his great-great-great-grandaunt, the Empress. Enormously fat and marked by every venereal disease known to the healers, Antiochus spent a little time on politics. His siblings, by marked contrast, excelled in this field. Magnus had married Helena, the Cyrodiil Queen of Lilmoth, the Argonian Priest King having been executed. Ooh. And was representing the imperial interests in Black March admirably. Sepphoris and his wife Bianchi were ruling the Hammerfell kingdom of Ghislaine with a healthy brood of children. But no one was more politically active than Potema, the Wolf Queen of the Skyrim Kingdom of Solitude. 9 years after the death of her husband, King Mantiarco, Potema still ruled as regent for her young son Uriel. Excuse me. Their court had become very fashionable, particularly for rulers who had a grudge to bear against the emperor. All the kings of Skyrim visited Castle Solitude regularly, and over the years, emissaries from the lands of Morrowind and High Rock did as well. Some guests came from even further away. Third Era, year 110. Potema stood at the harbor and watched the boat from Piendania arrive. Against the gray, breaking waves there, she had seen so many vessels of Tamrielic manufacture, it looked less than exotic. Insectoid, certainly, with its membranous sails and rugged chitin hull, but she had seen similar, if not identical, seacraft in Morrowind. No, if not for the flag, which was markedly alien, she would not have picked out that ship from others in the harbor. As the salty mist ballooned around her, she held out her hand and welcomed the visitors from another island empire. The men aboard were not merely pale, they were entirely colorless, as if their flesh were made from, say, some white, limpid jelly, but had been forewarned. At the arrival of the king and his translator, she looked directly into their blank eyes and offered her hand. The king made noises. His Great Majesty, King Orgnum, said the translator haltingly, expresses his delight at your beauty. He thanks you for giving him refuge from these dangerous seas. He speaks Cyrodiilic very well, said Potema. I'm fluent in the languages of 4 continents, said the translator. I can speak to the denizens of my own country, Pianonia, as well as those of Atmora, Akavir, and here in Tamriel. Yours is the easiest, actually. I was looking forward to this voyage. Please tell His Highness that his welcome here and that I am entirely at his disposal, said Potema, smiling. Then she added, do you understand the context, that I'm just being polite? Of course, said the translator, and then made several noises at the king, which the king reacted to with a smile. While they conversed, Potema looked up at the dock and saw the now familiar grey cloaks watching her while they spoke with Levelet, Antiochus's men. Sigic order from the Somerset Isle. Very bothersome. My diplomatic emissary, Lord Vulcan, will show you to your room, said Potema. Fortunately, I have some other guests as well who require my attention. I hope your Great Majesty understands. His Great Majesty, King Orgnum, did understand, and Potema made arrangements to dine with the Piandanians that evening. Meeting in the Sigic order required all of her concentration. She dressed in her simplest black and gold robe, and went to her stateroom to prepare. Her son Uriel was on the throne playing with his pet, Jogat? Good morning, Mom. Good morning, darling, said Potema, lifting her son in the air with a faint stain. I'm assuming that's supposed to be strain. Talos, but you're heavy. I don't think I've ever carried such a heavy 10-year-old. That's probably because I'm 11, said Uriel, perfectly aware of his mother's tricks. You're going to say that as an 11-year-old, I should probably be with my tutor. I was fanatical about studying at your age, said Potema. I am king, said Uriel petulantly. Don't be satisfied with that, said Potema. By all rights, you should be emperor already. You understand that, don't you? Uriel nodded his head. Potema took a moment to marvel at his likeness to the portraits of Tiber Septim, the same ruthless brow and powerful chin. When he was older and lost his baby fat, he'd be a spitting image of his great granduncle. There we go. Behind her, she heard the door opening and an usher bringing in several gray cloaks. She stiffened slightly, and Uriel, on cue, jumped down from the throne, while the stateroom pausing to greet the most important of the Sigics. Good morning, Master Iacius, he said, enunciating each syllable with a regal accent that made Potema's heart soar. I hope your accommodations at Castle Solitude meet with your approval. They do, King Uriel. Thank you, said Iacius, delighted and charmed. Iacius and his Sigics entered the chamber, and the door was shut behind them. Potema sat only for a moment on the throne before stepping off the dais and greeting her guests. I am so sorry to have kept you waiting, said Potema. To think that you sailed all the way from the Somerset Isles and I should keep you waiting any longer. You must forgive me. It's not all that long a voyage, said one of the grey cloaks angrily. Isn't as if we sailed all the way from Piandania. Ah, you've seen my most recent guest, King Orgnum and his retinue, said Potema breezily. Suppose you think it is unusual, me entertaining them, as we all know the Piandanians mean to invade Tamriel. You are, I take it, as neutral in this as you are in all political matters. Of course, said Iacius proudly. We have nothing to gain or lose by the invasion. The Sigic order preceded the organization Tamriel under the Septim dynasty, and we shall survive under any political regime. Rather like a flea or whatever mongrel happens along, are you? Said Potema, narrowing her eyes. Don't overestimate your importance, Iacius. The order's child of the Mages Guild has twice the power you have, and they are entirely on my side. We are in the process of making an agreement with King Orgnum. When the Piandanians take over and I am into my proper place as Empress of this continent, then you shall know your proper place in the order of things. With a majestic stride, Potema left the stateroom, leaving the grey cloaks to look from one to the other. We must speak to Lord Levelet, said one of the grey cloaks. Yes, Iacius said, perhaps we should. Levelet was quickly moving at his usual pace at the Moon and Nausea. Levelet was quickly found at his usual place at the Moon and Nausea Tavern. As the 3 grey cloaks entered, led by Iacius, the smoke and the noise seemed to die in their path. Even the smell of tobacco and phlegm dissipated in their wake. He rose and then escorted them to a small room upstairs. You've reconsidered, said Levelet with a broad smile. Your emperor, said Iacius, and then corrected himself. Our emperor originally asked for our support in defending the west coast of Tamriel from the Piandanian fleet in return for 12 million gold pieces. We offered our services at 50. Upon reflection on the dangers that a Piandinian invasion would have, we accept his earlier offer. The Mages Guild us generously, perhaps for as low as 10 million gold pieces, said Iakisis quickly. Over the course of dinner, Potema promised King Orgnum, through the interpreter, to lead an insurrection against her brother. She was delighted to discover that her capacity for lying worked in many different cultures. Potema shared her bed that night with King Orgnum, as it seemed the polite and diplomatic thing to do. As it turned out, he was one of the better lovers she had ever had. He gave her some herbs before beginning that made her feel as if she was floating on the surface of time, conscious only of the gestures of love after she had found herself making them. She felt herself like the cooling mist, quenching the fire of his lust over and over and over again. In the morning, when he kissed her on the cheek and said, with his bald white eyes, that he was leaving her, she felt a stab of regret. The ship left harbor that morning, en route to the Somerset Isles and the imminent invasions. She waved them off to sea as she footsteps behind her. It was Levelet. They will do it for 8 million, Your Highness, he said. Thank Mara, said Potema. I need more time for an insurrection. Pay them from my treasury and then go to the Imperial City and get the 12 million from Antiochus. We shall make a good profit from this game, and you, of course, will have your share. 3 months later, Potema heard that the fleet of the Piandinians had been utterly destroyed by a storm that appeared suddenly off the Isle of Artaeum, the home port of the Sigic Order. King Orgnum and all of his ships had been utterly annihilated. Sometimes making people hate you, she said, holding her son Uriel close, is how you make a profit. The Wolf Queen, Volume 5. Book 5. Third Era, year 119. For 21 years, Emperor Antiochus Septim ruled Tamriel and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. His great victory was in the War of the Isle in the year 110, when the Imperial fleet and the royal navies of Somerset Isle, together with the magical powers of the Stygic Order, succeeded in destroying the Piandinian invading armada. His siblings, King Magnus of Lomoth, King Sepphoris of Ghilain, Potema, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, ruled well, and relations between the Empire and the Kingdoms of Tamriel were much improved. Still, centuries of neglect had not repaired all the scars that existed between the Empire and the Kings of High Rock and Skyrim. During a rare visitation from his sister and nephew, Uriel, Antiochus, who had suffered from several illnesses over his reign, lapsed into a coma. For months he lingered in between life and death while the Elder Council prepared for the ascension of his 15-year-old daughter, Kintira, to the throne. Third Era, year 120. Mother, I can't marry Kintira, said Uriel, more amused by the suggestion than offended. She's my first cousin, and besides, I believe she's engaged to one of the Lords of Council, Modellus. You're so squeamish. There's a time and a place for propriety, said Potema, but you're correct at any rate about Modellus, and we shouldn't offend the Elder Council at this critical juncture. How do you feel about Princess Rachma? You spent a good deal of time in her company in Faerun. She's all right, said Uriel. Don't tell me you want to hear all the dirty details. Please spare me your study of her anatomy, Potema grimaced, but would you marry her? I suppose so. Very good. I'll make the arrangements then. Potema had a note for herself before continuing. King Laromo had been a difficult ally to keep, and a political marriage should keep Faerun on our side. Should we need them? When is the funeral? What funeral? Asked Uriel. You mean for Uncle Antiochus? Of course, sighed Potema. Anyone else of note die recently? There were a bunch of little Redguard children running through the halls, so I guess Sepphoris has arrived. Magnus arrived at court yesterday, so it ought to be any day now. It's time to address the council then, said Potema, smiling. She dressed in black, not her usual colorful ensembles. It was important to look the part of the grieving sister. Regarding herself in the mirror, she felt she looked all of her 53 years. A shock of silver wound wound its way through her auburn hair. The long, cold, dry winters in northern Skyrim had created a map of wrinkles, then as a spiderweb all across her face. Still, she knew that when she smiled, she could win hearts, and when she frowned, she could inspire fear. It was enough for her purposes. Potema's speech to the Elder Council is perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and abasement. My most august and wise friends, members of the Elder Council, we've already read this one, but I'm provincial queen. I'm only to assume bring the issue what you yourselves must have already pondered. She continued to praise the late emperor, who has been a popular ruler despite his flaws. He was a true septim and a great warrior, destroying with your counsel the near invincible armada of Piandinia, but little time was wasted before she came to her point. The Empress Gisela unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirits. In fact, No whore in the slums of the city spread out on more butts than she had attended to her duties in the Imperial bedchamber more faithfully, would have treated the Empire, not the half-wit milksop bastards who called themselves the Emperor's children. The girl called Kintira is popularly believed to be the daughter of Gasilan, the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Gasilan, the boy who cleaned the cistern. We can never know for certain. Not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son Ariel, eldest true son of the Septim Dynasty, my lord's princess. The princess of the Empire will not stand for a bastard on the throne, I can assure you. She ended mildly, but with all call to action. Posterity will judge you. You know what must be done. That evening, Potema entertained her brothers and their wives in the map room, her favorite of the Imperial dining chambers. The walls were splashed with bright, if fading representations of the Empire and all the unknown lands beyond. At Mora, Yokunda, Akavir, Piandania, Thras. Overhead, the great glass domed ceiling, wet with rain, displayed distorted images of the stars overhead. Lightning flashed every other minute, casting strange phantom shadows on the walls. When will you speak to the council? Asked Potema as dinner was served. I don't know if I will, said Magnus. I don't believe I have anything to say. I'll speak to them when they announce the coronation of Kintira, said Sepphoris, merely as a formality to show my support and the support of Hammerfell. You can speak for all of Hammerfell? Asked Potema with a teasing smile. The Redguards must love you very much. We have a unique relationship with the Empire in Hammerfell, said Sepphoris' wife, Bianchi. Since the Treaty of Stros-Makai, it's been understood that we are part of the Empire, but not a subject. I understand you've already spoken to the council, said Magnus' wife, Helena, pointedly. She was a diplomat by nature, but as the Cyrodiil ruler of an Argonian kingdom, she knew how to recognize and confront adversity. Yes, I have, said Potema, pausing to savor a slice of braised Jelfbird. I gave them a short speech about the coronation this afternoon. Our sister is an excellent public speaker, said Sepphoris. You're too kind, Potema said, laughing. I do many things better than speaking. Such as, asked Bianchi, smiling. Might I ask what you said in your speech? Asked Magnus suspiciously. There's a knock on the chamber door. The head steward whispered something to Potema, who smiled in response and rose from the table. I told the council that I will give my full support to the coronation, provided they proceed with wisdom. What could be sinister about that? Potema said, and took her glass of wine with her to the door. Pardon me, my niece, Kintira, wishes to have a word with me. Kintira stood in the hall with the Imperial Guard. She was but a child, but on reflection, Potema realized that at her age, she was already married 2 years to Mantiarco. There was a similarity, to be certain. Potema could see Kintira as the young queen, with dark eyes and pallid skin, smooth and resolute like marble. Anger flashed momentarily in Kintira's eyes on seeing her aunt, but emotion left her, placed with calm Imperial presence. Queen Potema, she said serenely, I've been informed that my coronation will take place in 2 days' time. Your presence at the ceremony will not be welcome. I've already given orders to your servants to have your belongings packed, and an escort will be accompanying you back to your kingdom tonight. That is all. Goodbye, Aunt. Potema began to reply, but Kintira and her guard turned and moved back down the corridor to the stateroom. The Wolf King watched them go and then re-entered the map room. Sister-in-law, said Potema, addressing Bianchi with deep malevolence. Yes, what I do better than speaking? The answer is war. I love this. Alright. The Wolf Queen, Book 6. Third Era, year 120. 15-year-old Empress Kintira Septim, the second daughter of Antiochus, was coronated on the third day of first seed. Her uncles, Magnus, king of Lilmoth, and Sepphoris, king of Ghislaine, were in attendance, but her aunt, Potema, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, had been banished from the court. Once back in her kingdom, Queen Potema began assembling the rebellion, which would be known as the War of the Red Diamond. All the allies she had made over the years of disgruntled kings and nobles joined forces with her against the new empress. First early strikes against the Empire were entirely successful. Throughout Skyrim and northern High Rock, the Imperial army found themselves under attack. Potema and her forces washed over Tamriel like a plague, inciting riots and insurrections everywhere they touched. In the autumn of the year, the loyal Duke of Glenpoint on the coast of High Rock sent an urgent request for reinforcements from the Imperial army, and Kintira, to inspire the resistance to the Wolf Queen, led the army herself. Third Era, year 121. We don't know where they are, said the Duke, deeply embarrassed. I sent scouts out all over the countryside. I can only assume they retreated up north upon hearing of your army's arrival. I hate to say it, but I was hoping for a battle, said Kintira. I'd like to put my aunt's head on a spike and parade it around the Empire. Her son Uriel and his army are right on the border to the Imperial province, mocking me. How are they able to be so successful? Are they just that good in battle, or do my subjects truly hate me? She was tired after many months of struggling through the mud of autumn and winter. Crossing the Dragontail Mountains, her armor nearly marched into an ambush. A blizzard snapped in the normally temperate Barony of Dwinin was so unexpected and severe that it must certainly have been cast by one of Potema's wizard allies. Everywhere she turned, she felt her aunt's touch, and now her chance of facing the Wolf Queen at last had been thwarted. It was almost too much to bear. It is fear, pure and simple, said the Duke. That is her greatest weapon. I need to ask, said Kintira, hoping that by sheer will she could keep her voice from revealing any of the fear the Duke spoke of. You've seen the army. Is it true that she has summoned a force of undead warriors to do her bidding? No, as a matter of fact, it's not true, but she certainly fosters that rumor. Her army attacks at night, partly for strategic reasons and partly to advance fears like that. She has, so far as I know, no supernatural aid other than the standard battle mages and night blades of any modern army. Always at night, said Kintira thoughtfully. I suppose that's to disguise their numbers. And to move her troops into position before we're aware of them, added the Duke. She's a master of the sneak attack. When you hear a march to the east, you can discern she's already on top of you from the south. But listen, we'll discuss this all tomorrow morning. I've prepared the castle's best rooms for you and your men. Kintira sat in her tower suite, and by the light of the moon and a single tallow candle, she penned a letter to her husband-to-be, Lord Modelis, back in the Imperial City. She hoped to be married to him in the summer at the Blue Palace her grandmother Quintilla had loved so much, but the war may not permit it. As she wrote, she gazed out the window at the courtyard below and the haunted, leafless trees of winter. Two of her guards stood on the battlements several feet away from one another. Just like Modelis and Kintira, she thought, and proceeded to expound on the metaphor in her letter. Knock on the door interrupted her poetry. A letter, your majesty, from Lord Modelis, said the young courier, handing the note to her. It was short. She read it quickly before the courier had a chance to retire. I'm confused by something. When did he write this? 1 week ago, said the courier. He said it was urgent that I make it here as quickly as possible while he mobilized the army. I imagine they left the city already. Kintira dismissed the courier. Modelis said that he had received a letter from her urgently calling for reinforcements to the battle at Glenpoint, but there was no battle at Glenpoint. She had only just arrived today. Then he wrote the letter in her handwriting, and why would they want Modelis to bring a second army out of the Imperial City into High Rock? Feeling a chill from the night air at the window, Kintira went to shut the latch. The two guards on the battlements were gone. She leaned over at the sound of a muffled struggle behind one of the barren trees, not hear the door open. When she turned, she saw Queen Potema Menton, Duke of Glenpoint, in the room with the host of guards. Move quietly, Anne, she said after a moment's pause. She turned to the Duke. What turned you against your loyalty to the Empire? Fear? And gold, said the Duke simply. What happened to my army? Asked Kintira, trying to look Potema steadily in the face. Is battle over so soon? All your men are dead, smiled Potema. There was no battle here. Merely quiet and efficient assassination. There will be battles ahead against Modelis in the Dragontail Mountains and against the remnants of the Imperial army in the city. Send you regular updates on the progress of war. So I am to be kept here as your hostage? Kintira flatly, suddenly aware of the solidity of the stones and the great height of her tower. Damn you, look at me. I am your empress. Think of it this way. I'm taking you from being a fifth-rate ruler to a first-rate martyr, said Potema with a wink. But understand if you don't want to thank me for that. Bruh, I am loving this. Even though Potema is not a good person, I'm loving this story. The Wolf Queen, Book 7. Third Era, year 125. The exact date of Empress Kintira Septim II's execution in the tower at Glenpoint Castle is open to some speculation. Some believe she was slain shortly after her imprisonment in the 201st year, or 121st year, while others maintain that she was likely kept alive as a hostage until shortly before her uncle Sepphoris, King of Ghislaine, conquered western High Rock in the summer of the 125th year. The certainty of Kintira's demise rallied many against the Wolf Queen Potema and her son, who had been crowned Emperor Uriel Septim III 4 years previously when he invaded the underguarded Imperial City. Sepphoris concentrated his army on the war in High Rock, while his brother Magnus, King of Lilmoth, brought his Argonian troops through Loyal Morrowind and into Skyrim to fight in Potema's home province. The Reptilian troops fought well in the summer months, but during the winter they retired south to regroup and attack again when the weather was warm. At this stalemate, the war lasted out 2 more years. Also, in the 125th year, Agnes's wife, Helena, gave birth to the first child, a boy who they named Pelagius after the emperor who fathered Magnus, Sepphoris, the late Emperor Antioch, and the dread Wolf Queen of Solitude. The Third Era, year 127. Potema sat on soft silk cushions in the warm grass in front of her tent and watched the sun rise over the dark woods on the other side of the meadow. It was a peculiarly vibrant morning, typical of Skyrim's summertide. The high chirrup of insects buzzed all around her, and the sky surged with thousands of following birds, rolling over one another and forming a multitude of patterns. Nature was unaware of the war coming to Falconstar, she surmised. Your Highness, a message from the army in Hammerfell, said one of her maids, bringing in a courier. He was breathing hard, stained with sweat and mud, evidence of a long, fast ride over many, many miles. My dear queen, said the courier, looking to the ground, I bring you grave news of your son, the Emperor. He met your brother, King Sephiroth's army in Hammerfell in the countryside of Ikadag and there did battle. You would be proud, for he fought well, but in the end, the Imperial army was defeated and your son, our Emperor, was captured. King Sephiroth is bringing him to Ghislaine. Tamia listened to the news, scowling. That clumsy fool, she said at last. Tamia stood up and strolled into the camp where the men were arming themselves, preparing for battle. Long ago, the soldiers understood that their lady did not stand on ceremony, and she would prefer that they work rather than salute her. Lord Vulcan was ahead of her, already meeting with the commander of the battle mages, discussing last-minute strategies. My queen, said the courier, who had been following her, what are you going to do? I'm going to win this battle with Magnus, despite his superior position holding the ruins of Cogmenthist Castle. Yeah. Cogmentist or Cogmenthist? And then when I know what Sephiroth means to do with the Emperor, I respond accordingly. If there's a ransom to be paid, I'll pay it. If there's a prison exchange needed, so be it. Now please, bathe yourself and rest, and try not to get in the way of the war. Not an ideal scenario, said Lord Vulcan when Potema had entered the commander's tent. If we attack the castle from the west, we'll be running directly into the fire from their mages and archers. If we come from the east, we'll be going through swamps, and they're going to do better in that type of environment than we do. A lot better. What about the north and south? Just hills, correct? Very steep hills, your highness, said the commander. You should post bowmen there. We'll be too vulnerable putting out the majority of our force. So it's a swamp, Potema said, and added pragmatically. Unless we withdraw and wait for them to come out before fighting. If we wait, Sephiroth will have his army here from High Rock. We'll be trapped between the two of them, said Lord Vulcan. Not a preferable situation. I'll talk to the troops, said the commander. Try to prepare them for the swamp attack. No, said Potema. I'll speak to them. In full battle gear, the soldiers gathered in the center of camp. They were a motley collection of men and women, Cyrodiils, Nords, Bretons, and Dunmer, young bloods and old veterans, the sons and daughters of nobles, shopkeepers, serfs, priests, prostitutes, farmers, academics, adventurers, all of them under the banner of the Red Diamond, symbol of the imperial family of Tamriel. My children, Potema said, her voice ringing out, hanging in the still morning mist, we have fought in many battles together, over mountaintops and beachheads, through forests and deserts. I have seen great acts of valor from each one of you, which does my heart proud. I have also seen dirty fighting, backstabbing, cruel and wanton feats of savagery, which pleases me equally well, for you are all warriors. Warming to her theme, Potema walked to the line from soldier to soldier, looking each one in the eye. War is in your blood, in your brain, in your muscles, in everything you think, in everything you do. When this war is over, when the forces are vanquished that seek to deny the throne to the true Emperor Uriel Septim III, you may cease to be warriors. You may choose to return to your lives before the war, to your farms and your cities, and show off your scars and tell tales of the deeds you did this day to your wandering neighbors. But on this day, make no mistake, you are warriors. You are war. She could see her words were working. All around her, bloodshot eyes were focusing on the slaughter to come, arms sensing around weapons. She continued in her loudest cry. And you will move through the swamplands like an unstoppable power from the blackest part of Oblivion. You will rip the scales from the reptilian things in Cogmenthist Castle. You are warriors. You need not only fight, you must win. You must win! Soldiers roared in response, shocking the birds from the trees all around the camp. From a vantage point on the hills to the south, Potema and Lord Vulcan had excellent views of the battle as it raged. It looked like the two swarms of two colors of insect moving back and forth over a clump of dirt, which was the castle ruins. Occasionally a burst of flame or a cloud of acid from one of the mages would flicker over the battle, arresting their attention, but hour after hour the fighting seemed like nothing but chaos. A rider approaches, said Lord Vulcan, breaking the silence. The young Redguard woman was wearing the crest of Ghislaine but carried a white flag. Potema allowed her to approach like the courier from the morning. The rider was well travel-worn. Your Highness, she said out of breath, I've been sent from your brother, my lord Sephiroth, to bring you dire news. Your son Uriel was captured in Ikadag on the field in battle and from there transported to Ghislaine. I know all this, said Potema scornfully. I have couriers of my own. You can tell your master that after I've won this battle, I'll pay whatever ransom or exchange. Your Highness, an angry crowd met the caravan your son was in before he made it to Ghislaine, the rider said quickly. Your son is dead. He has been burned to death within his carriage. He is dead. Potema turned from the young woman and looked down at the battle. Her soldiers were going to win. Magnus' army was in retreat. What other item of news, Your Highness? Said the writer. King Sephiroth is being proclaimed emperor. Potema did not look at the woman. Her army was celebrating their victory. Damn. The Wolf Queen, Book 8. The final one. Oh! Hold up. Oh, I didn't realize. They made a change about halfway through. From the pen of Inzosceles, 2nd century sage and student of Montekai. And then here it's just from the pen of Inzolicus, 2nd century sage. And here it is on the last one. Alright. Third Era, year 127. Following the Battle of Ikedag, the Emperor Uriel Septim III was captured, and before he was able to be brought to his uncle's castle in the Hammerfell Kingdom of Ghislaine, he met his death at the hands of an angry mob. This uncle, Sepphoris, was thereafter proclaimed emperor and rode to this imperial city. The troops formerly loyal to Emperor Uriel and his mother, the Wolf Queen Potema, pledged themselves to the new emperor. In return for their support, the nobility of Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, the Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Blackmarsh, and Morrowind demanded and received a new level of autonomy and independence from the Empire. The War of the Red Diamond was at an end. So hold up, that's Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, Somerset, Valen, Black, Morrowind. That is 8? So that's 7 nations. Which ones aren't included in there? Elsewhere? Yeah, it's just Elsewhere and Orsinium, but I don't think Orsinium exists at this point. Orsinium rises and falls like every era. Because yeah, Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Blackwood, Marsh, and Morrowind. That's 7. Citadel's 8. Elsewhere's 9. Okay. Dang. Potema continued to fight a losing battle, her area of influence dwindling and dwindling until only her Kingdom of Solitude remained in her power. She summoned Daedra to fight for her, had her necromancers resurrect her fallen enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of her brothers. The Emperor Sephiroth Septim I and King Magnus of Lilmoth, her allies began leaving her as her madness grew. Her only companions were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years. The Kingdom of Solitude became a land of death. Stories of the ancient Wolf Queen being waited on by rotting skeletal chambermaids and holding war plans with vampiric generals terrified her subjects. Third Era, year 137. Magnus opened up the small window in his room for the first time in weeks. He heard the sound of a city, carts squeaking, horses clopping over the cobblestones, and somewhere a child laughing. He smiled as he returned to his bedside to wash his face and finish dressing. There was a distinctive knock at the door. "Come in, pal," he said. Pelagius bounded into the room. It was obvious that he had been up for hours. Magnus marveled at his energy and wondered how much longer battles would last if they were run by 12-year-old boys. "Did you see outside yet?" Pelagius asked. "All the townspeople have come back. There are shops and a mages guild, and down by the harbor I saw 100 shops coming from all over the place. They don't have to be afraid anymore. We've taken care of all the zombies and ghosts that used to be their neighbors, and they know it's safe to come back." "Is Uncle Sephiroth going to turn into a zombie when he dies?" asked Pelagius. "I wouldn't put that past him," laughed Magnus. "Why do you ask?" "I heard some people saying that he was old and sick," said Pelagius. "He's not that old," said Magnus. "He's 60 years old. That's just 2 years older than I." "Now how old is Aunt Potema?" asked Pelagius. 70, said Magnus. "And yes, that is old. Any more questions will have to wait. I have to go meet with the commander now, but we can talk at supper. You can make yourself busy and not get into any trouble." "Yes, sir," said Pelagius. He understood that his father had to continue to hold siege on Aunt Potema's castle. After they took it over and locked her up, they'd move out of the inn and into the castle. Pelagius was not looking forward to that. The whole town had a funny, sweet, dead smell, but he could not get even as close as the castle moat without gagging from the stench. They could dump a million flowers on the place and it still wouldn't make any difference at all. He walked through the city for hours, buying some food and then some ribbons for his sister and mother back in Lilmoth. He thought who else he needed to buy gifts for and was stumped. All his cousins, the children of Uncle Sephiroth, Uncle Antioch, and Aunt Potema, had died during the war. Some of them in battle and some of them during the famines because so many crops had been burned. Aunt Bianchi had died last year. There was only he, his mother, his sister, his father, and his uncle the Emperor left. And Aunt Potema, but she didn't really count. When he came upon the Mages Guild earlier that morning, he had decided not to go in. These places always spooked him with their strange smoke and crystals and old books. This time, it occurred to Pelagius that he might buy a gift for Uncle Sepphoris, a souvenir of Solitude's Mages Guild. The old woman was having trouble with the front door, so Pelagius opened it for her. "Thank you," she said. She was easily the oldest thing he had ever seen. Her face looked old, like an old rotted apple framed with a wild roll of bright white hair. He secretly moved away from her gnarled talon when she started to pat him on the head, but there was a gem around her neck that immediately fascinated him. It was a single bright yellow jewel, but it almost looked as if there was something trapped within. When the light hit it from the candles, it brought out the form of a four-legged beast pacing. "It's a soul gem," she said, fused with the spirit of a great demon werewolf. It was enchanted long, long ago with the power to charm people, but I've been thinking about giving it another spell. Perhaps something from the Scroll of Alteration like Lock or Shield. She paused and looked at the boy carefully with yellow, roomy eyes. "You look familiar to me, boy. What's your name?" "Pelagius," he said. He normally would have said Prince Pelagius, but he was told not to draw attention to himself while in town. "I used to know someone named Pelagius," the woman said, and slowly smiled. "Are you here alone, Pelagius?" "My father is with the army, storming the castle, but he will be back when the walls have been breached." "Dread I say it won't take too much longer," said the old woman. "Nothing, no matter how well built, tends to last. Are you buying something in the Mages Guild?" "I wanted to buy a gift for my uncle," said Pelagius, "but I don't know if I have enough gold." The old woman left the boy to look over the wares while she went to the guild enchanter. He was a young Nord, ambitious and new to the kingdom of Solitude. It took a little persuasion and a lot of gold to convince him to remove the charm spell from this soul gem and imbue it with a powerful curse, a slow poison that would drain wisdom from its wearer year by year until he or she lost all reason. She also purchased a cheap ring of fire resistance. "For your kindness to an old woman, I've bought you these," she said, giving the boy the necklace and the ring. "Give the ring to your uncle and tell him it's been enchanted with the levitation spell, so if ever he needs to leap from high places, it will protect him. The soul gem is for you." Oh, that's dirty. I love that. "Thank you," said the boy, but that is too kind of you. "Kindness has nothing to do with it," she answered, quite honestly. "You see, I was in the Hall of Records at the Imperial Palace once or twice, and I read about you in the foretellings of the Elder Scrolls. We'll be Emperor one day, my boy. The Emperor Pelagius Septim III, and with this soul gem to guide you, posterity will always remember you and your deeds. Yes, it will." Those words, the old woman disappeared down an alley behind the Mages Guild. Pelagius looked after her, but he did not think to search behind a heap of stones. If he had, he would have found a tunnel under the city, the very heart of Castle Solitude. And if he had found his way there, he would have found, past the shambling undead and the moldering remains of a once grand palace, the bedroom of the queen. In that bedroom, he would have found the Wolf Queen of Solitude in repose, listening to the sounds of her castle collapsing, and he would see a toothless grin growing on her face as she breathed her last breath. Yeah. She's evil. I love this. Okay. From the pen of Inzalicus, 2nd century sage. Third Era, year 137. Potema Septim died after a month-long siege on her castle. While she lived, she had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II, wife of King Metiarco, aunt of the Empress Kintira II, mother of Emperor Uriel III, and sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Sepphoris. At her death, Magnus appointed his son, Pelagius, as the titular head of Solitude under the guidance from the Royal Council. Third Era, year 140. The Emperor Sepphoris Septim died after falling from his house. His brother was proclaimed Emperor Magnus Septim. Yeah, you know, that ring of levitation is not actually a ring of levitation. Third Era, year 141. Pelagius, King of Solitude, is recorded as occasionally eccentric in the Imperial Annals. He marries Catarish, Duchess of Vardenfell. Third Era, year 145. The Emperor Magnus Septim dies. His son, who will be known as Pelagius Samad, is coronated. I love that. Thank you. I'm so glad I read that. Okay. That is actually the end of biographies. Next up in the list is actually esoteric texts. The only esoteric text there's to read, because the esoteric text is made up of 4 books. 1, the Elder Scroll, which we don't have, and even if we did have it, there's nowhere to actually read. Book 2, the Mysterium Xarxes, which is 2 pages, we don't have it, and there's really also nothing to read. The third one, the Tome of Unlife, which is like 3 pages of just random, not actually anything. And then the fourth one here, Nagasta Kavata Kavakis. I'm just going to read the title page, and I'll quickly flip through the book. Nagasta Kavakis, an obscure text in language of the Slode, purportedly written by the Second Era Western necromancer, Nagasta. There you go. Someone actually went through and actually discovered that this is actually written not in Esperanto, and they changed some certain syllable or certain texts around. So like certain, so like I think this is actually a different set of characters, but otherwise it's Esperanto. And yeah, it actually has nothing related to the Elder Scrolls. It's actually like an excerpt from a website from like, I don't know, 90s or early 2000s. So, I'm not going to read it. If you want to read it, go ahead. You can look up what it actually says. But yeah. And then I'm going to skip faction books and fiction, because I want to get into the next part that takes forever. This is probably going to be the largest section, and it is the 2920, the last year of the First Era books. These are pretty much just detail the end of the First Era. Alright, Morningstar, Book 1 of 2920, the last year of the First Era, by Karlovac Townway. The first of Morningstar, 2920, Mournhold, Morrowind. Alexia lay in her bed of fur, dreaming. Not until the sun burned through her window, infusing the light wood and flesh colors of her chamber in a milky glow, did she open her eyes. It was quiet and serene, a stunning reverse of the flavor of her dreams, so full of blood and celebration. For a few moments, she simply stared at the ceiling, trying to sort through her visions. In the courtyard of her palace was a boiling pool which streamed in the coolness of the winter morning. At the wave of her hand, it cleared, and she saw the face and form of her lover Vivek in his study to the north. She did not want to speak right away. He looked so handsome in his dark red robes, writing his poetry as he did every morning. Vivek, she said, as he raised his head in a smile, looking at her face across thousands of miles, I have seen a vision of the end of the war. After 80 years, I don't think anyone can imagine an end, said Vivek with a smile. But he grew serious, trusting Almalexia's prophecies. Who will win, Morrowind or the Cyrodiilic Empire? Without Sothasel and Morrowind, we will lose, she replied. My intelligence tells me the Empire will strike us to the north in early springtide, by first seed at the latest. Could you go to Artaim and convince him to return? I'll leave today, she said simply. 1 second. Fourth of Morningstar, 2920, Gideon Blackmarsh. The Empress paced around her cell. Wintertide gave her wasteful energy, while in the summer she would merely sit by her window and be grateful for each breath of stale swamp wind that came to cool her. Across the room, her unfinished tapestry of a dance at the Imperial Court seemed to mock her. She ripped it from its frame, tearing the pieces apart as they drifted to the floor. Then she laughed at her own useless gesture of defiance. She would have plenty of time to repair it and craft 100 more. The Emperor had locked her up in Castle Giovese 7 years ago and would likely keep her here until he or she died. With a sigh, she pulled the cord to call her knight Stuk. He appeared at the door within minutes, fully uniformed as befitted an Imperial Guard. Most of the native Kothringi tribesmen of Blackmarsh prefer to go about naked, but Stuk had taken a positive delight to fashion. His silver reflective skin was scarcely visible, only on his face, neck, and hands. Your Imperial Highness, he said with a bow. Zook, said Empress Tavia. I'm bored. Let's discuss methods of assassinating my husband today. 14th of Morningstar, 2920. The Imperial City, Cyrodiil. The chimes proclaiming Southwind's prayer echoes through the wide boulevards and gardens of the Imperial City, calling all to their temples. The Emperor Riemann III always attended a service at the Temple of the One, while his son and heir, Prince Juliek, found it more political to attend a service at a different temple for each religious holiday. This year, it was at the Cathedral Benevolence of Mara. Benevolence's services were mercifully short, but it was not until well after noon that the Emperor was able to return to the palace. By then, the arena combatants were impatiently waiting for the start of the ceremony. The crowd was far less restless, as the potentate Versailles had arranged for a demonstration from a troupe of Khajiit acrobats. Your religion is so much more convenient than mine, said Emperor to his potentate by way of an apology. What is the first game? A one-on-one battle between two able warriors, said Potentate, his scaly skin catching the sun as he rose, armed befitting their culture. Sounds good, said the Emperor, and clapped his hands. Let the sport commence. As soon as he saw the two warriors enter the arena to the roar of the crowd, Emperor Riemann III remembered that he had agreed to this several months before and forgotten about it. One combatant was the potentate's son, Severian Chorak, a glistening ivory yellow eel gripping his katana and Wakazashi with his thin, deceptively weak-looking arms. The other was the Emperor's son, Prince Juliek, in ebony armor with a savage orcish helm, shield, and longsword at his side. This will be fascinating to watch, hissed the potentate, a wide grin across his narrow face. I don't know if I've ever seen a Cyrodiil fight an Akavir like this. Usually it's army against army. At last we can settle which philosophy is better, to create armor to combat swords as yours people do, or to create swords to combat armor as mine do. No one in the crowd, aside from a few scattered Akaviri consulars and the potentate himself, wanted Severin Chorak to win. There was a collective intake of breath at the sight of his graceful movements. His sword seemed to be a part of him, a tail coming from his arms to match the one behind him. It was a trick of counterbalance, allowing the young serpent man to roll up into a circle and spin into the center of the ring in defensive position. The prince had to plot forward the less impressive traditional way. As they sprang at each other, the crowd bellowed with delight. The Akaviri was like a moon in orbit around the prince, effortlessly springing over his shoulder to attempt to blow from behind. The prince rolled around quickly to block with his shield. His counterattack met only air as his foe fell flat to the ground and slithered between his legs, tripping him. The prince fell to the ground with a resounding clash. Metal and air melted together as Severian Chorak rained strike after strike after strike upon the prince, who blocked everyone with a shield. We don't have shields in our culture, murmured Versaduce to the Emperor. Seems strange to my boy, I imagine. In our country, if you don't want to get hit, you move out of the way. When Severian Chorak was rearing back to begin another series of blinding attacks, the prince kicked at his tail, sending him falling back momentarily. In an instant, he had rebounded, but the prince was also back on his feet. Two circled one another until the snake man spun forward, katana extended. The prince saw his foe's plan and blocked the katana with his long sword and Wakazashi with a shield. And a short punching blade impaled itself in the metal, and Chevron was thrown off balance. The prince's long blade slashed across the Agavir's chest, and the sudden intense pain caused him to drop both his weapons. In a moment, it was over. Severian Chorak was prostrate in the dust with the prince's longsword at his throat. Game's over, shouted the Emperor, barely heard over the applause from the stadium. The prince grinned and helped Severian Chorak up and over to a healer. The Emperor clapped his potentate on the back, feeling relieved. He had not realized when the fight had begun how little chance he had given his son at victory. He'll make a fine warrior, said Versaduce, and a great emperor. Just remember, laughed the Emperor, the Akaviri have a lot of showy moves, but if just one of our strikes comes through, it's all over for you. Oh, I'll remember that, nodded Potentate. Riemann thought about the comment for the rest of the games and had trouble fully enjoying himself. Could the Potentate be another enemy, just as the Empress had turned out to be? The matter would bear watching. 21st of Morningstar, 2920, Mournhold, Morrowind. Why don't you wear that green gown I gave you? Asked the Duke of Mournhold, watching the young maiden put on her clothes. It doesn't fit, smiled Tarala, and you know I like red. It doesn't fit because you're getting fat, laughed the Duke, pulling her down on the bed, kissing her breasts in the pouch of her stomach. Damn, she laughed at the tickles, but pulled herself up, wrapping her red robe around her. I'm round like a woman should be, she said Tarala. Will I see you tomorrow? No, said the Duke. I must entertain Vivek tomorrow. The next day the Duke of Ebonheart is coming. Do you know, I never really appreciated Almalexia and her political skills until she left. It is the same with me, smiled Tarala. You will only appreciate me when I'm gone. That's not true at all, snorted the Duke. I appreciate you now. Tarala allowed the Duke one last kiss before she was out the door. She kept thinking, oh, he said, would he appreciate her more or less when he knew that she was getting fat because she was carrying his child? Would he appreciate her enough to marry her? The year continues in Sun's Dawn. I will be right back. Okay, we are back onto 2920 Sun's Dawn. Book 2. Third of Sun's Dawn, 2920. The Isle of Artaeum, Somerset. I don't know, they spelled Somerset differently. Okay. So the Sill watched the initiates float one by one up the oasis tree, taking a fruit or a flower from its high branches before dropping back to the ground with varying degrees of grace. He took a moment while nodding his head in approval to admire the day. The whitewashed statues of Sibirine Sirabane, which the great magic was said to have posed for in ancient days, stood at the precipice of the cliff overlooking the bay. Pale purple prosciutto flowers waved to and fro in the gentle breeze. Beyond, ocean and the misty border between Artaeum and the main island of Somerset. By and large, acceptable, he proclaimed as the last student dropped her fruit in his hand. With the wave of his hand, the fruit and flowers were back in the tree. With another wave, the students had formed into position in a semicircle around the sorcerer. Pulled a small fibrous ball, about a foot in diameter, from his white robes. What is this? The students understood this test. It asked them to cast a spell of identification on the mysterious object. Each initiate closed his or her eyes and imagined the ball in the realm of the universal truth. Its energy had a unique resonance, as all physical and spiritual matter does. A negative aspect, a duplicate version, relative paths, true meaning, a song in the cosmos, a texture in the fabric of space, a facet of being that has always existed and always will exist. A ball, said a young Nord named Welleg, which brought giggles from some of the younger initiates, but a frown from most, including Silthacil. If you must be stupid, at least be amusing, growled the sorcerer, and then looked at a young, dark-haired Altmer lass who looked confused. Lilatha, do you know? It's Grom, said Lilatha uncertainly. With the Drugmef after they've Crevenasium. Carvanasm, but very good nonetheless, said Silthacil. Now tell me, what does that mean? I don't know, admitted Lilatha. The rest of the students also shook their heads. There are layers to understanding all things, said Silthacil. The common man looks at an object and fits it into a place in his way of thinking. Those skilled in the old ways, in the way of the Sigic and mysticism, can see an object and identify it by its proper role. But one more layer is needed to be peeled back to achieve understanding. You must identify the object by its role and its truth and interpret that meaning. In this case, the spell is indeed Grom, which is a substance created by the Droog, an underwater race in the north and western parts of the continent. For 1 year of their life, they undergo Carvanasm when they walk upon the land. Following that, they return to the water and meth or devour the skin and organs they needed for land dwelling. Then they vomit it up into little balls like this. Grom. Droog vomit. Students looked at the ball a little queasily. Silthacil always loved this lesson. 4th of Sun's Dawn, 2920, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. Spies, muttered the Emperor, sitting in his bath, staring at a lump on his foot. All around me, traitors and spies. His mistress, Rija, washed his back, her legs wrapped around his waist. She knew after all these many years when to be sensual and when to be sexual. When he was in a mood like this, it was best to be calmly, soothingly, seductively sensual, and not to say a word unless he asked her a direct question, which he did. What do you think when a fellow steps on His Imperial Majesty's foot and says, "I'm sorry, Your Imperial Majesty"? Do you think, "Pardon me, Your Imperial Majesty" is more appropriate? I'm sorry. Well, that sounds like the bastard Argonian was sorry I am His Imperial Majesty, and that he hopes we lose the war with Morrowind. That's what it sounds like. What would make you feel better? Asked Risha. Would you like him flogged? He is only, as you say, the battle chief of Solrest. Teach him to mind where he's stepping. My father would have him flogged. My grandfather would have had him killed, the Emperor grumbled. I don't mind if they all step on my feet, provided they respect me and don't plot against me. You must trust someone. Only you, smiled the Emperor, turning slightly to give Rija a kiss. My son Juliek, I suppose. Though I wish you were a little more cautious. In your council in the Potente, asked Rija. Pack of spies and a snake, laughed the Emperor, kissing his mistress again. As they began to make love, he whispered, "As long as you're true, I can handle the world." 13th of Sun's Dawn, 2920, Mournhold, Morrowind. Terala stood at the black, bejeweled city gates. A wind howled around her, but she felt nothing. Duke had been furious upon hearing his favorite mistress was pregnant and cast her from his sight. She tried again and again to see him, but his guards turned her away. Finally, she returned to her family and told them the truth. Only she had lied and told them she did not know who the father was. A soldier, a wandering adventurer, anyone. She told them that the father was the Duke, a member of the House Indorel. And they did what she knew they would have to do as proud members of the House Redoran. Upon her hand was burned the sign of expulsion her weeping father had branded on her. But the Duke's cruelty hurt her far more. She looked out the gate and into the wide winter plains, twisted, sleeping trees and skies without birds. No one in Morrowind would take her in now. She must go far away. With slow, sad steps, she began her journey. A Dang. 16th of Sun's Dawn, 2920. Senchal, Anequina. Modern day elsewhere. Yes, I think Anequina is the north? No, it's south. Southern elsewhere. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at my map on my door of Tamriel. I have a map. It's, whatever. Not important. What troubles you, asked Queen Hasama, noticing her husband's sour mood. At the end of most lovers' days, he was in an excellent mood, dancing in the ballroom with all the guests, but tonight he retired early. She found him, he was curled in the bed, frowning. That blasted bard's tale about Polydor and Eloisa put me in a rotten state, he growled. Why did he have to be so depressing? But isn't that the truth of the tale, my dear? Weren't they doomed because the cruel nature of the world? Doesn't matter what the truth is. He did a rotten job of telling a rotten tale, and I'm not going to let him do it anymore. King Drozel sprang from the bed. His eyes were roomy with tears. Where did they say he was from again? I believe Gilverdale in the easternmost Valenwood, said Queen Shaken. My husband, what are you going to do? Drozel was out of the room in a single spring, bounding up the stairs to his tower. If Queen Hasama knew what her husband was going to do, she'd not try to stop him. He had been erratic of late, prone to fits and even occasional seizures, but she never suspected the depths of his madness and his loathing for the bard and his tale of the wickedness and perversity found in mortal man. 19th of Sun's Dawn. 1920. Gilverdale, Valenwood. Listen to me again, said the old carpenter. If cell 3 holds worthless brass, then cell 2 holds the golden key. If cell 1 holds the golden key, then cell 3 holds worthless brass. If cell 2 holds worthless brass, then cell 1 holds the golden key. I understand, said the lady. You told me, and so cell 1 holds the golden key, right? No, said the carpenter. Let me start from the top. Mama, said the little boy, pulling his mother's sleeve. Just one moment, dear. Mother's talking, she said, concentrating on the riddle. She said, if cell 3 holds the golden key, cell 2 holds worthless brass, right? No, said the carpenter patiently. Cell 3 holds worthless brass. If cell 2... Mama, cried the boy. His mother finally looked up. A bright red mist was pouring over the town in a wave, engulfing building after building in its wake. Striding before was a red-skinned giant, the Daedra Molag Bal. He was smiling. Oh, no. Did he just... 29 The Sun's Dawn, 2920. Gilverdale, Valenwood. Amalexia stopped her steed in the vast moor of mud to let him drink from the river. He refused to, even seemed repelled by the water. It struck her as odd. They had been making excellent time from Mournhold, and surely he must be thirsty. She dismounted and joined her retinue. Where are we now, she asked. One of her ladies pulled out a map. I thought we were approaching a town called Gilverdale. Alexia closed her eyes and opened them again quickly. The vision was too much to bear. All her followers watched. She picked up a piece of brick and a fragment of bone and clutched them to her heart. We must continue on to our tame, she said quietly. The year continues in First Seed. First Seed, Book 3. 15th of First Seed, 2920. Sarah Suvio, Cyrodiil. Where? From their vantage point high in the hills, the Emperor Riemann III could still see the spires of the Imperial City, but I knew he was far away from hearth and home. Lord Glavius had a luxurious villa, but it was not close to being large enough to house the entire army within its walls. Tents lined the hillsides, and the soldiers were flocking to enjoy his lordship's famous hot springs. Little wonder, winter chill still hung in the air. Prince Juliek, your son is not feeling well. When Potentate Versidu Shea spoke, the Emperor jumped. How that Akavir could slither across the grass without making a sound was a mystery to him. Poisoned, I'd wager, grumbled Riemann. See to it he gets a healer. Told him to hire a taster like I have, but the boy's headstrong. There are spies all around us, I know it. I believe you're right, your Imperial Majesty, said Versidu Shea. There are treacherous times. We must take precautions to see that Marwyn does not win this war, either on the field or by more insidious means. This is why I suggest that you not lead the vanguard into battle. I know you would want to, as your illustrious ancestors Riemann I, Brasilis Dor, and Riemann II did, but I fear it would be foolhardy. I hope you do not mind me speaking frankly like this. No, nodded Riemann. I think you're right. Who would lead the vanguard then? I would say Prince Juliek, if you're feeling better, replied the Akavir. Feeling that, Sturg of Farron, with Queen Nagaya of Riverhold at left flank and War Chief Ulach of Lilmoth at right flank. Khajiit at left flank and an Argonian at right around the Emperor. I never do trust beast folk. Pete took no offense. He knew that beast folk referred to the natives of Tamriel, not to the sexy of Akavir like himself. I'd agree, Your Imperial Majesty, but you must agree that they hate the Dunmer. Olak has a particular grudge after all the slave raids on his lands by the Duke of Mournhold. The Emperor conceded it was so, and the Potentate retired. It was surprising, thought Riemann, but for the first time, Potentate seemed trustworthy. He was a good man to have on one side. 18th of First Seed, 1920. Ald Erfund Morrowind. How far is the Imperial Army? Asked Vivek. 2 days' march, replied his lieutenant. If we march all night tonight, we can get higher ground at the Priai tomorrow morning. Our intelligence tells us the Emperor will be commanding the rear. Surga Farron has the vanguard, Nagheya of Riverhold at left flank, and Ulakth of Littlemoth at right flank. Ulakth, whispered Vivek and Nadia, forming. This intelligence is reliable? Who brought it to us? A Breton spy in the Imperial Army, said the lieutenant, gesturing toward a young, sandy-haired man who stepped forward and bowed to Vivek. What is your name and why is a Breton working for us against the Cyrodiils? Asked Vivek, smiling. My name is Cassier Whitley of Dwinnen, said the man. I'm working for you because not everyone can say he spied for a god, and I understood it would be, well, profitable. Vivek laughed. It will be, if your information is accurate. 19th of First Seed, 1920. Bodrum's Morrowind. Quiet hamlet of Bodrum looked down on the meandering river, the Priai. It was an idyllic site, lightly wooded, where the water took the bend around a steep bluff to the east with a gorgeous wildflower meadow to the west. The strange flora of Morrowind met the strange flora of Cyrodiil on the border and commingled gloriously. There will be a time to sleep when you finished. The soldiers had been hearing that all morning. It was not enough that they had been marching all night. Now they were chopping down trees on the bluff and damming the river so its water spilled over. Most of them had reached the point where they were too tired to complain about being tired. Let me be certain I understand, my lord, said Vivek's lieutenant. We take the bluff so we can fire arrows and spells down on them from above. That's why we need all the trees cleared out. Damming the river floods the plain below so they'll be trudging through mud, which should hamper their movement. That's exactly half of it, said Vivek approvingly. You grabbed a nearby soldier who was falling off the trees. Wait, I need you to break off the straightest, strongest branches of the trees and whittle them into spears. If you recruit 100 or so others, it won't take you more than a few hours to make all we need. Soldiers rarely did as he was bade. The men and women got to work fashioning spears from the trees. If you don't mind me asking, said the lieutenant, soldiers don't need any more weapons. They're too tired to hold the ones they've got. These spears aren't for holding, Vivek said. If we tired them out today, they'll get a good night's sleep tonight, before he got to working supervising their work. It was essential that they be sharp, of course, but equally important that they be well-balanced and tapered proportionally. The perfect point for stability was a pyramid, not the conical point of some lances and spears. He had the men hurl the spears they had completed to test their strength, sharpness, and balance, forcing them to begin on a new one if they broke. Gradually, out of sheer exhaustion from doing it wrong, the men learned how to create the perfect wooden spears. Once they were through, he showed them how they were to be arranged and where. That night, there was no drunken pre-battle carousing and no nervous neophytes staying up worrying about the battle to come. As soon as the sun sank beneath the wooded hills, the camp was at rest, but for the centuries. 20th of First Seed, 2920. Bodrum Morrowind. Miramor was exhausted. For the last 6 days, he had gambled and hoarded all night and then marched all day. He was looking forward to the battle, but even more than that, he was looking forward to some rest afterwards. He was in the Emperor's command at the rear flank, which was good because it seemed unlikely that he would be killed. On the other hand, it meant traveling over the mud and wasted the army ahead left in their wake. As they began the trek through the wildflower field, Miramor and all the soldiers around him sank ankle-deep in cold mud. It was an effort to keep even moving. Far, far up ahead, he could see the vanguard of the army, led by Lord Storg, emerging from the meadow at the base of a bluff. That was when it all happened. An army of Dunmer appeared above the bluff like rising Daedra, pouring fire and floods of arrows down on the vanguard. Simultaneously, accompanying men bearing the flag of Duke of Mournhold galloped around the shore, spearing along the shallow river's edge where it dipped to a timbered glen to the east. Warchief Olakth nearby on the right flank let out a bellow of revenge at the sight and gave chase. Queen Nagea sent her flank towards the embankment to the west to intercept the army on the bluff. The Emperor could think of nothing to do. His troops were too bogged down to move forward quickly and join the battle. He ordered them to face east towards the timber in case Marwan's company was trying to circle around through the woods. It never came out, but many men facing west missed the battle entirely. Miramor kept his eyes on the bluff. Tell Dunmer, he supposed must have been Vivek, gave a signal and the battle mages cast a spell, set something to the west. From what transpired, Miramor deduced it was a dam. A great torrent of water spilled out, washing Nagea's left flank into the remains of the vanguard and the two together downriver to the east. The Emperor paused as if waiting for his vanquished army to return, and then called a retreat. Miramor hid in the rushes until they had passed by and then waited as quietly as he could to the bluff. The Morrowind army was retiring as well back to their camp. He could hear them celebrating above as he padded along the shore. To the east, he saw the Imperial army. They had been washed into a net of spears strung across the river. Nagia's left flank on Storg's vanguard, on Ukaf's right flank, bodies of hundreds of soldiers strung together like beads. Miramor took whatever valuables he could to carry from the corpses and then ran down the river. He had to go many miles before the water was clear again, unpolluted by blood. 29th First Seed, 2920. Hegoth Hammerfell. You have a letter from the Imperial City, said the chief priestess, handing the parchment to Corda. All the young priestesses smiled and made faces of astonishment, but the truth was that Corda's sister Rija wrote very often, at least once a month. Corda took the letter to the garden to read it, her favorite place, an oasis in the monochromatic sand-colored world of the conservatorium. The letter itself was nothing unusual, filled with court gossip, the latest fashions which were trending to wine dark velvets, and reports of the Emperor's ever-growing paranoia. You are so lucky to be away from all this, wrote Risha. The Emperor is convinced that his latest battlefield fiasco is all a result of spies in the palace. He has even taken to questioning me. Ruptka, keep it so you never have a life as interesting as mine. Corda listened to the sounds of the desert and prayed to Ruptka the exact opposite wish. This year is continued in Rain's hand. Rain's Hand. 3rd of Rain's Hand, 2920, Cold Harbor, Oblivion. Oh. So the Sil proceeded as quickly as he could through the blackened halls of the palace, half submerged in brackish water. All around him, nasty gelatinous creatures scurried into the reeds. Bursts of white fire lit up the upper arches of the hall before disappearing, and smells assaulted him. Rancid death one moment, sweet flowered perfume the next. Several times he had visited the Danger Princess in their oblivion, but every time something different awaited him. He knew his purpose and refused to be distracted. 8 of the more prominent Daedra princes were awaiting him in the half-melted domed room. Azura, Prince of Dusk and Dawn, Boethia, Prince of Plots, Hermamora, Daedra of Knowledge, Hircine the Hunter, Malakath, God of Curses, Marin Stagon, Prince of Disaster, Molag Bal, Prince of Rage, Sheogorath, the Mad One. Above them, the sky cast tormented shadows upon the meeting. 5th, Rain's Hand, 2920. The Isle of Artaeum, Somerset. So the Sil's voice cried out, echoing from the cave, "Move the rock!" Immediately the initiates obeyed, rolling aside the great boulder that blocked the entrance to the dreaming cavern. So the Sil emerged, his face smeared with ash, weary. He felt he had been away for months, years, but only a few days had transpired. Alalotha took his arm to help him walk, but he refused her help with a kind smile and a shake of his head. "Were you successful?" she asked. "The Daedra princesses I spoke with have agreed to our terms," he said flatly. "Disasters such as befell Gliverdale should be averted. Only through certain intermediaries, such as witches or sorcerers, will they answer the call of Man and Myr." "And what did you promise them in return?" asked the Nord boy Welleg. "The deal we made with Daedra," said Silthasil, continuing on to Iakis's palace to meet with the master of such order, should not be discussed with the innocent. 8th of Raiden's Hand, 2920, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. A storm belayed the windows of the princess' bedchamber, bringing a small moist air to the mix of the censers filled with burning incense and herbs. "A letter has arrived from the Empress, your mother," said the courier, anxiously inquiring after your health. "What frightened parents I have," left Prince Juliak from his bed. "It's only natural for a mother to worry," said Severian Chorak, the potentate's son. "There's everything unnatural about my family, Akavir. My exiled mother fears that my father will imagine me of being a traitor, covetous of the crown, and is having me poisoned." The prince sank back into his pillow, annoyed. "The Emperor has insisted on me having a taster for all my meals as he does." "There are many plots," agreed the Akavir. "You have been in a bed for nearly 3 weeks with every healer in the Empire shuffling through like a slow ballroom dance. At least all I can see that you're getting stronger. Strong enough to lead the vanguard against Morrowind soon, I hope," said Juliak. Yeah, well, good thing you didn't. 11 of Rain's Hand, 2920, the Isle of Artaeum. The initiates stood quietly in a row along the Arbor Logia, watching the long, deep, marble-lined trench ahead of them flash with fire. The air above it vibrated with the waves of heat. Though each student kept his or her face sturdy and emotionless, as a true Psijic should, their terror was nearly as palpable as the heat. So the Sill closed his eyes and uttered the charm of fire resistance. Slowly he walked across the basin of leaping flames, climbing to the other side, unscathed. Not even his white robe had been burned. The charm is intensified by the energy you bring to it, by your own skills just as all spells are, he said. Your imagination and your willpower are the keys. There is no need for a spell to give you a resistance to air or a resistance to flowers, and after you cast the charm, you must forget there is even a need for a spell to give you resistance to fire. Do not confuse what I am saying. Resistance is not about ignoring the fire's reality. You'll feel the substance of flame, the texture of it, its hunger, and even the heat of it, but you'll know that it will not hurt or injure you. And the students nodded, and one by one, they cast a spell and made the walk through the fire. Some even went so far as to bend over and scoop up a handful of fire and feed it air, so as expanded like a bubble and melted through their fingers. So the Sill smiled. They were fighting their fear admirably. The chief proctor, Thargalith, came running from the arbor arches. So the Sill, Almalexia has arrived on Artaeum. Iakisis told me to fetch you. So the Sill turned to Thargaliath, and only for a moment, but he knew instantly from the screams what had transpired. The Nord Ladwell had not cast a spell properly and was burning. The smell of scorched hair and flesh panicked the other students who were struggling to get out of the basin, pulling him with them, but the incline was too steep away from the entry points. With a wave of his hand, so the Sill extinguished the flame. Wellig and several other students were burned, but not badly. The sorcerer cast a healing spell on them before turning back to Thargalith. I'll be with you in a moment, and give Almalexia the time to shake the road dust from her train. So the Sill turned back to the students, his voice flat. Fear does not break spells, but doubt and incompetence are the great enemies for any spellcaster. Master Wellig, you will pack your bags. I'll arrange for a boat to bring you to the mainland tomorrow morning. Damn. The sorcerer found Almalexia and Iakisis in the study, drinking hot tea and laughing. She was more beautiful than he had remembered, though he had never before seen her so disheveled, wrapped in a blanket, dangling her damp, long black tresses before the fire to dry. At so the Sill's approach, she leapt to her feet and embraced him. Did you swim all the way from Morrowind? He smiled. It's pouring rain from Skywatch down to the coast, she explained, returning a smile. Only a league away, and it never rains here, said Iakisis proudly. Of course, sometimes miss the excitement of Somerset, and sometimes even the mainland itself. Still, I'm always very impressed by anyone other who gets anything accomplished. It is a world of distractions. Speaking of distractions, what's all this I hear about a war? You mean the one that's been bloodying the continent for the last 80 years, Master? Asked the Sill amused. I suppose that's what I mean, said Iakisis with a shrug of his shoulders. How is that war going? We will lose it unless I can convince the Sill to leave Artaeum, said Almalexia, losing her smile. She had meant to wait and talk to her friend in private, but the old Ulmer gave her courage to press on. I've had visions, I know it to be true, so the Sill was silent for a moment, and then looked at Iakisis. I must return to Morrowind. Knowing you, if you do something, you will, sighed the old master. The Sigic's way is not to be distracted. Wars are fought, empires rise and fall. You must go, and so must we. What do you mean, Iakisis? You're leaving the island? No, the island will be leaving the sea, said Iakisis, his voice taking on a dreamy quality. In a few years, the mist will move over Artaeum and we will be gone. We are consulars by nature, and there are too many consulars in Tamriel as it is. No, we will go and return when the land needs us again, perhaps in another age. The old Altmer struggles to his feet and drained the last sip of his drink before leaving, so the Sill and Almalexia alone. Domus last boat. On to the second seed. Uh, 10th of second seed, 2920. The Imperial City, Cyrodiil. Your Imperial Majesty, said the potentate, Versadu Shai, opening the door to his chamber with a smile. I have not seen you lately. Thought perhaps you were indisposed with the lovely Risha. She's taking the baths at Mirakorop, said Emperor Riemann III, said miserably. Please come in. Here's a stage where I can only trust 3 people. You, my son the prince, and Risha, said the Emperor, petulantly. My entire council is nothing but a pack of spies. What seems to be the matter, Your Imperial Majesty? Asked Potentate Bristu Shea sympathetically, drawing close the thick curtain in his chamber. Instantly, all sound outside the room was extinguished, echoing footsteps in the marble halls and birds in the springtide gardens. Discovered that a notorious poisoner, an Orma tribeswoman from Black Marsh called Kathchika, was with the army at Caris Silvia when we were encamped there when my son was poisoned before the battle at Bodrum. Sure, she would have preferred to kill me, but the opportunity didn't present itself, the Emperor fumed. The council suggests that we need evidence of her involvement before we prosecute. Of course they would, said the potentate thoughtfully, particularly if one or more of them was in on the plot. I have a thought, Your Imperial Majesty. Yes, said Riemann impatiently. Out with it. Tell the council you're dropping the matter, and I will send out the guard to track this Ketchika down, follow her. We'll see who her friends are and perhaps get an idea of the scope of this plot in your Imperial Majesty's life. Yes, said Riemann with a satisfied frown. That's a capital plan. We will track the scheme to whomever it leads to. Decidedly, your Imperial Majesty, smiled the potentate, parting the curtains so the Emperor could leave. In the hallway outside was Versadu's son, Severian Chorak. The way was bowed to the Emperor before entering the potentate's chamber. Are you in trouble, father? Whispered the Activiri lad. I heard the Emperor found out about what's her name, the poisoner. Great art of speechcraft, my boy, said Versadu to his son. Versadu Shay. It is to tell them what they want to hear in a way that gets them to do what you want them to do. I need you to get a letter to Ketchika and make certain that she understands that if she does not follow the instructions perfectly, she's risking her own life more than ours. Oh. Yo. 13th of 2nd Seed, 2920. Mirkorup, Cyrodiil. Rija sunk luxuriantly into the burbling hot spring, feeling her skin tingle like it was being rubbed by millions of little stones. The rock shelf over her head sheltered her from the misting rain, but let all the sunshine in, streaming in layers through the branches of the trees. It was an idyllic moment in an idyllic life, and when she was finished, she knew that her beauty would be entirely restored. The only thing she needed was a drink of water. The bath itself, while wonderfully fragrant, tasted always of chalk. Water, she cried to her servants. Water, please. A gaunt woman with rags tied to her eyes ran to her side and dropped a goat skin of water. Rija was about to laugh at the woman's prudery. She herself was not ashamed of her naked body, but then she noticed through a crease in the rags that the old woman had no eyes at all. She was like one of those Orma tribesmen Rija had heard about, but never met. Born without eyes, they were masters of their other senses. Lord of Mirkorup hired very exotic servants, she thought to herself. In a moment, the moment was gone and forgotten. She found it very hard to concentrate on anything with the sun and the water. She opened the cork of the liquid with a strange metallic smell to it. Suddenly she was aware that she was not alone. Lady Rija, said the captain of the Imperial Guard. You are, I see, acquainted with Ketchika? I've never heard of her, stammered Rija before becoming indignant. What are you doing here? This body is not for your leering eyes. Never heard of her. When we saw her with you not a minute ago, said the captain, picking up the goat's skin and smelling it. Brought you Nevius Ichor, did she? To poison the Emperor with? Captain, said one of the guards, running up to him quickly. We cannot find the Argonian. It was as if she disappeared into the woods. Yes, they are good at that, said the captain. No matter, though. We've got her contact at port. This should please His Imperial Majesty. Caesar. As guards pulled the writhing naked woman from the pool, she screamed, I'm innocent. I don't know what this is all about, but I've done nothing. The Emperor will have your heads for this. Yes, I imagine he will, smiled the captain, if he trusts you. 21 Second Seed, 2920. Gideon Blackmarsh. The cell in the Vulture Tavern was a sort of out-of-the-way place that Zook favored for these sorts of interviews. Besides himself and his companion, there were only a couple of old sea dogs in the shadowy room, and they were more unconscious from drink than aware. The grime of the unwashed floor was something you felt rather than saw. Copious dust hung in the air, unmoving in the sparse rays of dying sunlight. You have experience in heavy combat? Asked Zook. The reward is good for this assignment, the risks are great as well. Certainly I have combat experience, replied Miramore heartily. I was at the Battle of Bodrum just 2 months ago. If you do your part and get the Emperor to ride through Doza Pass with a minimal escort on the day and the time we've discussed, I'll do my part. Just be certain that he's not traveling in disguise. I'm not going to slaughter every caravan that passes through in the hopes that it contains Emperor Riemann. Zook smiled and Miramore looked at himself in the Kothringi's reflective face. He liked the way he looked, and the consummate confident professional. Agreed, said Zook, and then you shall have the rest of your gold. Zook placed a large chest on the table between them. He stood up. Wait a few minutes before leaving, said Zook. I don't want you following me. Your employers wish to maintain their anonymity. If by chance you were caught and tortured, fine by me, said Miramore, ordering more grog. Zook rode his mount through the cramped, labyrinthine streets of Gideon, and both he and his horse were happy to pass through the gates into the country. The main road to Castle Giovasi was flooded as it was every year in springtide, but Zook knew a shorter way over the hills. Riding fast under trees, drooping with moss and treacherous slime-coated rocks, he arrived at the castle gates in 2 hours' time. He wasted no time in climbing to Tavia's cell at the top of the highest tower. What do you think of him? Asked the Empress. He's a fool, replied Zook, but that's what we want for this sort of assignment. 30th of 2nd Seed, 2920. Thurzo Fortress, Cyrodiil. Rija screamed and screamed and screamed. Within her cell, her audience was the giant gray stones, crusted with moss but still sturdy. Guards outside were deaf to her as they were deaf to all prisoners. The Emperor, miles away in the Imperial City, had likewise been deaf to her cries of innocence. She screamed knowing well that no one would likely hear her ever again. Damn. 31 to second seed. Kavas Rim Pass, Cyrodiil. It had been days, weeks since Terala had seen another human face, Cyrodiil or Dunmer. She trod the road, she thought to herself how strange it was that such an uninhabited place as Cyrodiil had become the imperial province, seat of an empire. Even though Bosmer and Valenwood must have more populated forests than this Heartland would. She thought back, was it a month ago, too, when she crossed the border from Morrowind into Cyrodiil? Been much cooler then, but other than that, she had no sense of time. The guards had been brusque, but as she was carrying no weaponry, they elected to let her through. Since then, she had seen a few caravans, even shared a meal with some adventurers camping for the night, but met no one who'd give her a ride to a town. Terala stripped off her shawl and dragged it behind her. For a moment, she thought she heard someone behind her and spun a bit. No one was there, just a bird perched on a branch making a sound like laughter. She walked on and then stopped. Something was happening. The child had been kicking in her belly for some time now, and this was a different kind of spasm. With a groan, she lurched over to the side of the path, collapsing into the grass. Her child was coming. She lay on her back and pushed, but she could barely see with her tears of pain and frustration. How did it come to this, giving birth in the wilderness all by herself to a child whose father was the Duke of Mournhold? Her scream of rage and agony shook the birds from the trees. The birds that had been laughing at her earlier flew down to the road. She blinked, and the bird was gone, and in its place, a naked elf man stood, not as dark as Dunmer, but not as pale as Altmer. She knew at once it was an Aelid, a wild elf. Terala screamed, but the man held her down. After a few minutes of struggle, she felt a release, and then fainted away. When she awoke, it was to the sound of a baby crying. The child had been cleaned and was laying by her side. Terala picked up her baby girl, and for the first time that year, felt tears of happiness stream down her face. She whispered to the trees, "Thank you," and began walking with the babe in her arms down the road to the west. Alright. I am going to note we are going to be reading Mid-Year. Alright, so we just finished this one? Yeah. Yep, Mid-Year. So yeah. My voice is killing me because I've been talking for so long. It's been almost 5 hours, so I'm gonna call it here. This video is gonna just continue right back, but otherwise I'm gonna play for now. Thank you so much for watching. Enjoy. I'll see you all next in a little bit. Alright, we are back. We are going to continue our reading. We left off on Mid-Year. Yeah. 2920 Mid-Year, Book 6. Alright. The second of Mid-Year, 2920. Palmora Morrowind. The Imperial armies gathered to the south, said Cassier. They are a 2 weeks march from Ald Yuval and Lake Coronati, heavily armored. Vivek nodded. Ald Yuval and its sister city on the other side of the lake, Ald Malak, were strategically important fortresses. He had been expecting a move against them for some time. His captain pulled down a map of southwestern Morrowind from the wall and smoothed it out, fighting a gentle summer breeze wafting in from the open window. "They were heavily armored, you say?" asked the captain. "Yes, sir," said Cassier. "They were camped out near Bethel Grey in the Heartland, and I saw nothing but ebony, dwarven, and daedric armor, fine weaponry, and siege equipment." "How about spellcasters and boats?" asked Vivek. "A horde of battle mages," replied Cassier, "but no boats." "As heavily armored as they are, it will take them at least 2 weeks, like you said, to get from Bethel Grey to Lake Coronati." Vivek studied the map carefully. Excuse me. "They'd be dragged down in the bogs if they then tried to circle around to Aldmarok from the north. So they must be planning to cross the straits here and take Ald Yuval. Then they'd proceed around the lake to the east and take Aldmarok from the south. They'll be vulnerable along the straits," said the captain, "provided we strike when they are more than halfway across and can't retreat back to the Heartland." "Your intelligence has once again served us well," said Vivek, smiling at Cassier. "We will beat back the Imperial aggressors yet again." The third of Mid-Year. Bethel Grey, Cyrodiil. "Will you be returning back this way after your victory?" asked Lord Bethel. Prince Juliek barely paid attention, or Julia, I don't remember what I was saying it last time. Barely paid the man any attention. He was focused on the army packing its camp. It was a cool morning in the forest with the Renault clouds, all the makings of a hot afternoon march, particularly in such heavy armor. "If we return shortly, it will be because of defeat," said the prince. He could see down in the meadow the potentate Brisidus Shea paying his lordship's steward for the use of the village's food, wine, and whores. An army was an expensive thing for certs. "My prince," said Lord Bethel with concern. "Is your army beginning a march due east? That will just lead you to the shores of Lake Coronati. You'll want to go southeast to get to the straits." You just make certain your merchants get their share of our gold, said the prince with a grin. Let me worry about my army's direction. The 16th of mid-year. Lake Coronati, Morrowind. Vivek stared across the blue expanse of the lake, seeing his reflection and the reflection of his army in the cool blue waters. What he did not see was the Imperial Army's reflection. They must have reached the straits by now, barring any mishaps in the forest. Tall, feather-thin lake trees blocked much of his view of the straits, but an army, particularly one clan in slow-moving heavy army, cannot move invisibly, silently. Let me see the map again, he called to his captain. Is there no other way they could approach? We have sentries posted in the swamps to the north in case they feel they're fool enough to go there and be bogged under, said the captain. We would at least hear about it, but there is no other way across the lake except through the straits. Vivek looked down again at his reflection, which seemed to be distorting his image, mocking him. Then he looked back on the map. Spy, said Vivek, calling Cassier over. When you said the army had a horde of battle mages, what made you so certain they were battle mages? They were wearing grey robes with mystical insignia on them, explained Cassier. I figured they were mages, and why else would such a vast number travel with the army? They couldn't have all been healers. You fool, roared Vivek. They're mystics schooled in the art of alteration. They've cast a spell of water breathing on the entire army. Vivek ran down to a new vantage point where he could see the north. Across the lake, though, it was but a small shadow on the horizon. They could see gouts of flame from the assault on Aldmarok. Vivek bellowed with fury, and his captain got to work at once, redirecting the army to circle the lake and defend the castle. Return to Dwenin, said Vivek flatly to Cassier before he rode off to join the battle. Your services are no longer needed nor wanted. It was already too late when the Morrowind army neared Aldmarok. It had already been taken by the Imperial army. 19th of mid-year. Potentate arrived in the Imperial City Potentate arrived in the Imperial City amid great fanfare, the streets lined with men and women cheering him as the symbol of the taking of Aldmarok. Truth be told, a greater number would have turned out had the prince returned, and the Versailles knew it. Still, it pleased him to no end. Never before had citizens of Tamriel cheered the arrival of an Akaviri into their land. The Emperor Riemann III greeted him with a warm embrace, and then tore into the letter he had brought from the prince. I don't understand, he said at last, still joyous but equally confused. You went under the lake? Aldmarok is a very well-fortified fortress, explained the Potentate. As I might add, the army of Morrowind had discovered, now that they are on the outside. To take it, we had to attack by surprise and with our soldiery and the sturdiest of armor. Casting the spell that allowed us to breathe underwater, we were able to travel faster than Vivek would have guessed. We had the armor made less by the aquatic surroundings, and the attack from the water-bound west side of the fortress where their defenses were at their weakest. Brilliant, the Emperor crowed. You are a wondrous tactician, Versailles. If your fathers have been as good at this as you are, Tamriel would be Akaviri domain. The Potentate had not planned to take credit for Prince Juliak's design, but on the Emperor's reference to his people's fiasco of an invasion 216 years ago, he made up his mind. He smiled modestly and soaked up the praise. 21st of mid-year. Aldmarok, Morrowind. Severian Chorak slithered to the wall and watched through the arrow slit the Morrowind army retreating back to the forest land between the swamps and the castle grounds. It seemed like the opportunity to strike. Perhaps the forest could be burned and the army within them. Perhaps with Vivek in their enemies' hands, the army would allow them possession of Ald-Yuval as well. He suggested these ideas to the prince. What you seem to be forgetting, laughed Prince Juliak, is that I gave my word that no harm to the army or to commanders during the truce negotiations. You don't have honor during warfare on Akavir? My prince, I was born here in Tamriel. I have never been to my people's home, replied the Snake Man. But even so, your ways are strange to me. You expected no quarter, and I gave you none when we fought in the Imperial Arena 5 months ago. That was a game, replied the prince, before nodding to his sword to let the Dunmer battle chief in. Juliak had never seen Vivek before, but he had heard he was a living god. What came before him was but a man, a powerfully built man, handsome, with an intelligent face, but a man nonetheless. The prince was pleased, a man he could speak with, but not a god. Greetings, my worthy adversary, said Vivek. We seem to be at an impasse. Not necessarily, said the prince. You don't want to give us Morrowind, and I can't fault you for that. But it must have your coastline to protect the Empire from overseas aggressions and certain key strategic border castles, such as this one, as well as Aldumbiel, Tel Arun, Ald Lambase, and Tel Mothrivra. And in return, asked Vivek? In return, laughed Severian Chorak. You forget we are the victors here, not you. In return, said Prince Juliak carefully, there will be no Imperial attacks on Morrowind, unless in return to an attack by you. You will be protected from invaders by the Imperial Navy. Your land may expand by taking certain estates in Blackmarsh, whichever you choose, provided they are not needed by the Empire. A reasonable offer, said Vivek after a pause. must forgive me, I'm unused to Cyrodiils who offer something in return for what they take. May I have a few days to decide? We will meet again in a week's time, said the prince, smiling. In the meantime, if your army provokes no attacks on mine, we are at peace. Vivek left the prince's chamber feeling that Almalexia was right. The war was at an end. This prince would make an excellent emperor. The years continued in Sun's Height. Where's Sun's Height? There it is. Take a drink. Sun's Height, Book 7 of 2920, the last year of the First Era. The 4th of Sun's Height, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. The Emperor Riemann III and his potentate Versailles took a stroll around the Imperial Gardens, studded with statuary and fountains. The North Gardens fit the Emperor's mood, as well as being the coolest acreage in the city during the heat of summertide, making sure that's still going. Austere, tiered flower beds of blue, gray, and green towered all around them as they walked. Vivek had agreed to the prince's terms for peace, said Riemann. My son will be returning in 2 weeks' time. This is excellent news, said the potentate carefully. I hope the Dunmer will honor the terms. We might have asked for more. The fortress at Blackgate, for example. But I suppose the prince knows what is reasonable. He would not cripple the empire just for peace. I've been thinking lately of Rija and what caused her to plot against my life, said the emperor, pausing to admire a statue of the slave queen Alessia before continuing. The only thing I can think of to account for it is that she admired my son too much. She may have loved me for my power and my personality, but he, after all, is young and handsome and will one day inherit my throne. She must have thought that if we were dead, she could have an emperor who had both youth and power. The prince was in on the plot? Asked Versailles. It was a difficult game to play, anticipating where the emperor's paranoia would strike next. Oh, I don't think so, said Riemann, smiling. No, my son loves me well. Are you aware that Corda, Raja's sister, an initiate of the Morwag Conservatorium in Hagath, asked potentate. Morwa, asked the emperor. I've forgotten. Which god is that? Lusty fertility goddess of the Ukudans, replied the potentate, but not too lusty like Debella. Demure, but certainly sexual. I am through with lusty woman. The Empress Rija, all too lusty. A lust for love leads to a lust for power. The emperor shrugged his shoulders. But a priestess in training with a certain healthy appetite sounds ideal. Now, what were you saying about the Black Gate? The 6th of Sun's Height. Thurzo Fortress, Cyrodiil. Rija stood quietly looking at the cold stone floor while the Emperor spoke. He had never before seen her so pale and joyless. She might at least be pleased that she was being freed, being returned to her homeland. Why, if she left now, she could be in Hammerfell by the Merchants' Festival. Nothing he said seemed to register any reaction from her. A month and a half stay in Thurzo Fortress seemed to have killed her spirit. I was thinking, said the Emperor at last, having your younger sister court off to the palace for a time. Think she would prefer it over the conservatorium in Hagath, don't you? Reaction, at last. Rija looked at the Emperor with an animal hatred, flinging herself at him in rage. Her fingernails have grown long since her imprisonment, and she raked them across his face, into his eyes. He howled with pain, and his guards pulled her off, pummeling her with blows from the back of their swords until she was knocked unconscious. The healer was called at once, but the Emperor Riemann III lost his right eye. 23rd of Sun's Height. Balmora Morrowind. Vivek pulled himself from the water, feeling the heat of the day wash from his skin, taking a towel from one of his servants. Sothasil watched his old friend from the balcony. Looks like you've picked up more scars since I last saw you, said the sorcerer. Azura granted that I have no more for a while, laughed Vivek. When did you arrive? A little over an hour ago, said Sothasil, walking down the stairs to the water's edge. I thought I was coming to end a war, but it seems you've done it without me. Yes, 80 years is long enough for ceaseless battle, replied Vivek, embracing Sothasil. We made concessions, but so did they. When the old emperor is dead, we may be entering a golden age. Prince Juliek is very wise for his age. Where's Almalexia? Collecting the Duke of Mournhold. They should be here tomorrow afternoon. The men were distracted at a sight from around the corner of the palace. A rider was approaching through the town, heading for the front steps. It was evident that the woman had been riding hard for some time. He met her in the study where she burst in, breathing hard. We've been betrayed, she gasped. The Imperial army has seized the Black Gate. 24th of Sun's Height, Balmora Morrowind. It was the first time in 17 years that the 3 members of the Morrowind Tribunal had met in the same place, since Sothasil had left for Artaeum. All 3 wished that the circumstances of the reunion were different. From what I've learned, while the prince was returning to Cyrodiil to the south, a second Imperial army came down from the north, said Vivek to his stony-faced compatriots. It is reasonable to assume Juliek didn't know about the attack. Neither would it be unreasonable to suppose that he planned on being a distraction while the Emperor launched the attack on Blackgate, said Sothasil. This must be considered a break of the truce. Where's the Duke of Mournhold? Asked Vivek. I would hear his thoughts on the matter. He's meeting with the Night Mother in Talaroon, said Almalexia quietly. Told him to wait until he had spoken to you, but he said the matter had waited long enough. It would involve the Morag Tong in outside affairs? Vivek shook his head and looked to Sothasil. Please, do what you can. Assassination will only move us backwards. This matter must be settled with diplomacy or battle. 25th of Sunsight. Talaroon, Morrowind. The Night Mother met Sothasil in her salon, lit only by the moon. She was cruelly beautiful, dressed in a simple black silk black robe, lounging across her divan. With a gesture, she dismissed her red-cloaked guards and offered the sorcerer some wine. Only just missed your friend, the Duke, she whispered. He was very unhappy, but I think he will solve his problem. We will solve his problem for him. Did you hire the Morag Tong to assassinate the Emperor? Asked Sothasil. You are straightforward, aren't you? That's good. I love plain-speaking men. It saves so much time. Of course, I cannot discuss with you what the Duke and I talked about, she smiled. It would be bad for business. What if I were to offer you an equal amount of gold for you to not assassinate the Emperor? The Morag Tong murders for the glory of Mephala and for profit, she said, speaking into her glass of wine. We do not merely kill. That would be sacrilege. Once the Duke's gold has arrived in 3 days' time, we will do our end of the business, and I'm afraid we would not dream of entertaining a counteroffer. Though we are a business as well as a religious order, we do not bow to supply and demand, Sothasil. 27th of Sunsight, the Inner Sea, Morrowind. Sothasil had been watching the waters for 2 days now, waiting for a particular vessel, and now he saw it. A heavy ship with the flag of Mournhold. The sorcerer took the air and intercepted it before it reached harbor. A call of flame erupted over his figure, disguising his voice and form into that of a Daedra. Abandon your ship, he bellowed, if you would not sink with it. In truth, Sothasil could have exploded the vessel with but a single ball of fire, but he chose to take his time, to give the crew a chance to dive off into the warm water. When he was certain that there was no one living aboard, he focused his energy into a destructive way that shook the air and water as it discharged. The ship and the Duke's payment to the Morag Tong sunk to the bottom of the Inner Sea. Night Mother, thought Sothasil as he floated towards the shore to alert the harbor master that some sailors were in need of rescue. Everybody bows to supply and demand. The years continued in Last Seed. Right. Oh, long book. 21 pages. The first of Last Seed, Mournhold, Morrowind. They were gathered in the Duke's courtyard at twilight, enjoying the smell and warmth of a fire of dry branches and bitter green leaves. Tiny embers flew into the sky, hanging for a few moments before vanishing. I was rash, agreed the Duke somberly, but Lorcan had his laugh and all is well. The Morag Tong will not assassinate the Emperor now that my payment to them is at the bottom of the Inner Sea. Thought you had made some sort of truce with the Daedra princes. When your sailors called a Daedra may not have been one, said Sothasil. Perhaps it was a rogue battle mage or even a lightning bolt that destroyed your ship. Prince and the Emperor are en route to take possession of Aldalambasi, as our truce agreed. It is certainly typical of the Cyrodiil to assume that their concessions are negotiable while ours are not. Vivek pulled out a map. We can meet them here, in this village to the north, west of Aldalambasi, Ferventhil. Will we meet to talk? Asked Almalexia, or to make war? No one had an answer to that. 15th of Last Seed, Ferventhil, Morrowind. A late summer squall blew through the small village, darkening the sky except for flashing of lightning which leapt from cloud to cloud like acrobats. Water rushed down the narrow streets ankle deep, and the prince had to shout to be heard by his captains but a few feet away from him. There's an inn up ahead! We'll wait there for the storm to pass before pressing on to Aldalambasi. Aldalambasi, I don't know how to pronounce that. The inn was warm and dry and bustling with business. Barmaids were rushing back and forth, bringing grief and wine to a back room, evidently excited about a famous visitor. Someone who was attracting more attention than the mere heir to the Empire of Tamriel. Amused, Yuliak watched them run until he overheard the name of Vivek. My Lord Vivek, he said, bursting into the back room. You must believe me, I knew nothing about the attack on Black Gate until after it happened. We will, of course, be returning it to your care forthwith. I wrote you a letter to that effect at your palace in Balmora, but obviously you're not there, he paused, taking in the many new faces in the room. Sorry, let me introduce myself. I'm Juliak Cyrodiil. My name is Almalexia, said the most beautiful woman the prince has ever seen. Why won't you join us? Sothasil, said a serious-looking Dunmer in a white cloak, shaking the prince's hand and showing him to a seat. Inderil Brindisi Dorum, Duke Prince of Mournhold, said the massively built man next to him as he sat down. I recognize that the events of the last month suggest, at best, that the Imperial Army is not under my control, said the prince after ordering some wine. That is true. The army is my father's. I understood that the Emperor was going to be coming to Lambasi as well, said Almalexia. Officially he is, said the prince cautiously. unofficially, he's still back in the Imperial City. He's met with an unfortunate accident. Vivek glanced at the Duke quickly before looking at the Prince. An accident? He's fine, said the Prince quickly. He'll live, but it looks like he'll lose an eye. It was an altercation that had nothing to do with the war. The only good news is that while he recovers, I have the use of a seal. Any agreement we make here now will be binding to the Empire, both in my father's reign and in mine. Well, let's start agreeing, smiled Almalexia. The 16th, last seed, Rothnaga, Cyrodiil. The tiny hamlet of Rothnaga greeted Cassier with its colorful houses perched on a promontory overlooking the stretch of the Rothgarian mountain plain and high rock beyond. Had he been in a better mood, the sight would have been breathtaking. As it was, he could only think that in practical terms, a small village like this would have meager provisions for himself and his horse. He rode down into the main square where an inn called the Eagle's Cry stood. Directing the stable boy to house and feed his horse, Cassier walked into the inn and was surprised by its ambiance. A minstrel he had heard play once in Gilderdale was performing a jaunty old tune to the clapping of the mountain men. Such forced merriment was not what Cassier wanted at that moment. A glum Dunmer woman was seated at the only table far from the noise, so he took his drink there and sat down without invitation. So only when he did so that he noticed that she was holding a newborn baby. I've just come from Arwind, he said rather awkwardly, lowering his voice. I've been fighting for Vivek and the Duke of Mournhold against the Imperial Army. Traitor to my people, I guess you'd call me. I am also a traitor to my people, said the woman, holding up her hand, which was scarred with a branded symbol. Means that I can never go back to my homeland. Well, you're not thinking of staying here, are you? Laughed Cassier. It's certainly quaint, but come wintertide, there's going to be snow up to your eyelashes. It's no place for a new baby. What's her name? Fosriel. It means beauty of the forest. Where are you going? Dwynnin, on the bay in High Rock. You're welcome to join me. I could use company. He held out his hand. Cassier Whitley. Tarala, said the woman after a pause. She was going to use her family's name first, as is tradition, but she realized that it was no longer her name. I would love to accompany you. Thank you. 19th of last seed. Al-Lambasi, Morrowind. 5 men and 2 women stood in the silence of the great room of the castle, the only sound the scrawl of quill on parchment and the gentle tapping of rain on the large picture window. As the prince set the seal of Cyrodiil on the document, the peace was made official. The Duke of Mournhold broke out in a roar of delight, ordering wine brought in to commemorate the end of 80 years of war. Only Sotha still stood apart from the group. His face betrayed no emotion. Those who knew him knew he did not believe in endings or beginnings, but in the continuous cycle of which this was but a small part. My prince, said the castle steward, unhappy at breaking the celebration, there's a messenger here from your mother, the Empress. He asked to see her father, but as he did not arrive, Juliek excused himself and went to speak with the messenger. The Empress does not live in the Imperial City? Asked Vivek. No, Almalexia, shaking her head sadly. Her husband has imprisoned her in Blackmarsh, fearing that she was plotting a revolution against him. She's extremely wealthy and has powerful allies in the Western Colovian estates, so he could not marry another or have her executed. They've been at an impasse for the last 17 years since Juliek was a child. Prince returned a few minutes later. His face betrayed his anxiety, though he took troubles to hide it. My mother needs me, he said simply. I'm afraid I must leave at once. If I may have a copy of the treaty, I will bring it with me to show the Empress the good we have done today, and then I will carry it to the Imperial City so it may be made official. Prince Juliek left with the fond farewells of the 3 of Morrowind. As they watched him ride out into the rain-swept night south towards Blackmarsh, Vivek said, Tamriel will be healed when he has the throne. The 31st to last seed. Dorsa Pass, Blackmarsh. The moon was rising over the desolate quarries, steaming with swamp gas from a particularly hot summer as the prince and his 2-guard escort rode out of the forest. The massive piles of earth and dung had been piled high in antiquity by some primitive, long-dead tribe of Blackmarsh, hoping to keep out some sort of evil from the north. Evidently, the evil had broken through at Dorsa Pass, the large crack in the sad, lonely rampart that stretched for miles. The black twisted trees that grew up on the barrier cast strange shadows down, like a net tangling. The prince's mind was on his mother's cryptic letter, hinting at the threat of an invasion. He could not, of course, tell the Dunmer about it, at the very least until he knew more and had notified his father. After all, the letter was meant for him. It was its urgent tone that made him decide to go directly to Gideon. The Empress had also warned him about a band of former slaves who attacked caravans going into Dorsa Pass. He advised them to be certain to make his imperial shield visible, so they would know he was not one of the hated Dunmer slavers. Upon riding into the tall weeds that flooded through the pass like a noxious river, the prince ordered that his shield be displayed. I can see why the slaves use this, said the princess captain. It's an excellent location for an ambush. Juliek nodded his head, but his thoughts were elsewhere. What threat of invasion could the Empress have discovered? Were the Akaviri on the seas again? If so, how could his mother from her cell in Castle Giovias know of it? A rustle in the weeds and a single sharp human cry behind him interrupted his ponderings. Turning around, the prince discovered that he was alone. His escort had vanished. The prince peered over the stench of the moonlit sea of grass, which waved in almost hypnotic patterns to the ebb and flow of the night wind billowing through the pass. It was impossible to tell if a circling soldier was beneath this system of vibrations, a dying horse behind another. A high whistling wind drowned out any sound the victims of the ambush might be making. Juliek drew his sword and thought about what to do, his mind willing his heart not to panic. He was closer to the exit of the pass than the entrance. Whatever had slain his escort must have been behind him. If he rode fast enough, perhaps he could outrun it. Spurring his horse to gallop, he charged for the hills, framed by the mighty black piles of dirt. When he was thrown, it happened so suddenly. He was hurtling forward before he was truly conscious of the fact. He landed several yards beyond where his horse had fallen, breaking his shoulder and his back on impact. Ooh. Numbness washed over him as he stared at his poor, dying steed, its belly sliced open by one of the several jeers butting up just below the surface of the grass. Prince Juliek was not able to turn and face the figure that emerged from the grass, nor able to move to defend himself. Its throat was cut without ceremony. Miramor cursed when he saw the face of his victim more clearly in the moonlight. He had seen the Emperor at the Battle of Bodrum when he had fought in his Imperial Majesty's command, and this was clearly not the Emperor. Searching the body, he found the letter and a treaty signed by Vivek Almalexius of the Silm, the Duke of Mournhold representing Morrowind, and the Prince Juliek Cyrodiil representing the Cyrodiil Empire. Curse my luck, muttered Miramor to himself in the whispering grass. I've only killed a prince. Where's the reward in that? Miramor destroyed the letter, as Zook had instructed him to do, and pocketed the treaty. At the very least, such a curiosity would have some market value. He disassembled the traps as he pondered his next step. Return to Gideon and ask his employer for a lesser reward for killing the heir. Move on to other lands. At the very least, he considered. He had picked up 2 useful skills from the Battle of Bodrum. From the Dunmer, he had learned the excellent spear trap, and abandoning the Imperial army, he had learned how to skulk in the grass. The years continued in Hearthfire, so here we go. Hearthfire, Book 9. Second of Hearthfire, Gideon, Black Marsh. The Empress Tavia lay across her bed, a hot late summer wind she could not feel banging the shutters of her cell to and fro against the iron bars. Throat felt like it was on fire, but still she sobbed uncontrollably, wringing her last tapestry in her hands. Her wailing echoed throughout the hollow halls of Castle Giovesi, stopping the maids in their washing and guards in their conversation. One of her women came up the narrow stairs to see her mistress, but her chief guard Zook stood at the doorway and shook his head. She's just heard that her son is dead, he said quietly. The 5th of Hearthfire. In the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. Your Imperial Majesty, said Potentate Versaduce through the door. You can open the door, I assure you. You're perfectly safe. No one wants to kill you. Ours blood, came the Emperor Riemann III's voice, muffled, hysterical, tinged with madness. Someone assassinated the prince, and he was holding my shield. They could have thought he was me. You're certainly correct, Your Imperial Majesty, replied the Potentate, expunging any mocking qualities from his voice while his black-slitted eyes rolled contemptuously. You must find and punish the evildoer responsible for your son's death, but we cannot do it without you. You must be brave for your empire. There was no reply. At the very least, come out and sign the order for Lady Regia's execution, called the Potentate. Let us dispose of the one traitor and assassin we know of. A brief pause, and then the sound of furniture scraping across the floor. Anyone opened the door just cracked, but the Potentate could see his angry, fearful face, and the terrible mound of ripped tissue that used to be his right eye. Despite the best healers in the Empire, it was still a ghastly souvenir of the Lady Regia's work in Thurzo Fortress. Hand me the order, the Emperor snarled. I'll sign it with pleasure. The 6th of Hearthfire, Gideon, Cyrodiil. The strange blue glow of the will-o-wisps, a combination, so she'd been told, of swamp gas and spiritual energy, had always frightened Tavia. She looked out her window. Now it seemed strangely comforting. Beyond the bog lay the city of Gideon. It was funny, she thought, that she had never stepped foot in its streets, that she had watched it every day for 17 years. Can you think of anything I've forgotten? She asked, turning to look back on the loyal Kothringi Zook. I know exactly what to do, he said simply. He seemed to smile, but the Empress realized that it was only her own face reflected in his silvery skin. She was smiling, and she didn't even realize it. Make certain you aren't followed, she warned. I don't want my husband to know where my gold's been hiding all these years. And do take your share of it. You've been a good friend. The Empress Tavia stepped forward and dropped from sight into the mists. Zuko placed the bars on the tower window and threw a blanket over some pillows on her bed. With any luck, they would not discover her body on the lawn until morning, at which time he hoped to be halfway to Morrowind. Oh. Damn. Ninth of Hearts Fire. Phrygius High Rock. The strange trees on all sides resembled knobby piles crowned with great bursts of reds, yellows, and oranges, like insect mounds caught fire. The Rothgarian mountains were fading into the misty afternoon. Tarala marveled at the sight, so alien, so different from Morrowind, as she plodded the horse forward into an open pasture. Behind her, head nodding against her chest, Cassier slept, cradling Bosriel. For a moment, Tarala considered jumping the low painted fence that crossed the field, but she thought better of it. Let Cassier sleep for a few more hours before giving him the reins. As the horse passed into the field, Tarala saw that the small green house up on the next hill, half hidden in forest. So picturesque was the image, she felt herself lull into a pleasant, half-sleeping state. A blast of a horn brought her back to reality with a shudder. Cassier opened his eyes. Where are we now? He hissed. I don't know, Tarala stammered, wide-eyed. What does that sound? Orcs, he whispered. Hunting party. Out of the thicket, quickly. Tarala trotted the horse into the small collection of trees. Cassier handed her the child and dismounted. Began pulling their bags off necks, throwing them into the bushes. A sound started then, a distant rumbling of footfall growing louder and closer. Tarala climbed off carefully and helped Cassier unburden the horse. All the while, Bosriel watched open-eyed. Tarala sometimes worried that her baby never cried. Now she was grateful for it. With the last of the luggage off, Cassier slapped the horse's rear, sending it galloping into the field. Taking Tarala's hand, he hunkered down in the bushes. With luck, he murmured, they'll think she's wild or belongs to the farm and won't go looking for the rider. As he spoke, a horde of orcs surged into the field, blasting their horns. Tarala had seen orcs before, but never in such abundance. Never with such bestial confidence. Roaring with delay at the horse in its confused state, they hastened past the timber where Cassier, Tarala, and Bosriel hid. The wildflowers flew in the air at their stampede, powdering the air with seeds. Tarala tried to hold back a sneeze and thought she succeeded. One of the orcs heard something, though, and brought another with him to investigate. Cassier quietly unsheathed his sword, mustering all the confidence he could. His skills, such as they were in spying, not combat. He vowed to protect Tarala and her babe for as long as he could. Perhaps he would slay these two, he reasoned, but not before they cried out and brought the rest of the horde. Suddenly, something invisible swept through the bushes like a wind. The orcs flew backwards, falling dead on their backs. Tarala turned and saw a wrinkled crone with bright red hair emerge from a nearby bush. They were going to bring him right to me, she whispered, smiling. Best to come with me. Three followed the old woman through a deep crevasse of bramble bushes that ran through the field toward the house on the hill. As they emerged on the other side, the woman turned to look at the orcs feasting on the remains of the horse, a blood-soaked orgy to the beat of multiple horns. That horse yours? She asked. When Cassier nodded, she laughed loudly. That's rich meat, that is. Those monsters will have bellyaches and flatulence in the morning. Serves them right. Shouldn't we keep moving? Whispered Tarala, unnerved by the woman's laughter. They won't come up here, she grinned, looking at Bosriel, who smiled back. They're too afraid of us. Tarala turned to Cassier, who shook his head. Witches. Am I correct in assuming that this is old Barbin's farm, the home of the Skeffington Coven? You are, pet, the old woman giggled girlishly, pleased to be so infamous. I am Minister Skeffington. What did you do to those orcs? Asked Tarala, back there in the thicket. Spirit fist right side of the head. Minista said, continuing the climb up the hill. Ahead of them was the farmhouse grounds, a well, a chicken coop, a pond, women of all ages doing chores, laughter of children at play. The old woman turned and saw that Tarala did not understand. Don't you have witches where you're from, child? None that I know of, she said. There are all sorts of wielders of magic in Tamriel, she explained. The Psijics study magic like it's their painful duty. The battle mages in the army on the other end of the scale hurl spells like arrows. We witches commune and conjure and celebrate. To fell those orcs, I merely whispered to the spirits of the air, Amaro, Pina, Talatha, the fingers of Kenrath, and the breath of the world, with whom I have an intimate acquaintance. Smack those bastards dead. You see, conjuration is not about might, or solving riddles, or agonizing over musty old scrolls. It's about fostering relations. Being friendly, you might say. Well, we certainly appreciate you being friendly with us, Cassier said. As well you might, coughed Minista. Your kind destroyed the Orc homeland 2,000 years ago. Before that, they never came all the way up here and bothered us. Now let's get you cleaned up and fed. With that, Mynista led them into the farm, and Tarala met the family of the Skeffington Coven. 11th of Hearthfire, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. Regia had not even tried to sleep the night before, and she found the somber music played during her execution to have a soporific effect. It's as if she was willing herself to be unconscious before the axe stroke. Her eyes were bound, so she could not see her former lover, the Emperor, seated before her, glaring with his one good eye. She could not see the potentate Versailles, his coil neatly wrapped beneath him, a look of triumph in his golden face. She could feel numbly the executioner's hand touch her back to steady her. She flinched like a dreamer trying to awake. The first blow caught the back of her head and she screamed. The next hacked through her neck, and she was dead. The Emperor turned to the potentate wearily. Now that's done. You said she had a pretty sister in Hammerfell named Corda. Oh. 18th of Hearthfire. Dwindon Highrock. The horse the witches had sold him was not as good as his old one, Cassier considered. Spirit worship and sacrifice and sisterhood might be all well and good for conjuring spirits, but tends to spoil beasts of burden. Still, there was little to complain about. With the Dunmer woman and her child gone, he had made excellent time. Ahead were the walls surrounding the city of his homeland. Almost at once, he was set upon by his old friends and family. On with the war, cried his cousin, running to the road. Is it true that Vivek signed a peace with the prince, but the emperor refuses to honor it? That's not how it was it? Asked a friend joining him. I heard that the Dunmer had the prince murdered and then made up a story about a treaty, but there's no evidence for it. Isn't there anything interesting happening in here? Cassier laughed. I really don't have the least interest in discussing the war of Vivek. You missed the procession of Lady Corda, said his friend. She came across the bay with full entourage and then east to the Imperial City. That's nothing. What was Vivek like? Asked his cousin eagerly. He's supposed to be a living god. If Sheogorath steps down and they need another god of madness, he'll do, said Cassier haughtily. And the women? Asked the lad, who had only seen Dunmer ladies on very rare occasions. Cassier merely smiled. Tarala Skeffington flashed into his mind for an instant before fading away. She would be happy with the Coven, and her child would be well cared for. They were part of the past now, a place in a war he wanted to forget forever. Dismounting his horse, he walked into the city, chatting of trivial gossip of life on the Iliac Bay. Book 10. We're getting there. We got 3 left. Frostfall. The 10th of Frostfall. Phrygius Highrock. The creature before them blinked, senseless, its eyes glazed, mouth opening and closing as if relearning its function. Thin glob of saliva burbled down between its fangs and hung suspended. Tarala had never seen anything of its kind before, reptilian and massive, perched on its hind legs like a man. Ministera applauded enthusiastically. My child, she crowed. You have come so far in so short a time. What were you thinking when you summoned the Stageroth? It took Tarala a moment to recall whether she was thinking anything at all. She was merely overwhelmed that she had reached out across the fabric of reality into the realm of Oblivion, plucked forth this loathsome creature, conjuring it into the world by the power of her mind. I was thinking of the color red, Tarala said, concentrating. The simplicity and clarity of it, and then I desired and spoke the charm, and this is what I conjured up. Desire is a powerful force for a young witch, said Ministera, and it is well matched for in this instance. For this Daedroth is nothing if not a simple force of the spirits. Can you release your desire as easily? Tarala closed her eyes and spoke the dismissal invocation. The monster faded away like a painting in sunlight, still blinking confusedly. Ministera embraced her dark elf pupil, laughing with delight. I never would have believed it. A month and a day you've been with the Coven, and you're already far more advanced than most of the women here. There's powerful blood in you, Tarala. You touch spirits like you were touching a lover. You'd be leading this Coven one day. I've seen it. Tarala smiled. It was good to be complimented. The Duke of Mournhold had praised her pretty face and her family before she had dishonored them. Praised her manners. Cassier had been nothing more than a companion. His compliments meant nothing, but with Ministera, she felt she was home. You'll be leading the Coven many years yet, great sister, said Tarala. I certainly intend to, but the spirits, while marvelous companions and faultless tellers of truth, are often hazy about the when and hows. Can't blame them, really, when and how means so little to them. Ministera opened the door to the shed, allowing the brisk autumn breeze in to dispel the bitter and fetid smells of the Daedroth. Now, I need you to run there and to Wayrest. It's only a week's ride there, and a week's ride back. Bring Dorotha and Seraphina with you. As much as we try to be self-sufficient, there are herbs we can't grow here, and we seem to run through an enormous quantity of gems in no time at all. It's important that the people of the city learn to recognize you as one of the wise women of Skevington Coven. You'll find the benefits of being notorious far outweigh the inconveniences. Corella did as she was bade. As she and her sisters climbed abroad their horses, Ministera brought her child, little 5-month-old Busriel, to kiss her mother goodbye. The witches were in love with the little Dunmer infant, fathered by a wicked duke, birthed by wild Aelid elves in the forest heart of the Empire. Corella knew her nursemaids would protect her child with their lives. After many kisses and a farewell wave, the 3 young witches rode off into the bright woods under a covering of red, yellow, and orange. The 12th of Frostfall. Gwendon High Rock. For a meet-house evening, the least loved Porcupine Tavern was wildly crowded. Roaring fire in the pit in the center of the room cast an almost sinister glow on all the regulars and made the abundance of bodies look like a punishment tapestry inspired by the Arcturian heresies. Cassier took his usual place with his cousin and ordered a flagon of ale. "Have you been to see the Baron?" asked Paleth. "Yes, he may have worked for me in the palace of Ervaeus," said Cassier, "but more than that I can't say. You understand secrets of Satan and all that. Why are there so many damned people here tonight?" "A shipload of Dark Elves just came into the harbor. They've come from the war. I was just waiting until you got here to introduce you as another veteran." Cassier blushed, but regained his composure enough to ask, "What are they doing here? Has there been a truce?" "I don't know the full story," said Paleth, "but apparently the Emperor and Vivek are in negotiations again. These fellows here have investments they were keen to check on, and they figured things on the bay were quiet enough. The only way we can get the full story is to talk to the chaps." With that, Paleth gripped his cousin's arm and pulled him to the other side of the bar so suddenly Cassier would have had to struggle violently to resist. The Dunmer travelers were spread out across 4 of the tables laughing with the locals. They were largely amiable young men, well-dressed, befitting merchants, animated in gesture made more extravagant by liquor. "Excuse me," said Paleth, intruding on the conversation. "My shy cousin Cassier was in the war as well, fighting for the living god Vivek." "The only Cassier I ever heard of," said one of the Dunmer drunkenly with a wide, friendly smile, shaking Cassier's free hand, "was Cassier Whitley, who Vivek said was the worst spy in history. We lost Aldmarok due to his bungling intelligence work. For your sake, friend, I hope the two of you were never confused." Cassier smiled and listened as the lout told the story of his failure with bountiful exaggerations, which caused the table to roar with laughter. Several eyes looked his way, but none of the locals sought to explain that the fool of the tale was standing at attention. The eyes that sung the most were his cousins, the young man who believed that he had returned to Gwendon, a great hero. At some point, certainly, the Baron would hear about it. His idiocy increased manifold with each retelling. With every fiber in his soul, Cassier cursed the living god Vivek. 21st of Frostfall, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. Corda, in a robe of blinding whiteness, the uniform of the priestesses of the Hegath Morwa Conservatorium, arrived in the city just as the first winter storm was passing. Clouds broke with sunlight, and the beauteous teenage Redguard girl appeared in the wide avenue with escort, riding toward the palace. While her sister was tall, thin, angular, and haughty, Corda was small, round-faced lass with wide brown eyes. The locals were quick to draw comparisons. "Not a month after Lady Regia's execution," muttered a housemaid, peering out the window and winking to her neighbor. "Not a month out of the nunnery, neither," said the other woman agreed, reveling in the scandal. "This one's in for a ride. Her sisters weren't no innocent, and look where she ended up." 24th of Frostfall, Gwendon High Rock. Cassier stood on the harbor, watched the early sleet fall on the water. It's a pity, he thought, that he was prone to seasickness. There was nothing for him now in Tamriel to the east or to the west. Vivek's tale of his poor spycraft had spread to taverns everywhere. Baron of Dwindon had released him from his contract. No doubt they were laughing about him in Daggerfall too. And Dawnstar, Lilmoth, Rimmon, Greenheart, probably in Akavir and Yokuda for that matter. Perhaps it would be best to drop into the waves and sink. The thought, however, did not stay long in his mind. It was not despair that haunted him, but rage. Impotent fury that he could not assuage. "Excuse me, sir," said a voice behind him, making him jump. "Ready to serve you, but I was wondering whether you could recommend an inexpensive tavern for me to spend the night." It was a young man, a Nord, with a sack over his shoulder. Obviously, he had just disembarked from one of the boats. For the first time in weeks, someone was looking at Cassier as something other than a colossal famous idiot. Could not help, black as his mood was, but be friendly. "You've just arrived from Skyrim?" asked Cassier. No, sir, that's where I'm going, said the fellow. I'm working my way home. Come from Sentinel, and before that, Stros Mackay, and before that, Woodhearth and Valenwood, and before that, Artame and Somerset. Wellig's my name. Oh, Wellig. Cassier introduced himself and shook Wellig's hand. Did you say you came from Artame? Are you a Psijic? No, sir, not anymore, the fellow shrugged. I was expelled. Do you know anything about summoning Daedra? You see, I want to cast a curse against a particularly powerful person. One might say a living god, and I haven't had any luck. The Baron won't allow me in his sight, but the Baroness has sympathy for me and allowed me to use their summoning chambers. Cassier spat. Did all the rituals, made sacrifices, but nothing came of it. That'd be because of Sothosil, my old master, replied Wellig with some bitterness. The Daedra princes have agreed not to be summoned by any amateurs, at least until the war ends. Only the Psijics may counsel with the Daedra, and a few nomadic sorcerers and witches. Witches, did you say? 29th of Frostfall. Ferragius, High Rock. Pale sun flickered behind the mist, bathing the forest as Tarala, Doriatha, and Celafina drove their horses on. The ground was wet with a thin layer of frost and laden down with goods. It was a slippery way over unpaved hills. Tarala tried to contain her excitement about coming back to the Coven. Waris had been an adventure, and she adored the looks of fear and respect the city folk gave her. For the last few days, all she could think of was returning to her sisters and her child. Bitter wind whipped her hair forward so she could see nothing but the path ahead. She did not hear the rider approach to her side until he was almost upon her. When she turned and saw Cassier, she shouted with as much surprise as pleasure at meeting an old friend. His face was pale and drawn, but she took it to be merely from travel. What brings you back to Phrygius? She smiled. Were you not treated well in Dwinin? Well enough, said Cassier. I have need of the Skeffington Coven. Ride with us, said Tarala. I'll bring you to Ministera. The porter continued on, and the witches regaled Cassier with tales of Wayrest. It was evident that it was also a rare treat for Doriatha and Celafina to leave old Barbin's farm. They had been born there as daughters and granddaughters of Skeffington witches. Ordinary High Rock city life was exotic to them as it was to Tarala. Cassier said little, but smiled and nodded his head, which was encouragement enough. Thankfully, none of the stories they had heard were about his own stupidity, or at the very least, they'd not tell him. Doriatha was in the middle of a tale she had heard in a tavern about a thief who had been locked overnight in a pawn shop when they crossed over a familiar hill. Suddenly, she halted in her story. The barn was supposed to be visible, but it was not. The other three followed her gaze into the fog, and a moment later, they rode as fast as they could towards what was once the site of the Skeffington Coven. The fire had long since burned out. Nothing but ashes, skeletons, and broken weaponry remained. Cassie recognized at once the signs of an orc raid. The just fell from their horses, racing through the remains, wailing. Celafina found a tattered, bloody piece of cloth that she recognized from Ministera's cloak. She held it in her ashen face, sobbing. Tarala screamed for Bosrael, but the only reply was that high whistling wind through the ashes. Who did this? She cried, tears streaking down her face. Tarala conjured up the very flames of Oblivion. What have they done with my baby? I know who did it, said Cassier quietly, dropping from his horse and walking towards her. I've seen these weapons before. For I met the very fiends responsible in Dwinin, but I never thought they'd find you. This is the work of the assassins hired by the Duke of Warnhold. He paused. The lie came easily. Adopt and improvise. What's more, he could tell instantly that she believed it. Her resentment over the cruelty the Duke had shown her had quieted, but never disappeared. One look at her burning eyes told him that she would summon the Daedra and wreak his and her revenge upon Morrowind. And what's more, he knew they'd listen. And listen they did, for the power that is greater than desire is rage. Even rage misplaced. Alright, now where's chapter 11? Do I not have chapter 11? Oh god, let me pull up. Alright, we need that one. Player dot add item 1 2 3 2 4 3 D3. Oh. 1. There it goes. Oh, we did have that one. Okay. This is why I also have this open, so that way if I miss a book, I can quickly just open the book or add it to our inventory. Weird. Didn't realize we were missing that one. Okay. Sun's Dusk, Book 11. The second of Sun's Dusk. A man to see you, Night Mother, said the guard. A Thringy tribesman who presents his credentials as Lord Zook of Blackmarsh, part of the Imperial garrison of Gideon. Makes you think I'd have even the slightest possible interest in seeing him, asked the Night Mother with venomous sweetness. Brings a letter from the late Empress of the Cyrodiilic Empire. We are having a busy day, she smiled, clapping her hands together with delight. Show him in. Zook entered the chamber. His metallic skin, though exposed only at his face and hands, caught the light of the fireplace and the lightning of the stormy night from the window. The Night Mother noted also that she could see herself as he saw her, serene, beautiful, fear-inspiring. He handed her his letter from the Empress without a word. Sipping her wine, she read it. Duke of Morrowind also offered me an appreciable sum to have the Emperor murdered earlier this year, she said, folding the letter. His payment sunk and never was delivered. It was a considerable annoyance, particularly as I had already gone to the trouble of putting one of my agents in the palace. Why should I assume that your more than generous payment from a dead woman will arrive? I brought it with me, said Zook simply. It's in the carriage outside. Then bring it in and our business is complete, smiled the Night Mother. The Emperor will be dead by year's end. You may leave the gold with a paladith, unless you'd care for some wine. Zook declined the offer and withdrew. When he left the room, Miramore slipped noiselessly back from behind the dark tapestry. The Night Mother offered him a glass of wine and he accepted it. I know that fellow Zook, said Miramore carefully. I know he worked for the old Empress, so. Let's talk about you some more, if you don't mind, she said, knowing he would in fact not mind. Let me show you my worth, said Miramore. Let me be the one to do the Emperor in. Party killed his son, and you saw there how well I can hide myself away. Tell me he saw one ripple in the tapestry. The Night Mother smiled. Things were falling into place rather nicely. If you know how to use a dagger, you will find him at Bodhran, she said. Describe to him what he must do. The third of Sun's Dusk. Mournhold, Morrowind. The Duke stared out the window. It was early morning, and for the fourth straight day, a red mist hung over the city, flashing lightning. A freakish wind blew through the streets, ripping his flags from the castle battlements, forcing all his people to close their shutters tightly. Something terrible was coming to his land. He was not a greatly learned man, but he knew the signs. So too did his subjects. When will my messengers reach the three, he growled, turning to his castellan. Vecca is far to the north, negotiating the treaty with the Emperor, the man said, his face and voice trembling with fear. Amalexia and Sothasilla are in Necrom. Perhaps they can be reached in a few days' time. The Duke nodded. He knew his messengers were fast, but so too was the Hand of Oblivion. 6 of Sun's Dusk. Bodhran, Morrowind. Torchlight caught in the misting snow gave the place an otherworldly quality. The soldiers from both camps found themselves huddled together around the largest of the bonfires. Winter bringing enemies of fourscore of warring close together. While only a few of the Dunmer Guard could speak Cyrodiilic, they found common ground battling for warmth. When a pretty Redguard maiden passed into their midst to warm herself before moving back to the treaty tent, many a man from both armies raised their eyes in approval. The Emperor Riemann III was eager to leave negotiations before they had ever begun. A month earlier, he had thought it would be a sign of goodwill to meet at the site of his defeat to Vivek's army. The place brought back more bad memories than he thought it would. Despite the protestations of Potentate Versidue Shea that the rocks of the river were naturally red, he could swear he saw splatters of a soldier's blood. We have all the particulars of the treaty, he said, taking a glass of hot Yule from his mistress Corda. But here and now is not the place for signing. We should do it at the Imperial Palace, with all the pomp and splendor that this historic occasion demands. You must bring Almalexia with you, too, and that wizard fellow. Sothasilla whispered the Potentate. When? Asked Vivek with infinite patience. In exactly a month's time, said the Emperor, smiling munificently and clambering awkwardly to his feet. We will hold a grand ball to commemorate. Now I must take a walk. My legs are all cramped up with the weather. Corda, my dear, will you walk with me? Of course, Your Imperial Majesty, she said, helping him toward the tent's entrance. Would you like me to come with you as well, Your Imperial Majesty? Asked Versidue Shea. Or I, asked King Drozel of Central, a newly appointed advisor of the court. That won't be necessary. I won't be gone a minute, said Reuben. Miramore crouched in the same rushes he had hidden in nearly 8 months before. Now the ground was hard and snow-covered, and the rushes slick with ice. Every slight movement he made issued forth I lost it. Issued forth a crunch. If it were not for the raucous sounds of the combined Morrowind and Imperial army gathered around the bonfire, would not have dared to keep us close to the Emperor and his concubine. They were standing at the curve in the frozen creek below the bus, surrounded by trees sparkling with ice. Carefully, Miramor removed the dagger from its sheath. He had slightly exaggerated his abilities with a short blade to the Night Mother. True, he had used one to cut the throat of Prince Juliak, but the lad was not in any position to fight back at the time. Still, how difficult could it be to stab an old man with one eye? What sort of blade skill would such an easy assassination require? His ideal moment presented itself before his eyes. The woman saw something deeper in the woods, an icicle of an unusual shape, she said, and darted off to get it. The Emperor remained behind, laughing. He turned to the face of the bluff to see a soldier sing their song's refrain, his back to his assassin. Miramor knew this moment had come. Mindful of the sound of his footsteps on the icy ground, he stepped forward and struck, very nearly. Almost simultaneously, he was aware of a strong arm holding back a striking arm and another one punching a dagger into his throat. He could not scream. The Emperor, still looking up at the soldiers, never saw Miramor, pulled back into the brush, and a hand much more skilled than his slicing into his back, paralyzing him. His blood pooling out and already crystallizing on the frozen ground, Miramor watched, dying, as the Emperor and his courtesan returned to join the camp up on the bluff. Dang, who killed him? The 12th of Sundusk, Mournhold, Morrowind. A gout of ever-erupting flame was all that had remained of the central courtyard of Castle Mournhold, blasting skyward into the boiling clouds. A thick, tarry smoke rolled through the streets, igniting everything that was wood or paper on fire. Winged, bat-like creatures harried the citizens from their hiding places out into the open, where they were met by the real army. The only thing that kept all of Mournhold from burning to the ground was the wet, sputtering blood of its people. Baron Dagon smiled as he surveyed the castle crumbling. "Think I nearly didn't come," he said aloud, his voice booming over the chaos. "Imagine missing all this fun." His attention was arrested by a needle-thin shaft of light piercing through his black and red-shadowed sky. He followed it to its source, two figures, a man and a woman, sitting on the hill above town. The man in the white robe he recognized immediately as Sothasil, the sorcerer who had talked all the princes of Oblivion into that meaningless truce. "If you've come for the Duke of Mournhold, he isn't here," laughed Marin Stagon. "But you might find pieces of him the next time it rains." "Deja, we cannot kill you," said Almalexia, her face hard and resolute, "but that you will soon regret." With that, two living gods and a prince of Oblivion engaged in a battle on the ruins of Mournhold. The 17th of Sundusk, Teleruin, Morrowind. "A Night Mother," said the guard. "Corresponds from your agent in the Imperial Palace." The Night Mother read the note carefully. The test had been a success. Miramor had been successfully detected and slain. The Emperor was in very unsafe hands. The Night Mother responded immediately. Ooh. 18th Sundusk, Balmora, Morrowind. Sothasil, face solemn and unreadable, greeted Vivek at the Grand Plaza in front of his palace. Vivek had ridden day and night after hearing about the battle in his tent in Bodrum, crossing mile after mile, cutting through the dangerous ground at Dagoth-Ur at blinding speed. To the south, during all the course of the voyage, you could see the whirling red clouds and knew that the battle was continuing day after day. In Nisus, he met a messenger from Sothasil, asking him to meet at Balmora. "Where's Almalexia?" "Inside," said Sothasil wearily. There was a long, ugly gash running across his jaw. "She's gravely injured, but Marin Stagon will not return from Oblivion for many a moon." Almalexia lay on a bed of silk, tended to by Vivek's own healers. Her face, even her lips, was gray as stone, and blood stained through the gauze of her bandages. Vivek took her cold hand. Almalexia's mouth moved wordlessly. She was dreaming. She was battling Marin Stagon again amid a firestorm. All around her, the blackened husk of a castle crumbled, splashing sparks into the night sky. The dangerous claws dug into her belly, spreading poison through her veins while Almalexia throttled him. As she sank to the ground beside her defeated foe, she saw that the castle consumed by fire was not Castle Mournhold. It was the Imperial Palace. Ooh! 24th of Sundusk, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. A winter gale blew over the city, splashing the windows and glass domes of the Imperial Palace. Quivering light rays illuminated the figures within in surreal patterns. The Emperor barked orders to his staff in preparations for the banquet and ball. This was what he enjoyed best, more than battle. King Drozel was supervising the entertainment, having strong opinions on the matter. The Emperor himself was arranging the details of the dinner. Roast nabfish, vegetable marrow, cream soups, buttered hellerak, cod scrum, tongue and aspic. Potentate Versailles had made a few suggestions of his own, but the tastes of the Akviri were very peculiar. The Lady Corda accompanied the Emperor to his chambers as night fell. The years concluded in Evening Star. We have that one. Evening Star, Book 12 of 2920, the last year of the First Era, by Karlovac Townway. The First of Sun's Dusk, Balmora Morrowind. The winter morning sun glinted through the cobweb of frost on the window, and Almalexia opened her eyes. The ancient healer mopped a wet cloth across her head, smiling with relief. Asleep in the chair next to her bed was Vivek. The healer rushed to a side cabinet and returned with a flagon of water. "How are you feeling, goddess?" asked the healer. "Like I've been asleep for a very long time," said Almalexia. "So you have. 15 days, said the healer, and touched Vivek's arm. "Master, wake up. She speaks." Vivek rose with a start, and seeing Almalexia alive and awake, his face broke into a wide grin. Kissed her forehead and took her hand. At least there was warmth again in her flesh. Almalexia, peaceful repose, suddenly snapped. "Stood still. He's alive and well," replied Vivek, working on one of his machines again somewhere. "He would have stayed here too, but he realized he could do you more good working than that particular... What? He would have stayed here too, but he realized he could do you more good working that peculiar sorcery of his." The Castellan appeared in the doorway. "Sorry to interrupt you, Master, but I want to tell you that your fastest messenger left last night for the Imperial City." "Messenger?" asked Almalexia. "Vivek, what happened?" "Well, I was to go and sign a truce with the Emperor on the 6th, so I sent him word that it has been postponed." "You can't do me any good here," said Almalexia, pulling herself with effort. "But if you don't sign that truce, you'll put Morrowind back to war, maybe for another 80 years. If you leave today with an escort and hurry, perhaps you can get to the Imperial City only a day or two late." "Are you certain you don't need me here?" asked Vivek. "I know that Morrowind needs you more." The 6th of Sun's Dusk, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. The Emperor Riemann sat on his throne, surveying the audience chamber. It was a spectacular sight. Silver ribbons dangled from the rafters, burning cauldrons of sweet herbs simmered in every corner. Pianodian and swallowtails sweeping through the air, singing their songs. When the torches were lit and servants began fanning, the room would be transfigured into a shimmering fantasy land. He could smell the kitchen already, spices and roasts. The potentate Versaduce and his son, Severin Chorak, slithered in the room, both bedecked in the headdress and jewelry of the Saxi. There was no smile on their golden face, but there seldom was one. The Emperor still greeted his trusted advisor with enthusiasm. "This ought to impress those savage dark elves," he laughed. "When are they supposed to arrive?" "A messenger just arrived from Vivek," said Potentate solemnly. "I think it would be your best if your Imperial Majesty met him alone." The Emperor lost his laughter, but nodded to his servants to withdraw. The door then opened, and the Lady Cordo walked into the room with a parchment in her hand. She shut the door behind her, but did not look up to meet the Emperor's face. "This messenger gave his letter to my mistress," said Riemann, incredulous, rising to take the note. "That's a highly unorthodox way of delivering a message." "But the message itself is very orthodox," said Corda, looking up into his one good eye. With a single blinding motion, she brought the letter up under the Emperor's chin. His eyes widened and blood poured down the blank parchment. Blank, that is, except for a small black mark, the sign of the Morag tongue. It fell to the floor, revealing the small dagger hidden behind it, which he now twisted, severing his throat to the bone. "Hey!" The Emperor collapsed to the floor, gasping soundlessly. "How long do you need?" asked Svarin Shurik. 5 minutes, said Corda, wiping the blood from her hands. "If you can give me 10, though, I'll be doubly grateful." "Very well," said the Potentate to Corda's back as she raced from the audience chamber. She had to have been in Akaviri. The way the girl handles a blade is truly remarkable. "Must go and establish our alibi," said Severian Chorik, disappearing behind one of the secret passages that only the Emperor's most trusted knew about. "You remember, close to a year ago, Your Imperial Majesty," the Potentate smiled, looking down at the dying man. "When you told me to remember, you Akaviri have a lot of showy moves, but if just one of our strikes comes through, it's all over for you? I remembered that, you see." The Emperor spat out blood and somehow said the word snake. "I am a snake, Your Imperial Majesty, inside and out, but I didn't lie. There's a messenger from Vivek. It seems he'll be a little late in arriving," the Potentate shrugged before disappearing behind the secret passage. "Don't worry yourself. I'm sure the food won't go bad." The Emperor of Tamriel died in a pool of his own blood in his empty audience chamber decorated for a grand ball. He was found by his bodyguard 15 minutes later. Cordo was nowhere to be found. The 8th of Sun's Dusks, Caer Servio, Cyrodiil. Lord Glavius, apologizing profusely for the quality of the road through the forest, was the first emissary to greet Vivek and his escort as they arrived. A string of burning globes decorated the leafless trees surrounding the villa, bobbing in the gentle but frigid night breeze. From within, Vivek could smell the simple feast in a high, sad melody. It was a traditional Akaviri wintertide carol. Versadu Shea greeted Vivek at the front door. "I'm glad you received the message before you got all the way to the city," said the potentate, guiding his guest into the large, warm drawing room. "We are in a difficult transition time, and for the moment, it is best not to conduct our business at the capital." "There is no heir?" asked Vivek. "No official one, though there are distant cousins vying for the throne. While we sort the matter out, at least temporarily, the nobles have decided that I may act in the office of my late master." Versadu Shea signed for the servants to draw 2 comfortable chairs in front of the fireplace. "Would you feel most comfortable if we signed the treaty officially right now, or would you like to eat something first?" "You intend to honor the Emperor's treaty?" "I intend to do everything as the Emperor," said the potentate. 14th of Sunsusk. Teleroon, Morrowind. Corda, dusty from the road, flew into the Night Mother's arms. For a moment, they stayed locked together. The mother stroked her daughter's hair, kissing her forehead. Finally, she reached into her sleeve and handed Corda a letter. "What is this?" "What is it?" asked Corda. "A letter from the potentate, expressing his delight at your expertise," replied the Night Mother. "He promised to send us payment, but I've already sent him back a reply. The late Empress paid us for her husband's death. Mfala would not have us be greedy beyond our needs. You should not be paid twice for the same murder, so it is written." "He killed Rija, my sister," said Corda quietly. "And so should it be that you struck the blow?" "And so it should be that you struck the blow." "Where will I go now?" "Wherever any of our holy workers becomes too famous to continue the crusade, we send them to an island called Vornora. It's not more than a month's voyage by boat, and I've arranged for a delightful estate for your sanctuary." Then my mother kissed the girl's tears. "We'll meet many friends there, and I know you'll find peace and happiness at last, my child." 19th of Sunstusk, Mournhold, Morrowind. Amalexius surveyed the rebuilding of the town. The spirit of the citizens was truly inspirational, she thought, as she walked among the skeletons of new buildings standing in the black and shattered remains of the old. Even the plant life showed a remarkable resilience. There was life yet in the blasted remains of the combberry and rue brush shrubs that once lined the main avenue. She could feel the pulse. Come springtide, green would bolt through the black. The Duke's heir, a lad of considerable intelligence and sturdy dumber courage, was coming down from the north to take his father's place. Land would do more than survive, it would strengthen and expand. She felt the future much more strongly than she saw the present. All the things she was most certain of, she knew that Mournhold was forever home to at least one goddess. The 22nd Sun's dusk at the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. "The Cyrodiil line is dead," announced the potentate to the gathered crowd beneath the speaker's balcony of the Imperial Palace, "but the Empire lives. The distant relatives of our beloved Emperor have been judged unworthy of the throne by the trusted nobility who advised his Imperial Majesty throughout his long and illustrious reign. It has been decided that as an impartial and faithful friend of Raymond III, I will have the responsibility of continuing on in his name." The Akaviri paused, allowing his words to echo and translate into the ears of the populace, merely stared at him in silence. The rain had washed through the streets of the city, but the sun, for a brief time, appeared to be offering a respite from the winter storms. "I want to make it clear that I am not taking the title Emperor," he continued. "I have been, and will continue to be, Potentate Versadu Shea, an alien welcomed kindly to your shores. It will be my duty to protect my adopted homeland, and I pledge to work tirelessly at this task until someone more worthy takes the burden from me. As my first act, I declare that, in commemoration of this historical moment, beginning on the 1st of Morningstar, we will enter year 1 of the Second Era as time will be reckoned. Thus, we mourn the loss of our imperial family and look forward to the future." Only one man clapped at these words. King Drossel of Senchel truly believed that this would be the finest thing to happen to Tamriel in history. Of course, he was quite mad. The 31st of Sun's Dusk, Ebonheart, Morrowind. In the smoky catacombs beneath the city where Sotasil forged the future with his arcane clockwork apparatus, something unforeseen happened. An oily bubble seeped from a long-trusted gear and popped. Immediately, the wizard's attention was drawn to it, and the chain that the tiny action triggered. Pipe shifted half an inch to the left. The tread skipped. A coil rewound itself and began spinning in a counter direction. Piston that had been thrusting left-right from Lenia suddenly began shifting right-left. Nothing broke, but everything changed. "Cannot be fixed now," said the sorcerer quietly. He looked up through a crick in the ceiling into the night sky. It was midnight. The Second Era, the Age of Chaos, had begun. That is the end of the 2920 series, literally the last year of the First Era. And then I don't know if there's any books about the whole second era. The second era is basically the whole War of Three Banners to pretty much, yeah. 1 second. It is, however, nice to see something like that. To read all this. All right. Next, we're looking for the Abadala. All right, pretty quick. All right, Abadala. Editor's note: the Abadala is traditionally believed to be the memoirs of Mura House, consort to Alicia, the slave queen. While this cannot be historically certified, the Abadala is certainly among the oldest written accounts to come to us from the early First Era. Pelennel's death. And in the blood-floored throne room of white gold, the severed head of Pelennel spoke to the winged bull Mora House, demigod lover of Alish, saying, "Our enemies have undone me and spread my body into hiding. In mockery of divine purpose, the Aelids cut me into eights, for they are obsessed with this number." And Mora House, confused, snorted through his ring, singing, "Your crusades went beyond her counsel, White Streak. But I am a bull and therefore reckless in my wit. I think I would go and gore our prisoners if you left any alive. You are blood made glorious, uncle, and will come again, as fox, animal, or light. Sirod is still ours." Then Pelennel spoke again for the last time. "Beware, Mora House, beware. With the foresight of death, I know now that my foe yet lives. Better knowledge to take to my grave. Better that I died believing myself the victor, though the cast beyond the doors of night. He will return. Be vigilant. I can no longer shield the host of men from Umaril's retribution." Alessia's youth during the slave years. Parif's original tribe is unknown, but she grew up in Sard and on Sardavar Lead, where the Aelids herded in men from across all the Niben. Kothri, Need, Algema, men of Kreeth, although these were later known to be imported from the north. Keptu, men of Gi, who were eventually destroyed by when the Flower King Nilichi made a great sacrifice to an insect god named Lust. Al-Hared, men of Ket, others, but this was Sirad, the heart of the Imperatum Seliash, where men knew no freedom, even to keep family or choice of name except in secret, and so to their alien masters all these designations were irrelevant. Men were given over to the lifting of stones and the draining of the fields, and the upkeep of temple and road, or to become art tortures for strange pleasures, as in the wailing wheels of Vindicel and the gut gardens of Sursum, and flesh sculpture, which was everywhere among the slaves of the Aelids in those days, or worse. The realms of the Fire King Hadhul were the begetting of drugs drawn from the admixture of daedrons into living hosts let one inhale new visions of torment. Children were set aflame for nighttime tiger sport. Mora House explains Alicia's names. Then Mora House said to them, "In your tales you have given many names for her. Alesh, given to her in awe, that when translated sounds like a redundancy, the High High, from which come the more familiar corruptions. Aleshet, Esha, Alicia. You knew her as Paravant, given to her when crowned first of its kind, by which the gods meant a mortal worthy of the majesty that is killing, questing, healing. It is also Paravel, Pevish, Parathu, Parif, and in my case, for it was what I called her when we were lovers, Paravania. Though she has gone to me, she remains bathed in stars, First Empress, Lady of Heaven, Queen Utsirad, and they considered themselves full answered and departed." A lot. It's nice to have things that are going to go by quicker. Okay, the Amulet of Kings. The Amulet of Kings by Wenengris Monhona. In the first years of the First Era, a powerful race of elves called the Aelids, or the Heartland High Elves, ruled central Tamriel with an iron hand. The high and haughty Aelids relied on their patrons, the treacherous Daedra lords, to provide armies of Daedra and dead spirits. With these fearless magical armies, the Aelids preyed without mercy upon the young races of men, slaughtering or enslaving them at their whim. On behalf of the suffering human races, Saint Alessia, the first in the line of Cyrodiils, sought the aid of Akatosh, the dragon god of time and ruler of the noble Aedra. Akatosh, looking with pity upon the plight of men, drew precious blood from his own heart and blessed Saint Alessia with this blood of dragons, and made a covenant so long as Alessia's generations were true to the dragon blood, Akatosh would endeavor to seal tight the gates of Oblivion, and to deny the armies of Daedra and undead to their enemies, the Daedra-loving Aelids. In token of this covenant, Akatosh gave to Alessia and her descendants the Amulet of Kings and the eternal dragonfires of the Imperial City. Thus does Alessia become the first gem in the Cyrodiilic Amulet of Kings. The gem is the red diamond in the middle of the amulet. This is the symbol of the Empire, and later taken as a symbol of the Septim line. It is surrounded by 8 other gems, one for each of the divines. So long as the Empire shall maintain its worship of Akatosh and his kin, and so long as Alessia's heirs shall bear the Amulet of Kings, Akatosh and his divine kin maintain a strong barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion, so that mortal man need never fear the devastating summoned hosts of the Daedra Lords. But if the Empire should slacken in its dedication to the 9 divines, or if the blood of Alessia's heirs should fail, then shall the barriers between Tamriel and the Daedric realms fall, and Daedra worshippers might summon lesser Daedra and undead spirits to trouble the races of men. Alright, another book done. We're looking for the Battle of Sangor Tor. Another quick one. The Battle of Sangor Tor. In the Second Era, year 852, Allied Nord and Breton forces crossed the borders into Cyrodiil and occupied the major passes and settlements in the Jarl Mountains. Making their headquarters for the winter at Sangor Tor, the Nord-Breton allies dared King Kulisian's new general Talos to assault them in their mountain fastnesses. When they learned that General Talos had mustered an army in the dead of winter and was marching to assault Sangor Tor, they were elated. Sangor Tor was impregnable, its citadel on high cliffs overlooking the lower city, nestled in a high mountain basin with steep, unscalable cliffs in the rear. The Cyrodiilic army was small, poorly trained and outfitted, short on rations and unprepared for winter campaigning. As their ragged units assembled in the lowlands beneath the citadel, the Nord-Breton allies confidently assumed that their enemy had delivered himself into their trap. The citadel was not only protected by an unscalable cliff in front and unscalable heights in the rear, but the entrance to the citadel was magically concealed under the appearance of a large mountain lake in the basin beneath the heights. According to the Nord-Breton allies left on a small force to defend the citadel, descending through lower passages to attack and overwhelm the cold, hungry Cyrodiilic forces before them. They expected to defeat, overrun, and annihilate General Talos' army, leaving no one to oppose their springtime descent into the Cyrodiilic heartlands. Thus did General Talos lure the Nord-Breton allies to their doom. Leaving a weak force in the lowlands to draw out the defenders, General Talos approached the citadel of Sangor Tor from the rear, descending the supposedly unscalable heights behind the citadel and seeking into the supposedly magically concealed entrance to the inner citadel. This remarkable feat is attributed to the agency of a single unnamed traitor, by tradition a Breton turncoat sorcerer, who revealed both the existence of an obscure mountain trail down the heights behind the citadel, and the secret of the citadel entrance concealed beneath its illusory lake surface. When the Cyrodiilic army in the lowlands fought a desperate battle against the Nord-Breton sortie, General Talos and his men entered the citadel, swept aside the sparse defense, captured the Nord-Breton nobles and generals, and compelled them to surrender the citadel and their armies. The confused and demoralized Nord captives, already suspicious of the scheming hierarch sorcerer aristocracy and their overreaching dreams of Heartland's conquests, deserted the alliance and swore loyalty to Tiber Septim. The Skyrim generals joined their rank and file in Tiber Septim's army. The High Rock Battle Mage command was summarily executed and the captive Bretons imprisoned or sold into slavery. Thus was the concerted allied invasion of Cyrodiil foiled and General Talos' army swelled by the hardened Nord veteran troops that played so crucial a role in General Talos' succeeding campaigns, which consolidated the Colovian and Nibelungian into the core of the Cyrodiilic Empire, and which resulting in the crowning of General Talos as Emperor Tiber Septim. Historians marvel at Tiber Septim's tactical daring in assaulting a fortified mountain citadel in the dead of winter against vastly superior numbers. Later, Tiber Septim attributed his unwavering resolve against overwhelming obstacles to have been inspired by his divine vision of the Amulet of Kings in the tomb of Riemund III. The young Talos may indeed have been inspired by his belief that he was fated to recover this ancient sacred symbol of the Covenant and to lead Tamriel to the high civilization of the Third Empire, Nonetheless, this should in no way reduce our admiration for the dash and genius of this defining military triumph against impossible odds. Alright, next up, Before the Ages of Man. Timeline series. Oh, hold up. Is this the book I'm looking for? I don't know. Timeline series, Volume 1. I don't know, we'll figure it out. By Ikantar of Shimmerine. Oh, we've been to Shimmerine, right? Before man came to rule Tamriel, and before the chronicles of the historians recorded the affairs of the rulers of Tamriel, the events of our world are known only through myths and legends, and through the divinity-inspired teachings of the Nine Divines. For convenience, historians divide the distinct ages of prehistory into two broad periods of time: the Dawn Era and the Merathic Era. Dawn Era. The Dawn Era is the period before the beginning of mortal time, when the feats of the gods take place. Dawn Era ends with the exodus of gods and magic from the world at the founding of the Adamantine Tower. The term Merathic comes from the Nordic, literally meaning Era of the Elves. The Merathic Era is the prehistoric time after the exodus of the gods and magic from the world at the founding of the Adamantine Tower, before the arrival of Ysgramor the Nord in Tamriel. The following are the most notable events of the Dawn Era, presented roughly in sequence as it must be to understand. To be understood. I assume that's supposed to be understood by creatures of time such as ourselves. The cosmos formed from the Orbis, chaos or totality, by Anu and Padme. Akatosh or Ariel formed and time began. The gods, at Ada, formed. Lorkhan convinced, or tricked, the gods into creating the mortal plane Nirn. The mortal plane was at this point highly magical and dangerous. As the gods walked, the physical makeup of the mortal plane and even the timeless continuity of existence itself became unstable. When Magic, Magnus, architect of the plans for the mortal world, decided to terminate the project, the gods convened at the Adamantine Tower, Durrani Tower, the oldest known structure in Tamriel, decided what to do. Most left when Magic did. Others sacrificed themselves into other forms so they might stay, the Elnafey. Lorkhan was condemned by the gods to exile in the mortal realms, and his heart was torn out and cast from the tower. Where it landed, a volcano formed. With magic, in the mythic sense, gone, the cosmos stabilized. Elven history, finally linear, began. The Merathic Era, year 2500. 1 second. The Merathic Era was figured by early Nord scholars as a series of years numbered in reverse order backward from their beginning of time. The founding of the Cameron dynasty recorded as year 0 of the First Era. The prehistoric events of the Merathic Era are listed here with their traditional Nordic Merathic dates. The earliest Merathic date cited by King Harald scholars was Merathic Era year 2500, the Nordic reckoning of the first year of time. As such, the Merathic Era extends from Merathic Era 2500 in the distant past to Merathic Era 1, the year before the founding of the Cameron dynasty and the establishment of the White Gold Tower as an independent city-state. According to King Harold's bards, Merathic Era year 2500 was the date of construction of the Adamantine Tower on Balfiera Island in High Rock, the oldest known structure of Tamriel. This corresponds roughly to the earliest historical dates given in various unpublished Elvish chronicles. During the early Merathic Era, the aboriginal beast peoples of Tamriel, the ancestors of the Khajiit, Argonian, Orcish, and other beast folks, the orcs are not beast people, but probably when this book was written they didn't have that all figured out yet, lived in pre-literate communities throughout Tamriel. In the Middle Merathic Era, the Aldmeri, mortals of elven origin, refugees left their doomed and now lost continent of Aldmeris, also known as Old Elnofey, and settled in southwestern Tamriel. The first so that would be pretty much, Shivering Isles. Not Shivering Isles. Somerset Isles. First colonies were distributed at wide intervals on islands along the entire coast of Tamriel. Later, inland settlements were founded primarily in fertile lowlands in southwest and central Tamriel. Wherever the beast folk encountered the elves, the sophisticated, literate, technologically advanced Aldmeri cultures displaced the primitive beast folk into the jungles, marshes, mountains, and wastelands. The Adamantine Tower was rediscovered and captured by the Durrani, a prominent and powerful Aldmeri clan. The Crystal Tower was built on Somerset Isle and later White Gold Tower in Cyrodiil. During the Middle Merethic era, Aldmeri explorers mapped the coast of Vardenfell, building the first era High Elven Wizard Towers at Ald Redania, Valfell, Telarun, and Telmora in Morrowind. It was also during this period that Aelid, Wild Elven settlements, flourished in the jungle surrounding White Gold Tower, present-day Cyrodiil. Wild Elves, also known as Heartland High Elves, preserved the Dawn-era magics and language of the Elnifey. Ostensibly a tribute land to the High King of Alinor, the Heartland's long lines of communication from the Somerset Isles' sovereignty effectively isolated Cyrodiil from the High Kings at Crystal Tower. The late Middle Merethic era is a period of the High Velothi culture. The Chimer, ancestors of the modern Dunmer, or Dark Elves, were dynamic, ambiguous, long-lived elven clans devoted to fundamentalist ancestor worship. The Chimer clans followed the prophet Veloth out of the ancestral elven homelands in the southwest to settle in the lands now known as Morrowind. Despising the secular culture and profane practices of the Dwemer, the Chimer also coveted the lands and resources of the Dwemer, and for centuries provoked them with minor raids and territorial disputes. The Dwemer, or dwarves, free-thinking, reclusive elven clans devoted to the secrets of science, engineering, and alchemy, established underground cities and communities in the mountain range, later the Velothi Mountains, separating modern Skyrim and Morrowind. The late Merethic era marks the precipitous decline of Velothi culture. Some Velothi settled in villages near declining and abandoned ancient Velothi towers. During this period, Velothi high culture disappeared on Vardenfell Island. The earliest Dwemer freehold colonies date from this period. Degenerate Velothi devolved into tribal cultures, which in time evolved into the modern Great Houses of Morrowind, or persisted as the barbarian Ashlander tribes. The only surviving traces of this tribal culture are scattered Velothi towers and Ashlander nomads on Vardenfell Island. The original First Era High Elven Wizard towers along the coast of Tamriel were also abandoned about this time. It was in the late Merethic era, the pre-literate humans, so-called the Nedic peoples, from the continent of Atmora, also Atmora or the Elderwood in Aldmeris, migrated and settled in northern Tamriel. Nord culture hero Ysgramor, leader of his great colonizing fleet to Tamriel, is credited with developing a runic transcription of Nord speech based on Elvish principles, and so Ysgramor is considered the first human historian. Ysgramor's fleet landed at Cesaric Head at the extreme northern tip of Skyrim's Broken Cape. Nords built there the legendary city of Sarthal. The elves drove the men away during the Night of Tears, but Ysgramor soon returned with his 500 companions. Also during the late Merethic era, legendary immortal hero, warrior, sorcerer, and king, variously known as Pelnal Whitestreak, Harold Harry Breeks, Ysmir, Hans the Fox, etc., wandered Tamriel, gathering armies, conquering lands, ruling, then abandoning his kingdoms to wander again. Dang. Alright, we got Brief History of the Empire as a collection of books. Should be 4? Yep, I see 4. Alright. Brief History of the Empire, Part 1. By Stronach Catholic III, Imperial Historian. I'm not going to pronounce that every time if it's the same name. Before the rule of Tiber Septim, all Tamriel was in chaos. The poet Trezises called that period a continuous unrest, days and nights of blood and venom. The kings were a petty lot of grasping tyrants who fought Tiber's attempts to bring order to the land. But they were as disorganized as they were dissolute. The strong hand of Septim brought peace forcibly to Tamriel. Excuse me. The year was the Second Era, year 896. The following year, the Emperor declared the beginning of a new era. Thus began the Third Era, year Aught. For 38 years, the Emperor Tiber Septim reigned supreme. It was a lawful, pious, and glorious age, when justice was known to one and all, from serf to sovereign. On Tiber's death, it reigned for an entire fortnight, as if the land of Tamriel itself was weeping. The Emperor's grandson, Pelagius, came to the throne. Though his reign was short, he was as strong and resolute as his father had been, and Tamriel could have enjoyed a continuation of the Golden Age. Alas, an unknown enemy of the Septim family hired the accursed organization of cutthroats, the Dark Brotherhood, to kill the Emperor Pelagius I as he knelt at prayer at the Temple of the One in the imperial city. Pelagius I's reign lasted less than 3 years. Pelagius had no living children, so the crown imperial passed to his first cousin, the daughter of Tiber's brother, Agnorith. Kintira, the former queen of Silvanar, assumed the throne of as Kintira I. Her reign was blessed with prosperity and good harvests, and she herself was an avid patroness of art, music, and dance. Kintira's son was crowned after her death, the first emperor of Tamriel to use the imperial name Uriel. Uriel I was the great lawmaker of the Septim dynasty and a promoter of independent organizations and guilds. Under his kind but firm hand, the Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild increased in prominence throughout Tamriel. His son and successor, Uriel II, reigned for 18 years from the death of Uriel I in the Third Era, year 64, to Pelagius II's ascension in the Third Era, year 82. Tragically, the rule of Uriel II was cursed with blights, plagues, and insurrections. The tenderness he inherited from his father did not serve Tamriel well, and little justice was done. Pelagius II inherited not only the throne from his father, but the debt from the latter's poor financial and judicial management. Pelagius dismissed all the Elder Council, allowed only those willing to pay great sums to resume their seats. Ooh. We remember all this happening. He encouraged similar acts among his vassals, the kings of Tamriel, but by the end of his 17-year reign, Tamriel had returned to prosperity. His critics, however, suggested that any advisor possessed of wisdom but not of gold had been summarily ousted by Pelagius. This may have led to some trouble by his son Antiochus faced when he, in turn, became emperor. Antiochus was certainly one of the more flamboyant members of the usually austere Septim family. He had numerous mistresses and nearly as many wives, and was renowned for the grandeur of his dress and his high good humor. Unfortunately, his reign was rife with civil war, surpassing even that of his grandfather Uriel II. The War of the Isle in the Third Era, year 110, 12 years after Antiochus assumed the throne, nearly took the province of Somerset Isle away from Tamriel. The united alliance of the kings of Somerset and Antiochus only managed to defeat King Orgum on the island kingdom of Pandonia due to a freak storm. Legend credits the Sigic Order of the Isle of Otayam with the sorcery behind the Tempest. Story of Kintira II, heiress to her father Antiochus' throne, is certainly one of the saddest tales in imperial history. Her first cousin, Uriel, son of Potema, son of Queen Potema of Solitude, accused Kintira of being a bastard, alluding to the infamous decadence of the imperial city during her father's reign. When this accusation failed to stop her coronation, Uriel brought the support of several disgruntled kings of High Rock, Skyrim, and Morrowind, and with Queen Potema's assistance, he coordinated 3 attacks on the Septim Empire. The first attack occurred in the Iliac Bay region, which separates High Rock and Hammerfell. Kintira's entourage was massacred and the Empress taken captive. For 2 years, Kintira II languished in an imperial prison believed to be somewhere in Glenpoint or Glenmoral before she was slain in her cell under mysterious circumstances. The second attack was on a series of imperial garrisons along the coastal Morrowind Islands. The Empress's consort, Erings, fell defending the forts. Third and final attack was a siege of the imperial city itself, occurring after the Elder Council had split up the army to attack western High Rock and eastern Morrowind. The weakened government had little defense against Uriel's determined aggression, and capitulated after only a fortnight of resistance. Uriel took the throne that same evening and proclaimed himself Uriel III, Emperor of Tamriel. The year was Third Era to 121. Thus began the War of the Red Diamond, described in Volume 2 of the series. Alright, on to Volume 2. Yep, Brief History of the Empire, Part 2. Volume 1 of the series described in brief the lives of the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty, beginning with the glorious Tiber Septim and ending with his great-great-great-grandniece Kintira II. Kintira's murder in Glenpoint, while in captivity, is considered by some to be the end of the pure strain of Septim blood in the imperial family. Certainly, it marks the end of something significant. Uriel III was not only proclaimed himself Emperor of Tamriel, but also Uriel Septim III, taking the eminent surname as a title. In truth, his surname was Mantiarco from his father's line. In time, Uriel III was deposed and his crime reviled. The tradition of taking the name Septim as a title for the Emperor of Tamriel did not die with him. For 6 years, the War of the Red Diamond, which takes its name from the Septim family's famous badge, tore the Empire apart. The combatants were the 3 surviving children of Pelagius II, Potema, Zephyros, and Magnus, and their various offspring. Potema, of course, supported her son Uriel III, had a combined support of all Skyrim and Northern Morrowind. While the efforts of Zephyros and Magnus, however, the province of High Rock turned provinces of Hammerfell, Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Elsewhere, and Blackmarsh were divided in their loyalty, but most kings supported Sepphoris and Magnus. In the Third Era, year 127, Uriel III was captured at the Battle of Ikedag in Hammerfell. En route to his trial in the Imperial City, a mob overtook his prisoner's carriage and burned him alive within it. His captor and uncle continued to the Imperial City, and by common acclaim was proclaimed Sepphoris I, Emperor of Tamriel. Sepphoris' reign was marked by nothing but war. By all accounts, he was a kind and intelligent man, but when Tamriel needed was a great warrior, and he, fortunately, was that. It took an additional 10 years of constant warfare for him to defeat his sister Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, who died in the siege of her city-state in the year 137. Sepphoris survived his sister by only 3 years. He never had time during the war years to marry, so it was his brother, the fourth child of Pelagius II, who assumed the throne. The Emperor Magnus was already elderly when he took up the imperial diadem, and the business of punishing the traitorous kings of the War of the Red Diamond drained much of his remaining strength. Legend accuses Magnus' son and heir Pelagius III of patricide, but that seems highly unlikely, for no other reason than that Pelagius was king of Solitude following the death of Potema and seldom visited the imperial city. Pelagius III, sometimes called Pelagius the Mad, was proclaimed emperor in the 145th year of the Third Era. Almost from the start, his eccentricities of behavior were noted at court. He embarrassed dignitaries, offended his vassal kings, and on one occasion marked the end of an imperial grand ball by attempting to hang himself. His long-suffering wife was finally awarded the regency of Tamriel, and Pelagius III was sent to a series of healing institutions and asylums until his death in the Third Era, year 153, at the age of 34. The Empress Regent of Tamriel was proclaimed Empress Kataraya I upon the death of her husband. Some who do not mark the end of the Septim bloodline with the death of Kintira II consider the ascendancy of the Stark-Elf woman the true mark of its decline. Her defenders, on the other hand, assert that though Kataraya was not descended from Tiber, the son she had with Pelagius was, so the imperial chain did continue. Despite racist assertions to the contrary, Kataraya's 46-year reign was one of the most celebrated in Tamriel's history. Comfortable in the imperial city, Kataraya traveled extensively throughout the empire, such as no emperor ever had since Tiber's day. She repaired much of the damage that previous emperors broken alliances and bungled diplomacy created. People of Tamriel came to love their empress far more than the nobility did. Kataraya's death in a minor skirmish in Blackmarsh is a favorite subject of conspiracy-minded historians. The sage Montalius' discovery, for instance, of a disenfranchised branch of the Septim family and their involvement with the skirmish was a revelation indeed. When Cassander assumed the throne upon the death of his mother, he was already middle-aged. Only half-elven, he aged like a Breton. In fact, he had left the rule of Wayrest to his half-brother Uriel due to poor health. Nevertheless, as the only true-blood relation of Pelagius and thus Tiber, he was pressed into accepting the throne. To no one's surprise, the Emperor Cassander's reign did not last long. In 2 years, he joined his predecessors in eternal slumber. Uriel Lariat, Cassander's half-brother and the child of Kataraya and her imperial consort, Galavir Lariat, after the death of Pelagius III, left the kingdom of Wayrest to reign as Uriel IV. Legally, Uriel IV was a septim. Cassander had adopted him into the royal family when he had become king of Wayrest. Nevertheless, the council and the people of Tamriel, he was a bastard child of Kataraya. Uriel did not possess the dynamism of his mother, and his long 43-year reign was a hotbed of sedition. Uriel IV's story is told in the 3rd volume of the series. Alright, part 3. Alright. First volume of the series told, in brief, the story of the succession of the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty, from Tiberius I to Kintira II. The second volume described the War of the Red Diamond and the 6 emperors that followed its aftermath, from Uriel III to Cassander I. At the end of that volume, it was described how the Emperor Cassander's half-brother Uriel IV assumed the throne of the Empire of Tamriel. It will be recalled that Uriel IV was not a Septim by birth. His mother, though she reigned as empress for many years, was a dark elf married to a true Septim emperor, Pelagius III. Uriel's father was actually Kataraya I's consort after Pelagius' death, a Breton nobleman named Galavir Lariat. Before taking the throne of Empire, Cassander I had ruled the kingdom of Wayrest, but poor health had forced him to retire. Cassander had no children, so he legally adopted his half-brother Uriel and abdicated the kingdom. 7 years later, Cassander inherited the empire at the death of his mother. 3 years after that, Uriel once again found himself the recipient of Cassander's inheritance. Uriel IV's reign was a long and difficult one. Despite being a legally adopted member of the Septim family, and despite the Lariat family's high position, indeed, they were distant cousins of the Septims, few of the Elder Council could be persuaded to accept him fully as a blood descendant of Tiber. The council had assumed much responsibility during Catarius I long-reigning Cassander I short one, and a strong-willed alien monarch like Uriel IV found it impossible to command their unswerving fealty. Time and again, the council and emperor were at odds, and time and again the council won the battles. Since the days of Pelagius II, the Elder Council had consisted of the wealthiest men and women in the empire, and the power they wielded conclusive. The council's last victory over Uriel IV was posthumous. Andorek, Uriel IV's son, was disinherited by vote of council, and the cousin more closely related to the original septum was proclaimed Sepphoris II in the Third Era, year 247. For the first 9 years of Sepphoris II's reign, those loyal to Andorok battled the Imperial forces. In an act that the sage Ariantine called Tiber Septim's heart beating no more, the council granted Andorok the High Rock Kingdom of Shornhelm to end the war, and Andorok's descendants still rule there. By and large, Sepphoris II had foes that demanded more of his attention than Andorok. From out of a Cimmerian nightmare in the worlds of Ariantine, a man who called himself the Cameron Usurper. The Cameron Usurper led an army of Daedra and undead warriors on a rampage through Valenwood, conquering kingdom after kingdom. Few could resist his onslaughts, and as month turned to bloody month in the year Third Era, in the year 249 of the Third Era, even fewer tried. Sepphoris II sent more and more mercenaries into Hammerfell to stop the usurper's northward march, but they were bribed or slaughtered and raised as undead. The story of the Cameron Usurper deserves a book of its own. It is recommended that the reader find Palak's Ethers, The Fall of the Usurper for more detail. In short, however, the destruction of the forces of the usurper had little to do with the efforts of the Emperor. The result was a great regional victory and an increase in hostility towards the seemingly inefficacious empire. Uriel V, Sepphoris II's son and successor, swelled opinion back toward the latent power of the empire. Turning the attention of Tamriel away from the internal strife, Uriel V embarked on a series of invasions beginning almost from the moment he took the throne in the 268th year of the Third Era. Uriel V conquered Roscrea in 271, Cathnoque in 276, Uneslia in 279, and Esroniat in 284. In the 288th year of the Third Era, he embarked on his most ambitious enterprise, the invasion of the continent kingdom of Akavir. This ultimately proved a failure, for 2 years later, Uriel V was killed in Akavir on the Battle of Ionith. Nevertheless, Uriel V holds a reputation second only to Tiber as one of the 2 great warrior emperors of Tamriel. The last 4 emperors, beginning with Uriel V's infant son, are described in the 4th and final volumes of the series. And on to that one we go. Brief History of the Empire, Part 4. First book of this series described in brief the first 8 empires of the dynasty beginning with Tiber I. The second volume described the War of the Red Diamond and the 6 emperors who followed. The third volume describes the troubles of the next 3 emperors, the frustrated Uriel IV, the ineffectual Sepphoris II, and the heroic Uriel V. On Uriel V's death across the sea in distant hostile Akavir, Uriel VI was but 5 years old. In fact, Uriel V was born only shortly before his father left for Akavir. Uriel V's only other progeny, a Morganatic alliance, were the twins Morahatha and Eloisa, who had been born a month after Uriel V left. Uriel VI was crowned in the 290th year of the Third Era. The imperial consort Thonica, as the boy's mother, was given a restricted regency until Uriel VI reached his majority. The Elder Council retained the real power, as they had ever since the days of Catariah I. The Council so enjoyed its unlimited, unrestricted freedom to promulgate laws and generate profits that Uriel VI was not given full license to rule until 307, when he was already 22 years old. He had been slowly assuming positions of responsibility for years, but both the consul and his mother, who enjoyed even her limited regency, were loath to hand over the reins. By the time he came to the throne, the mechanisms of government gave him little power except for that of the imperial veto. This power, however, he regularly and vigorously exercised. By 313, Uriel VI could boast with conviction that he truly did rule Tamriel. He utilized defunct spy networks and guard units to bully and coerce the difficult members of the Elder Council. His half-sister, Morahatha, was, not surprisingly, his staunchest ally, especially after her marriage to Baron Ulfig Garrison in Winterhold brought her considerable wealth and influence. As sage Ugaridge said, Uriel V conquered Esroniet, but Uriel VI conquered the Elder Council. When Uriel VI fell off a horse and could not be resuscitated by the finest imperial healers, his beloved sister Morahatha took up the imperial tiara. At 25 years of age, she had been described by admittedly self-serving diplomats as the most beautiful creature in all of Tamriel. She was certainly well-learned, vivacious, athletic, and a well-practiced politician. She brought the Archmagister of Skyrim to the imperial city, created the second imperial battle mage since the days of Tiber Septim. Morahatha finished the job her brother had begun and made the imperial province a true government under the Empress and later the Emperor. Outside the imperial province, however, the empire had been slowly disintegrating. Open revolutions and civil wars had raged unchallenged since the days of her grandfather Sepphoris II. Carefully coordinating her counterattacks, Morahatha slowly claimed back her rebellious vassals, always avoiding overextending herself. Though Morahatha's military campaigns were remarkably successful, her deliberate pace often frustrated the council. One councilman, an Argonian who took the Clovian name of Thoricles Romus, furious at her refusal to send troops to his troubled Black Marsh, is commonly believed to have hired the assassins who claimed her life in the 339th year of the Third Era. Romus was summarily tried and executed, though he protested his innocence to the last. Morahatha had no surviving children, and Eloisa had died of a fever 4 years before. Eloisa's 25-year-old son Pelagius was thus crowned Pelagius IV. Pelagius IV continued his aunt's work, slowly bringing back under his wing the radical and refractory kingdoms, duchies, and baronies of the empire. He exercised Morahatha's poise and circumspect pace in his endeavors, but alas, he did not attain her success. The kingdoms had been free of constraint for so long that even a benign imperial presence was considered odious. Nevertheless, when Pelagius died after a notably stable and prosperous 29-year reign, Tamriel was closer to unity than it had been since the days of Uriel I. Our current emperor, his awesome and terrible majesty, Uriel Septim VII, son of Pelagius IV, had the diligence of his great-aunt Morahatha, the political skill of his great-uncle Uriel VI, and the military prowess of his great-great-grand-uncle Uriel V. For 21 years, he reigned and brought justice and order to Tamriel. In the year 389 of the Third Era, however, his imperial battle mage, Jaeger Tharn, betrayed him. Uriel VII was imprisoned in a dimension of Tharn's creation, and Tharn used his sorcery of illusion to assume the Emperor's aspect. For the next 10 years, Tharn abused imperial privilege but did not continue Uriel VII's schedule of reconquest. It's not yet entirely known what Tharn's goals and personal accomplishments were during the 10 years he masqueraded as his liege lord. In 399th year of the Third Era, an enigmatic champion defeated the battle mage in the dungeons of the Imperial Palace and freed Uriel VII from his other dimensional jail. Since his emancipation, Uriel Septim VII has worked diligently to renew the battles that would reunite Tamriel. Tharn's interference broke the momentum, it is true, but the years since have proven that there's hope of the golden age of Tiber Septim's rule glorifying Tamriel once again. And that is the end of Brief History of the Empire. So next is Cleansing of the Fane, if I can find that. Oh! Oh, we've already... What? We've already known that. What? Okay, whatever. Let me get back to that book. The Chronicles of the Holy Brothers of Maruk, Volume 4, or The Cleansing of the Fane. Editor's note: this is the only surviving fragment of the Chronicle of the First Era sect of the Ylesian Order. It seems to have been kept at their great monastic complex at Lake Canolis, which was raised during the War of Righteousness, First Era, year 2321, and its archives destroyed or dispersed. Note also that Elysian scribes of this time customarily dated events from the apotheosis of Alesia, First Era, year 266. Here is recorded the events of the year 127 of the Blessed Alesia. And this year was the day darkened over all lands, for the sun was all as it were Maser but 3 days old, and the stars about him at midday. This was on the fifth of first seed. All who saw it were dismayed, and said that a great event should come hereafter. So it did, for the same year issued forth a great concourse of devils from the ancient elvish temple Malada, such had not been seen since the days of King Belharza. These devils greatly afflicted the lands such that no man could plow or reap or seed, and the people appealed to the brothers Omaruk for succor. And then Abbot Cosmas granted all the brothers and led them to Malada, also known as the High Fane in the Elvish tongue, came against it with holy fire, and foul demons were destroyed, and many devilish relics and books found therein were burned, and the land had peace for many years. So what really happened here? Okay. So the humans pretty much burned a bunch of stuff. Okay, right. Daughter of the Nibbin. Yeah, this is all under the history and lore section. There's going to be a lot, but that's okay. Bravel, Daughter of the Nibbin, by Sathir Longleat. Bravel is one of the most charming towns in Cyrodiil, sparkling in her simple beauty, illustrious by her past. No visit to the southern part of the Imperial Province is complete without a walk along Bravel's exciting river port, a talk with her friendly native children, and of course, in the tradition of the village, a whispered word to the famous statue of the Lucky Old Lady. That we learned is, the Night Mother. Many thousands of years before the arrival of the Atmorans, native Aelid people had long lived in the vicinity of modern-day Bravel. The Nibbin then, as now, provided food and transportation, and the village was even more populous than it is today. We're not certain what they called their region, as insular as they were, the word they used would be translated simply mean home. These savage Aelids were so firmly entrenched that the Bravel region was one of the very last areas to be liberated by the Ylesian army in the 2nd century of the First Era. The little remains of that era, culturally or archaeologically, think Mara, the tales of debauchery and depravity have entered into the realm of legends. How the Aelids were able to survive such a long siege is debated by scholars to this day. All, however, grant the honor of the victory to one of the Empress Alesia's centurions, a man called Theobrevilius Tassus, the man for whom the modern town was named. It was said he invaded the village no less than 4 times after heavy resistance, but each time upon the morning dawning, all his soldiery within would be dead, murdered. By the time More Centuria had arrived, the fortified town was repopulated with Aelids. After the second successful invasion, secret underground tunnels were found and filled in, but once again, come morning, the soldiers were dead again, and the citizens had returned. After the third successful siege, legions were posted outside of the town, watching the roads and rivers for signs of attack, but no one came. The next morning, the bodies of the invading soldiers were thrown from the parapets of town's walls. Theobrevilius Tassus knew that the Aelids must be hiding themselves somewhere in the town, waiting until nightfall, and then murdering the soldiers while they slept. The question was where. After the 4th invasion, he himself led the soldiers in a thorough inspection of every corner, every shadow. Just as they were ready to give up, the great centurion noticed 2 curious things. High in the sheer walls of the town, beyond anyone's ability to climb, there were indentations, narrow platforms. And by the river just inside the town, he discovered a single footprint from someone clearly not wearing the imperial boot. The Aelids, it seemed, had taken 2 routes to hide themselves. Some levitated up to the walls and hid themselves high above, and others had slipped into the river where they were able to breathe underwater. It was a relatively easy task once the stranger hiding holes had been discovered to rout them out, and see to it that there were no more midnight assassinations of the Empress's troops. may seem beyond belief that an entire community could be so skilled in these spells hundreds and hundreds of years before the Mages Guild was formed to teach the ways of magic to the common folk. There does, however, appear to be evidence that, just as the Psijics on the Isle of Artaeum developed mysticism long before there was a name for it, the even more obscure Aelids of southern Cyrodiil had developed what was to be known as a school of alteration. It's not, after all, much of a stretch when one considers that other Aelids at the time of Braavl's conquering and even later were shapeshifters. The community of pre-Braavl could not turn into beasts and monsters, but they could alter their bodies to hide themselves away. A related and useful skill, to be sure, but not so effective to save themselves in the end. Very little is left of the Aelid presence in Braavl today, though architectural marvels of other kinds are very evident. As beautiful and arresting as the benevolence of Mara Cathedral and the Lord's Palace are, no man-made structure in Braavl is as famous as the statue called the Lucky Old Lady. Tales about the lady and who she was are too numerous to list. It was said that she was born the illegitimate daughter of a prostitute in Braavl, certainly an inauspicious beginning to a lucky life. She was teased by other children who forever asked her who her father was. Every day she would run back to her little shack in tears from their cruelty. One day, a priest of Stendarr came to Braavl to do charitable work. He saw the weeping little girl, and when asked, she told him the cause for her misery. She didn't know who her father was. "You have kind eyes and a mouth that tells no lies," replied the priest after a moment. Smiling, "You are clearly a child of Stendarr, the god of mercy, charity, and well-earned luck." The priest's thoughtful words changed the girl forever. Whenever she was asked who her father was, she would cheerfully reply, "I am a child of luck." She grew up to be a barmaid, it was said, kind and generous to her customers, frequently allowing them to pay when they were able to. On a particularly rainy night, she gave shelter to a young man dressed in rags, who not only had no money to pay, but was belligerent and rude to her as she fed him and gave him a room. The next morning, he left without so much as a thank you. Her friends and family admonished her, saying that she had to be careful, he might have even been dangerous. A week later, a royal carriage arrived in Braavl with an imperial prince within. Though he was scarcely recognizable, it was the same young man the lady had helped. He apologized profusely for his appearance and behavior, explaining that he had been kidnapped and cursed by a band of witches, and it wasn't until later he had returned to his senses. The lady was showered with riches, which she, of course, generously shared with all the people of Braavl, where she lived to a content old age. No one knows when the statue was erected in the town square, or who the artist was, but it has stood there for thousands of years, ever since the First Era. To this day, visitors and Bravilians alike go to the Lucky Old Lady to ask for her to bless them with luck in their travels. Just one more charming aspect of the charming and very lucky village of Braavl. The Dragon Break. Okay. Also called the Dragon Break Re-Examined. Got it. By Faldrune. The late Third Era was a period of remarkable religious ferment and creativity. The upheavals of the reign of Uriel VII were only the outward signs of the historical forces that would eventually lead to the fall of the Septim Dynasty. The so-called Dragon Break was first proposed at this time by a wide variety of cults and fringe sects across the Empire, connected only by a common obsession, the events surrounding Tiber Septim's rise to power, the founding myth, if you will, the Septim Dynasty. The basis of the Dragon Break doctrine is now known to be rather prosaic error in the timeline printed in the otherwise authoritative Encyclopedia Tamrielica, first published in the Third Era, year 12. During the early years of Tiber Septim's reign, at that time the archives of Alinor were still inaccessible to human scholars, and the extant records from the alien period were extremely fragmentary. The Alessians had systematically burned all the libraries they could find, and their own records were largely destroyed during the War of Righteousness. The author of the Encyclopedia Tamrielica was unfamiliar with the Elysian year, which their priesthood used to record all dates. We now know this refers to the length of the long vision trances undertaken by the High Priestess, which might last anywhere from a few weeks to several months. Based on analysis of the surviving trance scrolls, as well as murals and frenzies from Alessian temples, I estimate that the Alessian Order actually lasted only about 150 years rather than the famous 1008 years given by the Encyclopedia Tamrielica. The mystery of the millennial plus rule of the Alessians was accepted but unexplained until the spread of Lorcan cults in the late Third Era, when the doctrine of the Dragon Break took hold, because this dating and explanation was so widely held at the time, and then repeated by historians down through today. It has come to have the force of tradition. Recall, however, the Third Era historians were already separated from the Alessians by a gulf of more than 2,000 years, and history was still in its infancy, relying on the few archives of those early days. Today, modern archaeology and paleonumerology have confirmed what my own research in Alessian dating first suggested, that the Dragon Break was invented in the late Third Era based on a scholarly era fueled by obsession with eschatology and Numidianism, and perpetuated by scholarly inertia. Well done. Dwemer history and culture. I will say, my favorite book from the Elder Scrolls so far that I've actually read is How to Pronounce Dwarven Words. It's one of my favorites. This just made me think of it. Collected Essays on Dwemer History and Culture, Chapter 1. Marobar Soul and the Trivialization of the Dwemer in Popular Culture, by Hesfet Antibolus. While Marobar Soul's ancient tales of the Dwemer was definitely debunked in scholarly circles as early as the reign of Catariah I, remains one of the staples of the literate middle classes of the Empire, and has served to set the image of the Dwemer in the popular imagination for generations of school children. What about this lengthy but curiously insubstantial tome has proved so captivating to the public that it has been able to see off both the scorn of the literati and the scathing critiques of the scholars? Before examining this question, a brief summary of the provenance and subsequent career of ancient tales would be appropriate. First published around the Second Era, year 670, in the interregnum between the fall of the First Cyridocal Empire and the rise of Tiber Septim, it was originally presented as a serious scholarly work based on the research in the archives of the University of Gwilym, and in the chaos of the era that was taken at face value, a sign of the sad state of Dwemer scholarship in those years. Little is known of the author, but Marobar Soul was most likely a pseudonym for Gorfelum, a prolific writer of Penny Dreadful romance. Hold up. Is that an actual term for that's what? Like, I know Penny Dreadfuls, but I'm surprised it's something that they would say actually exists beyond. Okay, so whatever. It is known to have used many other pseudonyms. While most of Felum's other work has thankfully been lost to history, what little survives matches ancient tales in both language and tone. See the Lomus, textual comparison of Gorferum's hypothetical treachery with Marobar Soul's ancient tales of the Dwemer. Felum lived in Cyrodiil his whole life, writing light entertainments for the elite of the old imperial capital. Why he decided to turn his hand to the Dwemer is unknown, but it is clear that his research consisted of nothing more than collecting the peasants' tales of the Nibene Valley and recasting them in Dwemer guise. The book proved popular in Cyrodiil, and Felum continued to churn out more volumes until the series numbered 7 in all. Ancient Tales of the Dwemer was thus firmly established as a local favorite in Cyrodiil already in its 17th printing, and the historical forces that propelled Tiber Septim to prominence also began to spread the literature of the Heartland across the continent. Marobar Soul's version of the Dwemer was seized upon in a surge of human and racial nationalism that has not yet subsided. Dwemer appear in these tales as creatures of fable and light fantasy, but in general they are just like us. They come across as a bit eccentric, perhaps, but certainly there is nothing fearsome or dangerous about them. Compare these to the Dwemer of early Redguard legend, a mysterious, powerful race capable of bending the very laws of nature to their will, vanished but gone, but perhaps not gone. Or the Dwemer portrayed in the most ancient Nord sagas, fearsome warriors tainted by blasphemous religious practices, who used their profane mechanisms to drive the Nords from Morrowind. Marobar Soul's Dwemer were much more amenable to the spirit of the time, which saw humans as the pinnacle of creation and the other races as unenlightened barbarians or imperfect lesser versions of humans eager for tutelage. Ancient Tales falls firmly in the latter camp, which doesn't much to explain its enduring hold on the popular imagination. Marobar Soul's Dwemer are so much more comfortable, so much more friendlier, so much more familiar than the real Dwemer, whose truly mysterious nature we are only beginning to understand. Public prefers the light, trivial version of this vanished race, and from what I have learned in my years of studying the Dwemer, I have some sympathy for that preference. As the following essays will show, Dwemer were, to our modern eyes, a remarkably unlikable people in many ways. Well, dang. Alright, next, Fall of the Snow Prince. A longer book. Fall of the Snow Prince, an account of the Battle of Mosring, as transcribed by Lokim, chronicler to the chieftain Ingialdr White-Eye. From whence he came we did not know, but into the battle he rode on a brilliant steed of pallid white. Elf we called him, for elf he was, yet unlike any other of his kind we had ever seen before that day. His spear and armor bore the radiant and terrible glow of unknown magicka, and so adorned this unknown rider seemed more white than warrior. What troubled, nay, frightened us most at that moment was the call that rose from the elven ranks. It was not fear, not wonder, but an unabashed and unbridled joy, the kind of felicity felt by a damned man who had been granted a second chance at life. For at that time the elves were as damned and near death as ever they had been during the great skirmishes of Solstheim. The Battle of the Mosring was to be the final stand between Nord and Elf on our fair island. Led by Ysgramor, we had driven the elven scourge from Skyrim and were intent on cleansing Solstheim of their kind as well. Our warriors, armed with the finest axes and swords Nord craftsmen could forge, cut great swaths through the enemy ranks. The slopes of the Mosring ran red with elf blood. Why then would our foe rejoice? Could Wood Rider bring such hope to an army so hopeless? To most of our kind, the meaning of the call was clear, but the words were but a litany of elven chants and cries. There were some among us, however, the scholars and chroniclers, who knew well the words and shuddered at their significance. Excuse me. The Snow Prince has come! Doom is at hand! There was not a great calm that overcame the elves that still stood. Through their masks the Snow Prince did ride, and as a long boat slices the icy waters of the Fjelding, he parts the ranks of his kin. The magnificent white horse slowed to a gallop, then a trot, and the unknown elf rider moved to the front of the line at a slow, almost ghost-like pace. A Nord warrior sees much in a life of bloodshed and battle, and is rarely surprised by anything armed combat may bring, but few among us that day could have imagined the awe and uncertainty of a raging battlefield that all at once went motionless and silent. Such is the effect the Snow Prince had on us all. For when the joyous cries of the elves had ended, there remained a quiet known only in the solitude of slumber. It was then our combined host, elf and Nord alike, were joined in a terrible understanding. Victory or defeat mattered little that day on the slopes of the Mosring Mountains. The one truth we all shared was that death would come to many that day, victor and vanquished alike. The glorious Snow Prince, an elf unlike any other, did come that day to bring death to our kind, and death he so brought. Like a sudden violent snow squall that rends travelers blind and threatens to tear loose the very foundations of the sturdiest hull, the Snow Prince did sweep into our numbers. Indeed, the ice and snow did begin to swirl and churn about the elf as if called upon to serve his bidding. The spinning of that gleaming spear whistled a dirge to all those who would stand in the way of the Snow Prince, and our mightiest fell before him that day. Ulfki Anvilhand, Strom the White, Frida Oakenwand, Heimdall the Frenzied, all lay dead at the foot of Mosring Mountains. For the first time that day, it seemed the tide of battle had actually turned. The elves, spurred on by the deeds of the Snow Prince, rallied together for one last charge against our ranks. It was then, in a single instant, that the Battle of the Mosring came to a sudden and unexpected end. Finna, daughter of Jofryer, a lass of only 12 years and squired her mother, watched the Snow Prince cut down her only parent. In her rage and sorrow, Finna picked up Jofryer's sword and threw it savagely at her mother's killer. The elf's gleaming spear stopped its deadly dance. No. Yeah, stopped its deadly dance. The battlefield fell silent, and all eyes turned to the Snow Prince. Not one that day was more surprised than the elf himself at the sight of that greeted them all. For upon his great steed the Snow Prince still sat, the sword of a Jofryer buried deep in his breast. And then he fell from his horse. From the battle, from life. The Snow Prince lay dead, slain by a child. With the savior defeated, the spirit of the remaining elven warriors soon shattered. Many fled, and those who remained on the battlefield were soon cut down by her broad Nord axes. When the day was done, all that remained was the carnage of the battlefield. From that battlefield came a dim reminder of valor and skill, for the brilliant armor and spear of the Snow Prince still shined. Even in death, this mighty and unknown elf filled us with awe. It is common practice to burn the corpses of our fallen foes. This is as much a necessity as it is custom, for death brings with it disease and dread. Our chieftains wished to cleanse Solstheim of the elven horde in death as well as life. It was decided, however, that such was not to be the fate of the Snow Prince. Once so mighty in war, yet so loved by his kind, deserved better, even in death, even if an enemy of our people. And so we brought the body of the Snow Prince, wrapped in fine silks, to a freshly dug barrow. The gleaming armor and spear were presented on a pedestal of honor, and the tomb was arrayed with treasures worthy of royalty. All the mighty chieftains agreed with this course, that the elf should be honored. His body would be preserved in the barrow for as long as the earth chose, but would not be offered the protection of our Stalrim, which was reserved for Nord dead alone. So ends his account of the Battle of Mosring and the fall of the magnificent elven Snow Prince. May our gods honor him in death, and we may never meet his kind again in life. Damn. Alright. Fall of Itharnet. Pretty sure we've already read this, but... yeah, we've read this. I'll quickly flip through it. But yeah, we've already read it. Yeah, so I've already read that. I'm not going to read it out loud again. We read that in, during my Shivering Isle playthrough. This is the First Hold Revolt. Alright. 1 second. Okay. First Hold Revolt by Mavius C. You told me that if her brother won, she would be sister to the king of Wayrest, and Riemann would want to keep her for the alliance. But her brother Helseth lost and has fled with his mother back to Morrowind, and still Riemann has not left her to marry me. Lady Gillian took a long, slow drag of the hookah and blew out dragon's breath, so the scent of blossoms perfumed her gilded chamber. Make a very poor advisor, Kale. I might have spent my time romancing the king of Cloudrest or Alinor instead of this wretched royal husband of Queen Morgaia. I like Cloudrest. Fun trial. Kale knew better than to hurt his lady's vanity by the mere suggestion that the king of Firsthold might have come to love his Dunmer queen. Instead, he gave her a few minutes to pause and look from her balcony out over the high cliff palaces of the ancient capital. The moon shone like crystal on the deep sapphire waters of the Abetian Sea. It was ever springtide here, and he could well understand why she would prefer a throne in this land than in Cloudrest or Alinor. Finally, he spoke. People are with you, my lady. They do not relish the idea of Riemann's dark elf heirs ruling the kingdom when he is gone. I wonder, she said calmly, wonder if, as the king would not give up his queen for want of alliances, whether she would give herself up out of fear. Of all the people of Firsthold, who most dislikes the Dunmer influence on the court? This is a trick question, my lady? Asked Kale. The Trebite monks, of course. Their credo has been for pure Altmer bloodlines on Somerset and among the royal families most fall, but my lady, to make very weak allies. I know, said Gillian, taking up her hookah again thoughtfully, a smile creeping across her face. Morgaia has seen to it that they have no power. She would have exterminated them altogether had Riemann not stopped her for all the good they do for the country folk. What if they found themselves with a very powerful benefactress? One with intimate knowledge of the court of Firsthold, the chief concubine of the king, and all the gold to buy weapons with that her father, the king of Skywatch, could supply. Well armed and with the support of the country people, they would be formidable, added Kale. But as your advisor, I must warn you. If you make yourself an active foe of Queen Morgaia, you must play to win. She has inherited much of her mother Queen Berensai's intelligence and spirit of vengeance. She will not know I am her foe until it is too late, said Gillian. Go to the Trebite Monastery and bring me Friar Lilam. We must strategize our plan of attack. For 2 weeks, Freeman was advised about growing resentment in the countryside from peasants who called Morgaia the Black Queen, but it was nothing that he had not heard before. His attention was on the pirates on a small island off the coast called Calias Lar. They had been more brazen as late, attacking royal barges and organized raids. To deliver a crushing blow, he ordered the greatest part of his militia to invade the island. The Christian he himself would lead. A few days after Riemann left the capital, the revolt of the Trebite monks exploded. The attacks were well coordinated and without warning. The chief of the guards did not wait to be announced, bursting into Morgaia's bedchamber ahead of a flurry of maidservants. "My queen," he said, "it is a revolution." By contrast, Ghislaine was not asleep when Kale came to deliver the news. She was seated by the window, smoking her hookah and looking at the fires far off in the hills. "Morgaia is with council," he explained. "I'm certain they are telling her that the Trebite monks are behind the uprising and that the revolution will be at the city gates by morning." "How large is the revolutionary army in the contrast to the remaining royal militia?" asked Elaine. "The odds are well in our favor," said Kale, "though not perhaps as much as we hoped. The country folk, it seems, like to complain about their queen, but stop short of insurrection. Primarily, the army is composed of the monks themselves and a horde of mercenaries your father's gold bought. In a way of thinking, it is preferable this way. They are more professional and organized than the common mob. Really, they are a true army complete with a horned section." "If this doesn't frighten the Black Queen into abdication, nothing will," smiled Ghislaine, raising from her chair. "The poor dear must be beside herself with worry. I must fly to her side and enjoy it." Ghislaine was disappointed when she saw Morgaia come out of the council chambers. Considering that she had been woken from a deep sleep with cries of revolution and had spent the last several hours in consultation with her meager general force, she looked beautiful. There was a sparkle of proud defiance in her bright red eyes. "My queen," Ghislaine cried, forcing real tears, "came as soon as I heard. Will we all be slaughtered?" "A distinct possibility," replied Morgaia simply. Ghislaine tried to read her, but the expressions of women, especially alien women, were a far greater challenge than those of Ultimate men. "I hate myself for even thinking to propose this," said Ghislaine, "but since the cause of their fury is you, perhaps if you were to give up the throne, they might disperse. Please understand, my queen, I'm thinking only of the good of the kingdom and our own lives." "I understand the spirit of your suggestion," smiled Morgaia, "and I will take it under advisement. Believe me, I've thought of it myself, but I don't think it will come to that." "Have you a plan for defending us?" asked Ghislaine, contorting her features to an expression she knew bespoke girlish hope. "The king left us several dozen of his royal battle mages," said Morgaia. "I think the mob believes we have nothing but palace guards and a few soldiers to protect us. When they get to the gates or are greeted with a wave of fireballs, find it highly likely that they will lose heart and retreat. But isn't there some protection they could be using against such an assault?" asked Ghislaine in her restorative voice. "If they knew about it, naturally there is. But an unruly mob is likely to have mages skilled in the arts of restoration, by which they could shield themselves from the spells, or mysticism, by which they could reflect the spells back on my battle mages. That'd be the worst case scenario, but even if they were well organized enough to have mystics in their ranks, and enough of them to reflect so many spells, it just isn't done. No battlefield commander would advise such a defense during a siege unless he knew precisely where he was going to be meeting. And then, of course, once the trap is sprung," Morgaia winked, "it's too late for a countering spell." "Most cunning solution, your highness," said Ghislaine, honestly impressed. Morgaia excused herself to meet with her battle mages, and Ghislaine gave her an embrace. Kale was waiting in the palace guard for his lady. "Are there mystics among the mercenaries?" she asked quickly. "Several, in fact," replied Kale, bewildered by her query. "Largely rejects from the Stygic Order, but they know enough to cast the regular spells of the school. You must sneak out the city gates and tell Friar Leland to have them cast reflection spells on all the front line before they attack," said Ghislaine. "That's most irregular battlefield strategy," frowned Kale. "I know it is, fool. That's what Morgaia is counting on. There's a gang of battle mages who are going to be waiting on the battlements to greet our army with a barrage of fireballs. Battle mages? I would have thought that King Riemann would have brought them with him to fight the pirates." "You would have thought that," laughed Ghislaine. "But then we would be defeated. Now go." Friar Leland agreed with Kale that it was a bizarre, unheard of way to begin a battle, casting reflection spells on all one's troops. It went against every tradition, and as a Trebite monk, he valued tradition above every other virtue. There was a little other choice, though, given the intelligence. He had few enough healers in the army as it were, and their energies could not be wasted casting resistant spells. At dawn's light, the rebel army was in sight of the gleaming spires of Firsthold. Friar Leland gathered together every soldier who knew even the rudimentary secrets of mysticism, knew how to tap into the elementary conundrums and knots of the energies of magicka. Though few were masters of the art, their combined force was powerful enough to behold. A great surge of entangling power washed over the army. crackling, hissing, and infusing all with their ghostly force. When they arrived at the gates, every soldier, even the least imaginative, knew that no spell would touch him for a long time. Friar Leolum watched his army batter into the gate with the great satisfaction of a commander who has counteracted an unthinkable attack with an outrageous defense. The smile quickly faded from his face. They were met at the battlements not by mages, but by common archers of the palace guard. As the flaming arrows fell upon the siegers like a red rain, healers ran in to help the wounded. The healing spells reflected off the dying men, one after the other. Chaos ruled as the attackers suddenly found themselves defenseless and began a panicked, unorganized retreat. Friar Lalem himself considered briefly holding his ground before fleeing himself. Later, he would send furious notes to Lady Guilin and Kale, but they were returned. Even his best secret agents within the palace were unable to find their whereabouts. Neither had, as it turns out, much previous experience with torture. They soon confessed their treachery to the king's satisfaction. Kale was executed, and Guilin was sent back with her escort to Father's court of Skywatch. He has still to find a husband for her. Riemann, by contrast, has elected not to take a new royal concubine. The common folk of Firstfold consider this break in palace protocol to be more of a sinister alien influence of the Black Queen, and grumbled to all who will listen. Well, damn. Alright. Next up, let me get that ready. Alright, we are back onto Fragment Honorteum by Terci Anthelma. The Isle of Arteum is the third largest isle in the Somerset archipelago, located south of the Mordunon village of Potenza and west of the mainland village of Runcebe. It's best known for being home to the Sigic Order, perhaps the oldest monastic group in Tamriel. The earliest written record from Sigics is the 20th year of the First Era and tells the tale of the renowned Breton sage and author Vornet traveling to the Isle of Arteum to meet with Iachesis, the right master of the Sigics. Even then, the Sigics were the counselors of kings and proponents of the Elder Way, taught to them by the original race that inhabited Tamriel. The Elder Way is a philosophy of meditation and study said to bind the forces of nature to the individual will. It differs from magic in origin, but the effects are much the same. That said, it is perhaps more than coincidence that the Isle of Arteum literally vanished from the shores of Somerset at the beginning of the Second Era, at about the time of the founding of the Mages Guild in Tamriel. Various historians and scholars have published theories about this, but perhaps none but Iachesis and his own could shed light on the matter. 500 years passed and Arteum returned. Sigics on the isle consisted of persons, mostly elves, who had disappeared and were presumed dead in the Second Era. They could not or would not offer any explanation for Arteum's whereabouts during that time, or the fate of Iachesis in the original Council of Arteum. Currently, the Sigics are led by the Lore Master Celerus, who had presided over the Council of Arteum for the last 250 years. The Council's influence in Tamriel politics is titled. The kings of Somerset, particularly those of Moradonan, have often sought the Sigic's opinion. Emperor Uriel V was much influenced by the council in the early, most glorious parts of his reign, before his disastrous attack on Akavir. It has even been suggested that the fleet of King Orgum of Piandania was destroyed by a joint effort of Emperor Antiochus and the Sigic Order. Last four emperors, Uriel VI, Morahatha, Pelagius IV, and Uriel VII, have been suspicious of the Sigics enough to refuse ambassadors from the Isle of Arteum within the Imperial City. The Isle of Arteum is difficult to chart geographically. It is said that it shifts continuously either at random or by decree of the Council. Visitors to the island are so rare as to be almost unheard of. Anyone desirous of a meeting with the Sigic may find contacts in Potenza and Runcebe, as well as many of the kingdoms of Somerset. For more accessible, Arteum would be a favored destination for travelers. I have been to the isle once and still dream of its idyllic orchards and clear pastures. It's still in silent lagoons, its misty woodlands, and the unique Sigic architecture that seems to be as natural as its surroundings, as well as wonders in its own right. The Sapporo Tower, in particular, I would study, for it is a relic from a civilization that predates the High Elves by several hundred years, and is still used in certain rites by the Sigics. Perhaps one day I might return. Note: the author is currently on the Isle of Arteum by gracious consent of Master Sergenius of the Council of Arteum. Hey. Alright. That's another one down. Trying to get the books I need. Next is Frontier. There we go. Frontier Conquest and Accommodation. Social History of Cyrodiil. University of Gwillem Press, 3rd Era, year 344. Historians often portray the human settlement of Tamriel as a straightforward process of military expansion of the Nords of Skyrim. In fact, human settlers occupied nearly every corner of Tamriel before Skyrim was even founded. These so-called Amedic people include the Proto-Cyrodiilians, the ancestors of the Bretons, the Aboriginals of Hammerfell, and perhaps a now-vanished human population of Morrowind. Strictly speaking, the Nords are simply another of these Needic peoples, the only one that failed to find a method of peaceful accommodation with the elves who already occupy Tamriel. Ysgramor was certainly not the first human settler in Tamriel. In fact, in fleeing civil war in Atmora, as the Song of Return states, Ysgramor was following a long tradition of migration from Atmora. Tamriel had served as a safety valve for Atmora for centuries before Ysgramor's arrival. Malcontents, dissidents, rebels, landless younger sons all made the difficult crossing from Atmora to the new world of Tamriel. New archaeological excavations date the earliest human settlements in Hammerfell, High Rock, Cyrodiil, in the Merathic era 800 to 1,000 centuries. 800 to 1,000 centuries earlier than Ysgramor, even assuming that the 12 Nord kings prior to Harald were actual historic figures. Needic peoples were a minority in a land of elves and had no choice but to live peacefully with the Elder race. In High Rock, Hammerfell, Cyrodiil, and possibly Morrowind, they did just that, and the Needic peoples flourished and expanded over the last centuries of the Merathic era. Only in Skyrim did this accommodation break down, an event recorded in the Song of Return. Perhaps being close to reinforcements from Atmora, the Proto-Nords did not feel it necessary to submit to the authority of the Skyrim elves. Indeed, the early Nord chronicles note that under King Harald, the first historical Nord ruler, First Era 113 to 221, the Atmoran mercenaries returned to their homeland following the consolidation of Skyrim as a centralized kingdom. Whatever the case, the pattern was set, and Skyrim expansion would proceed militarily, with human settlement following the frontier of conquest. The line between human territory and elven territory was relatively clear. Beyond this zone of conflict, the other Needic peoples continued to merge with their elven neighbors. When the Nord armies of the First Empire finally entered High Rock and Cyrodiil, they found Bretons and Proto-Cyrodiils already living there among the elves. Indeed, the Nords found it difficult to distinguish between elf and Breton. The two races had already intermingled to such a degree. The arrival of the Nord armies upset the balance of power between the Needic peoples and the elves. Although the Nord's expansion to High Rock and Cyrodiil was relatively brief, less than 2 centuries. The result was decisive. From then on, power in these regions shifted from the elves to the humans. Ooh. Alright. Okay, we're looking for H. F, G, H. There we go. How Orsinium passed the orcs. By Mania Xos. The year was the Third Era 399, standing on a mountainside overlooking a vast tract of land between the lands of Menevia and Wayrest was a great and learned judge, an arbiter and magistrate, impartial in his submission to the law. You have a very strong claim to the land, my lad, said the judge. I won't lie to you about that, but your competition has an equal claim. That is what makes my particular profession difficult at times. You would call it my competition, sneered Lord Bowrin, gesturing to the orc. The creature called Gortwago Nagorm looked up with baleful eyes. He has the ample documentation to make a claim on the land, the magistrate shrugged, and the particular laws of our land do not discriminate between particular races. We had a Bosmer Regency once, many generations ago. But what if a pig or a slaughterfish turned up demanding the property? Would they have the same legal rights as I? If they have the proper rights, I'm afraid so, smiled the judge. The law is very clear that if two claimants with equal titles to the property are set in deadlock, a duel must be held. Now, the rules are fairly archaic, but I've had opportunity to look them over, and I think they're still valid. The Imperial Council agrees. What must we do? Asked the orc, his voice low and harsh, unused to the tongue of the Cyrodiils. The first claimant, that's you, Lord Gortwag, may choose the armor and weapon of the duelists. The second claimant, that's you, Lord Bowen, may choose the location. If you would prefer, Either or both of you may choose a champion, or you may duel yourself. The Bren and the Orc looked at one another, evaluating. Finally, Gortwog spoke. The armor will be orcish and the weapons will be common steel longswords. No enchantments, no wizardry allowed. The arena will be the central courtyard of my cousin Lord Barrel's palace in Wayrest, said Bowen, looking at Gortwog in the eye scornfully. None of your kind will be allowed in to witness. So it was agreed. Gortwog declared that he would fight the duel himself, and Bowen, who was a fairly young man and in better than average condition, felt that he could not keep his honor without competing himself as well. Still, upon arriving at his cousin's palace a week before the duel was scheduled, he felt the need to practice. A suit of orcish armor was purchased, and for the first time in his life, Bowen wore something of tremendous weight and limited facility. Bowen and Beryl sparred in the courtyard. In 10 minutes' time, Bowen had to stop. He was red-faced and out of breath from trying to move in the armor. To add to his exasperation, he had not scored one blow on his cousin and had dozens of feinted strikes scored on him. I don't know what to do, said Bowen over dinner. Even if I knew someone who could fight properly in that beastly steel, I couldn't possibly send in a champion to battle Gortwog. Bellerith commiserated. As servants cleared the plates, Bowen stood up in his seat and pointed at one of them. You didn't tell me you had an orc in your household. Sir? Whined the elderly specimen, turning to Lord Barrel, I don't know. Certain that he caused offense somehow. You mean old Tunner left, Bearlith? He's been with my house for ages. Would you like him to give you training on how to move an orcish armor? Would you like me to? Asked Tuner obsequiously. Unknown to Bearlith, but known to him now, his servant had once ridden with the legendary cursed Legion of High Rock. He not only knew how to fight in orcish armor himself, but had acted as trainer to other orcs before retiring into domestic service. Desperate, Bowen immediately engaged him as his full-time trainer. You tried too hard, sir, said the orc on their first day of the arena. It is easy to strain yourself in heavy mail. Joints are just so to let you bend with only a little effort. If you fight against the joints, you won't have any strength to fight your foe. Bowen tried to follow Tunner's instructions, but he quickly grew frustrated. And the more frustrated he got, the more intensity he put into his work, which tired him out even quicker. While he took a break to drink some water, Bearlith spoke to his servant. If they were optimistic about Bowen's chances, their faces did not show it. Tunner trained Bowen hard the next 2 days, but her ladyship Elisora's birthday followed hard upon them, and Bowen enjoyed the feasts thoroughly. Liquor of poppies and goose fat, and cocktinch with buttered hyssop for a first course, roasted pike, combwort, and balls of rabbit meat for a second, sliced fox tongues, ballam pudding with oyster gravy, Badagler weed and beans for the main course, colaquiva ice and sugar fritters for dessert. As Bowen was setting back afterwards, his eyes weary, he suddenly spied Gortwog and the judge entering the room. What are you doing here? He cried. The duel's not for another 2 days. Lord Gortwog asked that we move it to tonight, said the judge. You were training with when my emissary arrived 2 days ago, but his lordship, your cousin, spoke for you, agreeing to change the change of date. There's no time to assemble my supporters, complained Bowen, and I've just devoured a feast that would kill a lesser man. Cousin, how could you neglect to tell me? I spoke to Tunner about it, said Bearlith, blushing, unused to deception. We decided that you would be best served under these conditions. The battle in the arena was sparsely attended. Saturated with food, Bowen found himself unable to move very quickly. To his surprise, the armor responded to his lethargy, rotating smoothly and elegantly to each stagger. The more he successfully maneuvered, the more he allowed his mind and not his body to control his defensive and offensive actions. For the first time in his life, Bowen saw that what it was to look through the helmet of an orc. Of course he lost, and rather badly if scores had been tabulated. Gortwog was a master of such battle, but Bowen fought on for more than 3 hours before the judge reluctantly called a winner. I will name this land or city after the land of my father, said the victor. Bowen's first thought was that if he must lose to an orc, it's best that the battle was largely unwatched by his friends and family. As he left the courtyard to go to the bed he had longed for earlier in the evening, he saw Gortwog speaking to Tunner. Though he did not understand the language, he could see that they knew each other. When the Bren was in bed, he had a servant bring the old orc to him. Tunner, he said kindly, speak frankly to me. You wanted Lord Gortwog to win. That is true, said Tunner, but I did not fail you. You fought better than you would have fought 2 days hence, sir. I did not want Orsinium to be won by its king without a fight. Alright. The Knights of the Nine. Da, da, da. Oh, only 6 pages. Oh, that's not bad. Ooh, I think we... Alright. The Knights of the Nine by Carolyn of Solitude. Few people now remember the Knights of the Nine, but in their time they were famous throughout Cyrodiil. Indeed, throughout the Empire. For a brief period in the early days of the Septim Empire, their adventures were the talk of the land, but their renown, as with so much else, was swallowed up by the War of the Red Diamond. And today, even the location of their priory house has been lost to history. The Knights were founded by Sir Amiel Lannis in 3rd Era, year 111, following his heroic turn in the War of the Isle, with the high purpose of recovering the legendary Crusaders' relics, the weapons and armor of Pelennor Whitestake, which have been lost for thousands of years. They were born out of the sense of optimism and ambition that characterized the first century of the 3rd Era. Tamriel was united and at peace for the first time in many centuries, and nothing was impossible. The fame of the Knights was established early on when Sir Amiel led them against the Worm of Elenglen to recover the Curious of Crusader, which had not been seen since the First Era. Excuse me. Soon the greatest knights of the day were lining up to join the new order, and the Priory of the Nine in the Westfield of Cyrodiil became a magnet for the great and the good. The knights were the toast of the Empire. When Berich of Lindrel joined the order, the scion of one of the great noble families of Colovia, it was clear that the Knights of the Nine had become the Empire's most prestigious knightly order. In relatively short order, the knights reclaimed 3 more relics, and their fame soared to new heights with each one. No one doubted that they would eventually succeed in their quest to recover all 8 relics. Sadly, this early promise of the Knights did not survive the ravages of the War of the Red Diamond, which tore apart the Empire beginning in the 3rd Era, year 121. At first, it seems that Sir Amiel was able to keep his knights out of the war, but the very success of the knights undermined this, as many of the knights came from important families from across the Empire, which were lining up on either side of the bloody civil war. Sir Berich was apparently the first to leave the order to join the war on the side of Sepphoris, carrying the sword and greaves of the Crusader into battle with him. Many other knights seem to have left the order shortly after this, some joining the war on one side or the other. The end of the order was ignominious as its beginning was glorious. Following the victory of Sepphoris in 3rd Era, year 127, Berich of Lindrel became an important figure on the winning side. It seems likely that he was behind the imperial decree which officially dissolved the Knights of the Nine in 3rd Era 131, although in truth it was little more than a formality. Despite Sir Amiel's best efforts, the order had never recovered from the bitterness of the Civil War. What happened to the various relics originally recovered by the Knights of the Nine? Certain the graves went to Sir Berich, but where he bestowed them is unknown. The gauntlets famously lie immovable on the floor of the Chapel of Stendar in Coral, where Sir Casimir left them after his disgraceful murder of a beggar in 3rd Era 139. The location of the Curious is a mystery, lost to history along with the eventual fate of Sir Amiel, who was last reported still living alone in the empty priory on the Nine by a passing traveler in the 3rd Era, year 150. So the Knights of the Nine faded away in history. Okay. Yeah, we'll read one more, and then I'll call it Last King of the Aelids by Herminia Cinna. The Aelids, or Heartland Elves, ruled Cyrodiil in the long ages of myth before the beginning of recorded history. One of the earliest recorded dates, in fact, is the fall of White Gold Tower in the First Era 243, which is commonly assumed to mark the end of the Aelids. Although Aelid rule over all of Cyrodiil was indeed broken in the First Era, year 243, this was only one of the most obvious stages near the end of a long decline. The first 2 centuries of the First Era saw increasing strife between the great Aelid lords of Cyrodiil, unless they appears to have taken advantage of a period of civil war to launch her uprising. Imperial historians have traditionally attributed her victory to intervention from Skyrim, but it appears that she had at least as much help from rebel Aelid lords during the siege of White Gold Tower. The popular image of the Aelids as brutal slave masters is based in fact, of course, but it is less well known that a number of Aelid princes continued to rule parts of Cyrodiil after 263 as vassals of the new Empress of Cyrodiil. This suggests either that Aelid rule was not universally detested, or that Alessia and her successors were more pragmatic than is traditionally believed, or perhaps some of both. In any event, excavations at a number of Aelid sites show continued occupation and even expansion during the so-called Late Aelid period. First era 243 to 498. At first, many Aelid lords continued to rule as vassals of the new human regime. In some cases, Aelid supporters of Alessia were even rewarded with new lands taken from slain enemies. It's not clear to what extent human slavery continued under the Cyrodiilic Empire. Humans continued to dwell in the Aelid-ruled areas of Cyrodiil, but there's nothing definitive to show under what terms. This was an easy relationship from the beginning, and was not destined to last. Uneasy relationship, and was not destined to last long. Resentment at the continued presence of Aelid nobles within the Empire was a contributing factor to the rise of the so-called Alessian Order, founded by Marok. The first victims of the Alessians were the Aelids of Cyrodiil. In the early 300s, the surviving Aelid communities in human-ruled areas were obliterated by one, the refugees temporarily swelling the power of the remaining Aelid lordships. Then, in 361, the Alessians gained control of the Empire and enforced the Alessian doctrines throughout its domain. The Aelid lordships were abolished. Enforcement of this decree did not appear to have required much direct violence. It seems that by this point the balance of power was so overwhelmingly against them, and their fate so long foreshadowed, that most of the remaining Aelids simply left Cyrodiil, eventually being absorbed into the elven populations of Valenwood and High Rock. Indeed, the rise of the Durrani hegemony may be linked to the exodus of Aelids from Cyrodiil, connection so far little studied by historians. Still, a remnant Aelid population seems to have survived the rule of the Alessians, because we hear of the last king of the Aelids during the Battle of Glenumbria Moors, where the Durranis decisively defeat the Alessians in 482. How this king's people survived the preceding century is unknown. We do not even know who they were, although recent research points to Nunalata as the possible resting place of this last king. Unfortunately, in the current state of the Empire, funds are no longer available for proper scientific investigations of such extensive ruins, so the answer to these questions will be left to future generations. Alright, and then we will be right back next time to continue more books.